Good afternoon and welcome to the November 18, 2020 session of the Board of Zoning Appeals. In a moment, we will commence the call of our calendar, a copy of which can be found on the meeting web page of the Board of Zoning Appeals. As noticed, this is a virtual hearing conducted on the Zoom platform. Applicants and other interested parties may participate by utilizing the interactive Zoom hearing link found on the meeting web page or by utilizing the address www.brookhavenny.gov/join. When attending, please be sure to identify yourself by name and case number so that we may be able to determine which application you wish to speak on. The question and answer and chat functions on Zoom can be utilized should you have any questions, which will be answered by our staff. Again, thank you for attending this virtual hearing. Applications before the board will consist of three parts: the presentation of the applicant, the testimony of those wishing to speak on the application, and then finally the rebuttal testimony of those issues brought up by persons speaking in opposition. At the conclusion of each of the presentations, this board will take one of three actions. We can decide the case today by a motion to grant or to deny the relief requested. Alternatively, we can close the public hearing and place the matter on our decision calendar. Finally, we could hold the public hearing open to a future date. If the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to grant the application, what this means is, at least in part, the relief that you seek from the board has been granted. A grant letter will issue from the Board of Appeals office within 7 to 10 business days that will be sent directly to the applicant. If the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to close the public hearing and place the matter on decision calendar, what this means is that your hearing was held today and the record is now closed. Under the code, the board has 62 days in which to render a decision. Once that decision is rendered, the applicant will be notified directly. Those interested in viewing a copy of that decision can access it off of the town's website under the calendar and agenda links for the Board of Zoning Appeals once the decision is filed with the office of the town clerk. I want to acknowledge receipt of the notice documents for each of the applications pending today, which have been made part of the record and or files. In the course of your presentation as an applicant, please provide this board with any testimony or exhibits you wish to be made part of the record for the board's consideration. If you are not the applicant here today, but someone wishing to speak on an application, we will promote you as a participant at the conclusion of the applicant's presentation. Opposition testimony before this board will have the same opportunity to provide the board with testimony and exhibits for the board's consideration. We ask only that when there is more than one person or neighbor speaking on an application that you do not repeat what someone before you has said. Just please indicate to us that you agree with that prior point or prior testimony, and then move on to issues not yet covered by prior speakers. In doing so, we can ensure that everyone wishing to speak will have the opportunity. I thank you for your attention. Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good afternoon once again. Welcome to the November 18, 2020 session of the Board of Zoning Appeals. May we have roll call?
Board members: James Mazzarella.
Present.
Charles Lazaru.
Present.
Rick Cunha.
Present.
Howard Bergson.
Mr. Bergson is present and attempting to be promoted to the
Deputy
hearing.
Chair James Wisdom.
Present.
And Chairman Paul DeChance.
Present. I understand there is one postponement from the 2 p.m. interval calendar. In a moment, we'll take that motion. Anyone that was wishing to speak on the application, please note the adjourn date when the motion is made.
Case number 5 under the name of Dorothy Lufker, requesting December 9th.
So moved. Second.
Motion is by Mr. Wisdom, second by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So for anyone that is with us today as an attendee, the Dorothy Lufker case or application before the board has been adjourned from today's calendar to December 9th. Having said that, then we can commence the call of the 2 p.m. calendar with cases 1 through 4.
Case numbers 1 through 4, Kogel Brothers LLC, 390 Middle Country Road, Middle Island. Property is located on the east side of Currens Road, 5,622 feet south of Whiskey Road, Middle Island. Applicant requests division of a parcel into 4 plots, 1, 2, 3, and 4, requiring no variances for the proposed one-family dwelling on Lot 1. The lot conforms. Applicant requests lot frontage variance for a proposed one-family dwelling on lot 2, lot frontage variance for a proposed one-family dwelling on lot 3, and no variance is required for the proposed one-family dwelling on lot 4. The lot conforms.
Next one.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Vega.
I have two speakers on this case. Gail Lynch Bailey, Lou Castellano. I'm not
All
sure
right.
who is presenting.
Ms. Lynch Bailey will be the civic leader, probably wishing to speak on it. So why don't we promote the second of the two names?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Mr.
Now you
Rose.
can.
Yes, very clearly.
Good afternoon.
All right, sir. Welcome. May I ask, are you the applicant's representative? Are you presenting this case to us?
Yes, I am. Louis Castellano, 2701 Middle Country Road, Lake Grove, New York.
All right, I'm just going to stop you there, sir. I'm going to ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney so you can be sworn.
Okay,
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, then. Ken, if you could just repeat your name, address, and affiliation to the application.
Louis Castellano, 2701 Middle Country Road, Lake Grove, New York. Agent for the application, Kogel Brothers.
All right, thank you. As you are aware, the board's planner, Christopher Reed, reviewed this application and provided the board with certain recommendations and comments. I understand that you have a written copy, but Mr. Reed is here. We'll take his testimony first as soon as we can have him sworn.
Thank you.
John, I just need you to swear in Chris so we could take the testimony. Thanks.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do. Property is located on the east side of Currens Road, 5,622 feet south of Whiskey Road in the hamlet of Middle Island, and the applicant is proposing to divide the 168,935 square foot parcel into 4 lots, ranging from 40,000 square feet to 44,718 square feet. Access to the lots is intended via a 16-foot common driveway from Currens Road. It is noted that in 2015, the Board of Appeals granted a 4-lot land division by the applicant, which has apparently expired. Kogel, case numbers 1 through 4 of June 17, 2015. Staff finds that the subject application is in conformance to the 2015 endeavor. The board may wish to incorporate the minutes from the prior application. And should the board look favorably on the application once again, mitigation imposed in 2015 is incorporated, including but not limited to clearance limits, tiger salamander buffer areas, advisory covenants, and restrictions on window well and swim pool construction. The application is an unlisted action.
All right, then, Mr. Castellano, that is a testimony in the comments of the board's planner. How did you wish to present this application?
Thank you, Mr. Chance. As you can see, we are only here asking for exactly what was granted back on 6/17/15 and also on 10/9/11. We understand the environmental issues with the concerns of the neighbors, and we will follow them to the T. We are aware of the dog kennel down the block. We have no problem with it. There's approximately 500 feet between us as a buffer. All mitigation measures that were agreed to on both hearings are already on our surveys that we have attached. We thank the board for hearing us today, and if you have any questions, we're here to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Castellano. Initially, Mr. Vega, if we could just keep the aerial there. I note in looking at the radius map that lot number 4, which is a 50-foot wide lot, just adjacent and to the north, has as its owner Kogel and Sons.
Yes.
Could you tell me, is there a relationship, if any, between Kogel Brothers LLC and Kogel and Sons?
It's two separate entities. Some of the family members were the same. However, there was a variance on it and it was turned down.
Yes, I mean, that's my point, because in looking back and having the research done, I see that in 2011, an application was made to this board for the development of that parcel, and that application was denied
That's correct.
by the board. As a result, that's a vacant parcel just sitting there and not doing anything other than creating a location in which people can use it as a depository or any other thing that occurs to them. I'm wondering why, because of the relationship between the entities, why that small lot was not added to this application.
We didn't want to change the application for what we already approved on. We didn't want to start all over again. We didn't want to reinvent the wheel. We've been approved twice for this, what we submitted before in 2011 and 2015. So we wanted to keep it all the same.
I understand this is a prior approval, and certainly I'm not sure what the board knew regarding the ownership of that immediately adjacent parcel, but these are adjacent. There's nothing that can be done with that parcel. I understand it's a prior approval. You came the best way to get it reapproved, but with knowledge that there is a denial on that lot, I would like to see it included in this proposal. It will reduce your request for it may reduce your request for lot frontage. At the very least, it will make your lots larger, both the ones fronting on Currens directly and the ones to the rear.
Well, we have Mr. Kogo is one of the people that signed on, so I guess we can ask him that when how he wants to handle it.
All right. In terms of the application itself, I'm going to ask for the board to incorporate the minutes of the prior hearing, which resulted in the grant in 2015. Motion
Second.
and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Why don't we promote Mr. Kogel?
Mr. Chair, I think we can hear him, but I don't think we have video.
I'm here if you can hear me.
Yes, sir. Let me just ask you to give your attention and listen to the board's attorney. He's gonna, oh, now we can actually see you, sir. Let me just have the board's attorney swear you in, if I could.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, Mr. Kogel, I'm hoping that you're able to hear what we've been talking about thus far, but the inquiry has been on the parcel immediately adjacent and to the north, a 50-foot wide parcel that is not owned by the same corporate entity, but one with similar members. It's a vacant parcel. I know that you're aware that it was before this board in 2011. The request to develop it was denied. It appears that it appears, at least to this board member, I'm not sure about the balance of us, that lot should be incorporated into this development request. Do you have a position either way on that?
I at this moment, no. You know, if it's something that's the board is looking to, you know, I guess we will consider it. You know, to
I mean, the
incorporate
benefit
it.
of it is going to increase the size of all four of your lots by
Sure.
some degree, and potentially make them more valuable to yourself. So I'm not sure why, with a prior denial and no other ability to improve it, it
Yeah,
would be held separate.
The lots are already sold on those, so that's why the value.
Oh, your 4-lot land division is sold.
Correct.
All right. So are you saying that you'd prefer the board to consider the application and make a decision without incorporating that lot?
Yes, I would. Yeah, at this moment, yes.
All right, sir. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
That is it.
All right. Thank you for attending with us, Mr.
Thank you for
Castellano.
having
Before I bring up Ms. Lynch Bailey, did you have anything else to tell us?
No, I want to see what Ms. Bailey has, and hopefully we can answer our questions.
Thank you. Can we then bring up that individual?
Yeah, otherwise you're not gonna get it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good, very good to see you.
Thank you. Same likewise, everybody. I
Can
missed
I ask you, can I ask you just please give your attention to the board's attorney? I'd like to swear you in.
Yes, solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, John, I do. Thank you.
And may we have your appearance for the record?
Sure. Gail Lynch Bailey for Middle Island Civic Association. And again, thank you for this opportunity. Yes, it was a little over 5 years ago that I appeared on this application and it was granted. At that time, I noted our concerns were for the kennels to the north, which are still there and are very active and very noisy. The neighbors to the east at Coventry Manor are also concerned. Displacement of wildlife, the presence of hunters on the western portion may or may not make for a safe place for people to live in single-family homes there. And since 2015, we had undertaken several things, one of which I thought was to get this parcel preserved as open space. And I'm sorry to see that that did not happen. In addition to that, we had been very active on getting the 48 acres just to the south of this parcel, which is owned by Wilbur Breslin and Company, preserved also. And I have not abandoned that. The Civic has not abandoned that hope that that will also be preserved in the future. New York State was very interested in acquiring that. And this parcel atop of that would make a wonderful swath in conjunction with the parcels to the west, northwest, north by northwest. So we haven't abandoned that hope. You know, it just doesn't seem like it's a great place to build 4 houses up in the middle of nowhere. Maybe there will be some people, and I've heard already that it's been sold. So I just want to register our concerns that we really would hope that this would have been preserved. And that's that. I'd love to know what happened to the actions that I know we had talks with various people about preserving this property, and I never heard back what happened. So if I could have answers to that, that would be very wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Other questions or comments from board members? All right, Mr. Castellano, is there anything further on behalf of the applicant?
Yeah, let me answer Ms. Bailey's a couple of things. The state did contact us back in 15. Heather Amper from the state was negotiating with us. She left the state, came back from the state, contacted us again. They never had the funding, never went anywhere. So after all these years of going back and forth, we decided to develop it. We sold the house to some veterans and some police officers. They love the area. They want to be there. They're fully aware of it. My suggestion about lot number 4, Mr. DeChance, I don't know if this makes sense to you.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? I just want the record to be clear. Is it
Lou
Mr. Kogel?
No,
No, Lou Castellano.
Mr. Castellano, yes.
just to make some sense of this, not to go back and redo all the maps and restart everything over again. What about if we donated that land, lot 4, to the county or state, whoever wanted it, to keep those open spaces?
I appreciate that offer. There are many times when there's a lot of this size and also between developed lots, the municipalities are not interested in it. I think that this application I've looked at practically should have incorporated that piece. And I think that's an issue that the board's going to decide. Obviously, if it was incorporated, I think you'd see a fairly swift decision right from this hearing on the application, but because it's not, the application is going to be deliberated
If you
a
look
bit
at
further.
if you look on the new tax maps, the county has already divided this into lots 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, and 5.4. I have a copy of the map in front of me, which I got from the county the other day. So
That usually occurs with an approved land division. Now, this was an approved land division, which was abandoned because it wasn't followed through on. So that could have happened with that. Obviously, a revised plan incorporating that lot would alter the size of each of those 4 lots.
What
It
about
doesn't preclude the possibility.
what about if we added lot 4 to lots 5.1 and 5.2, the lots that adjoin it?
Right,
Instead
it would make them deeper, or it would make the
Instead of redoing the whole map.
Again, the manner in which it's done doesn't matter much to us. I think that a revised plan would just incorporate that lot into, you could just incorporate it into those two lots. It wouldn't matter either way.
Would it be?
And I'm sorry, Mr. Kuhn, you had something to say.
Okay.
Yeah, a question to Lou. Lou, the map right now, you said it was already divided into 4 parcels. That means the subdivision was done at the county level as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
So at this point, you would have to resubmit everything to the county and to the town.
Right. We have to start-
However, your suggestion of incorporating that lot with lots, I guess that is lots 1 and 2, would not change the actual map at that point, would it?
Correct. We'll just make it, if you can add to it instead of redoing the whole map.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
you
and
can
those are two of your
almost
smallest
consolidate.
lots.
I'm sorry, yeah. You can consolidate those 2 lots and without filing an actual filed map with the county and the town, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
So then you wouldn't have to change your access. You wouldn't have to change any of the lots to the south. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to make sure.
We already have the test well in already. We already have the well in already for the well water. That's already in. So all that stuff has been done.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Was there any further comment from the board? All right, then, was there anything further, Mr. Castellano?
No, we're looking forward to hopefully getting approval from you, and hopefully we can accommodate Ms. Bailey by adding that property to our property and building our homes.
Very good. Thank you. With that being said, then I'm going to ask the board for a motion to close and hold.
I'll move.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all.
Case number 6, Woodpecker Realty LLC, 4007 Merrick Road, Seaford. Property is located on the southwest corner of Hawkins Road and Portion Road, Lake Ronkonkoma. Applicant requests illuminance at property line adjacent to public right-of-way to exceed the 0.05 foot candle permitted, 1.9 foot candle at Hawkins Avenue and 1.5 foot candle at Portion Road proposed, in conjunction with a proposed 7-Eleven convenience store.
Mr. Chair, I have multiple speakers on this case for the applicant. First, I have a Denise Vista, I have a John Ellsworth, Michael Lynch, and a Zach Chaplin. They're all here to present.
Are you saying they're all here as applicants' representatives?
Correct.
All right, so anyone that's applicants' representatives, please promote all at the same time.
They are all promoted.
I do note from the chat that there's someone wishing only to view what's going on, but I'm sure that you see that.
I do.
And there's a lighting plan that you want to display to us. All right, Ms. Vista, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chaplin, I don't have your audio on. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Very good. Is there anyone else presenting on behalf of the applicant? I have what looks like a Michael Lynch. Is that someone else you're waiting?
That's me.
All right, sir.
Good evening.
If you could just find your video.
There
Looks
we
like
go.
you're coming up now. Very good. All right.
Thank you.
Are there any other applicants' representatives that we have not promoted?
Not that I know of, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lynch, do you know of anyone else that you're waiting for?
Actually, John Ellsworth.
John Ellsworth, maybe?
I see Mr. Ellsworth coming, being promoted now. We just need his audio to be put on.
There we go.
Very good, sir. All right, who's going to start the presentation on the application?
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Denise Vista with Amato Law Group. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Just thank you for telling me that. Anyone that's not an attorney, please give your attention to the board's attorney so that we can swear you in.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do. I do.
All right then. With that being said, Ms. Pfister, let me take your appearance for the record on behalf of the applicant.
Yes, Denise Vista with Amato Law Group, PLLC, 666 Old Country Road, Suite 901, Garden City, New York, 11530.
Thank you, Ms. Pfister. I'd like to start with the testimony of the board's planner.
The applicant seeks lighting variances in conjunction with proposed 7-Eleven convenience store, and the parcel is located at the southwest corner of Hawkins Avenue and Portion Road in the hamlet of Lake Ronkonkoma. It is noted that the subject parcel is improved with a gasoline filling station, which is intended to be removed. Other retail uses at the parcel include a salon and shoe repair, which are located at the southeast corner of the parcel, which are to remain. In order to provide for the convenience store, the applicant submitted a change of zone application with the town board, which was granted on January 16, 2020. Covenants incorporated with that application include, but are not limited to, the following. All proposed building and ground signs shall be wood carved design with gooseneck lights. Any ground sign shall be monument style only and shall match the building facade detailing. Internally illuminated signs, pylon signs, or window signs shall not be permitted, and no backlit signs or banner signs shall be permitted, including along the storefront. The applicant has submitted a lighting plan prepared by Stonefeld Engineering and Design, of which certain aspects of the lighting plan do not comply with town code, which are trespass values which exceed code allowances adjacent to both Portion Road and Hawkins Avenue. Staff finds that 22 wall pack light fixtures of the gooseneck variety are proposed on the building, which is 14 feet and 5 feet respectively from Portion Road and Hawkins Avenue. It is noted that the J6 Business District is the main street district, which encourages buildings closer to the road for a downtown aesthetic. As the type of features are appropriate, the requested relief appears to be triggered by the quantity of fixtures along with the strength of the bulbs. Staff acknowledges that while such convenience stores are required to be well lit to ensure safety of patrons and employees, and notes the proximity of the building to the street, an inquiry to the applicant is recommended to ascertain if the magnitude of relaxation can be eliminated or reduced by either reducing the wattage of the bulbs or the quantity of the fixtures. The lighting plan also reveals LSI Abalite metal halide angled reflector. In section 85867 of the lighting ordinance reveals the illuminance and type of lamps for all non-residential exterior lighting, and metal halide rated over 3000 Kelvin is not permitted. And further confirmation regarding the Kelvin value is recommended. The application is a type 2 action.
For the record, then, that is a testimony of the board's planner, Christopher Reed. Ms. Vista, can we just start with you identifying the individuals you brought to us as apparently experts in their fields
Sure.
concerning this application?
Absolutely. So we have Zachary Chaplin, PE. He's with Stonefield Engineering and Design. Stonefield prepared the plans, including the lighting plans, as well as the photo exhibit that was submitted with the application. And then John Ellsworth of VHB, he had prepared the land use and zoning impact analysis report that was filed with the board. And then Michael Lynch, he had prepared the real estate affidavit report.
Thank you. And I thank you all for coming on today. Obviously, from the type of relief being requested and from the board's inquiry into this portion of the application, it appears that we would be most interested in Mr. Chaplin's testimony and responses to the board's questions, but I appreciate you bringing everyone. Let's start with your presentation if we could.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As I said, Denise Vista with the Model Law Group here on behalf of 7-Eleven. Just wanted to give you a brief background of the history. As Mr. Reed said, we did receive the change of zone approval from the town board on January 16th. It was zone J2 and J5. It was rezoned to J6 to be in conformance with the Main Street Business District, which is the J6. So the plans for this project are to demolish the existing auto repair shop and gasoline station and to construct a 3,056 square foot convenience store. There'll be substantial site improvements such as new pavement, landscaping, lighting, which is why we're here today. But the redevelopment will be a vast improvement to the existing conditions that are at the property today and will comply with the intent and vision of the Main Street Business District. So in line with the history, we note that the location of the building is a culmination of 2 years of meetings with the town and discussions with both the town and the Lake Ronkonkoma Civic Association. So we were specifically requested to site the building at the corner of Portion Road and Hawkins Avenue by the town. We are undergoing site plan and special permit approval review right now by the town's planning department and are awaiting that further review. So the reason why we're here today is because the proposed lighting, a combination of all the lighting that we're proposing, exceeds the foot candle requirements of the town code, which is 85-867A2. So due to the building's location, the building's setback, and the need for the site lighting, particularly for those customers, the employees, and the pedestrians, because as you know, the intent for this area is to make it a very pedestrian-friendly area, and the low foot candle requirement of the code, we simply cannot comply. And as noted in the planner's reports regarding the alternatives, which I'll have Mr. Chaplin speak to, but we did investigate alternatives, and frankly, we wouldn't be here if we could have removed some lighting or, reduced the wattage or relocated some lighting in order to comply. While it would be possible to remove some lighting, frankly, it's impossible to comply with that very low requirement of 0.05. So with that, I'll have Mr. Chaplin just kind of go through the proposed lighting and the foot candle exceedance that we're here for today.
Thank you. Mr. Chaplin, I saw you with us earlier. Oh, okay, we do see you now. Just if you could give us your appearance for the record.
Sure. My name is Zachary Chaplin with Stonefield Engineering and Design, located at 1601 Veterans Memorial Highway, Suite 330 in Islandia, New York.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you coming on. We'll be happy to hear your presentation. Please, if you could, during it, speak directly to the suggestion that a slight alteration in the power or number of fixtures could bring the applicant to a closer, if not meeting the code requirement, to a closer conformity to the code requirement. If you could, please.
Absolutely. And again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. We prepared the lighting plan for this project. I've been a part of this for the last 2 years. Of course, part of the change of zone as well. I think when it comes to a lighting plan for a commercial use like this, there's certainly the balance of providing a safe lighting plan for the customers and employees, but also making sure that we're limiting our impacts to any adjacent neighbors. The one thing I will say is we meet the town requirements when it comes to the height of the fixtures, which are actually lower than the requirement. And I would note that if we were to make anything higher, it just spreads out the light even further. So we're actually lower in terms of from a maximum height standpoint. All the fixtures are full cutoff, no glare, and of course they're obviously state of the art, LED fixtures. I would note in your letter about the metal halide, at the time we were looking at these fixtures to acorn style because we know that's certainly something that was part of the change of zone that we needed to meet. At the time, there was no model for us to use for LED. It was metal halide only. At this point in time, they do have that light fixture in LED. We can make that change. It would have no impact on the light values that we presented before you. And I think if there's no objection to that, we would be making that change upon site plan review with the planning board. In terms of the main question, could we lower the intensity? First thing I want to point out is that this is the public right of way. So really when it comes to impacts, there's already street lights there. We're really looking to light the driveways. That's pretty important that the driveways are well lit. It's not like we're next to another property, some other residential neighbor. This variance is specifically for the light spillage adjacent to the driveways on Hawkins and Portion. Now, the wall-mounted fixtures, as you may see in the detail, or if you scroll up on this page, they're actually pointed towards the building. They're really more decorative in nature. They actually don't have too much of an impact on the light values themselves. The light values are being affected from the light poles that you see on the plan. And when we looked at alternatives to try to avoid this variance and try to avoid coming in front of this board, it's extremely difficult because we have that light pole, at the northeast corner of the site in order to light that driveway. And if we were not to have that light pole, that driveway just wouldn't be well lit from a safety standpoint. So the wall-mounted fixtures really don't have too much of an impact on the spillage. They're pointed at the building. It's really the light poles, and on both sides we have the light pole near Hawkins. We have this light pole near Portion. We want those there to light up the driveway. We definitely don't want the driveways to be dark in nature, and we could not see another way to avoid the spillage, and we've also feel that we've minimized it. And lastly, just for a point of reference, the requirement is 0.05. To give the board some context, and in case you're trying to just compare this to something, a typical office space inside would be 40-foot candles. Underneath a gas canopy might be somewhere between 20 and 30-foot candles. We're at 1.9 where 0.05 is required, and 1.5 is generally consistent with what you would see in a parking lot.
What if you were to do the math, Mr. Chaplin? What sort of a percentage of variance is 1.9 when the code permits 0.05?
Of course, if you were to look at it that way, it would be quite significant.
Fairly significant. And from what I've heard from you thus far is a desire for the light in those particular areas, but also the word safety from you. And I'm not certain that you're giving us, or you've given us anything to establish that one light, one degree of light is any safer than any other. I know when the town board did the research and put this code together, they made that determination. So do you have anything on that issue for us?
Well, if you remove the light pole, then we wouldn't have, our light levels would be on our side of the property would be below 1 foot candle. And that's not what you typically want to see in a parking lot, especially by the driveway where you have a lot of maneuverability. I don't think that's safe. And again, I think when you look at,
and we're not also talking about the light that is in the driveway. We're talking about the light that is in the driveway that is off of the premises.
Correct.
And that I think that distinction should be made. You understand that this is not the first lighting variance case this board has heard. We have spent years listening to these. If you've looked at the long line of our decisions, we've made determinations that are generally very close to the code requirement. And I'm just wondering what makes this one different, apart from the fact that there's a desire for the maximum brightness in areas of ingress and egress to the property.
I just want to say with all due respect, I've worked on hundreds of lighting plans with commercial applications throughout the tri-state area. I don't think I've ever seen this requirement on another municipality, because it's one thing to have it next to an adjacent property owner where we don't want to impact somebody's house, somebody where they live, even if it was a commercial neighbor. But this is the public right of way in a very prominent, like you said, downtown area. And the light levels, we're talking about a 0.05 requirement. It's one thing if it was 5-foot candles when you're looking at the context of the foot candles, like I said below. 0.05 is almost impossible to meet and doesn't allow us to light on our side of the property, the driveway properly. It's a very difficult, and again, this just comes with a lot of experience on these lighting plans. It's extremely difficult to meet this requirement and also provide a safe lighting plan.
Understood. And while you may feel on behalf of the applicant that it's hard to meet, the variance request, I mean, wasn't a math major, but it looks like a 400% variance, something in that area. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. I just picked up my Apple phone did a little math while you were speaking. That seems to be a significant variance. We do know from our prior experience hearing these that there's a method in which you can undertake to reduce the extent of light trespass, or at least bring it closer to code requirement. Just do me a favor if you could. It appears as though we have the lighting plan up. Could you, for the benefit of board members, just point out to the best you can with words exactly where and to what extent there is a proposed light trespass off of this property?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, while he's doing that, if I could just point out,
Is my
Zach.
math wrong? Is my math wrong?
No, I actually didn't confirm that. But the foot candle actually was reduced. Stonefield had done some further investigation while we were trying to avoid this variance. So the foot candles reflected on here are slightly lower. So if you could, Anthony, if you could blow that up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, we'll first have them blow up the entry off of Portion Road, because is that where one of the
Yeah, so you'll see that
areas
it's
are?
actually 1.1. So not the
That might be.
Yeah, it's 1.1 is essentially where we were able to get to on both the property lines.
So the request at least the request that went out to the public is 1.9 foot candles at Hawkins and 1.5 foot candles at Portion Road. Is that still the request?
No. I'm sorry, go ahead, Zach.
I was going to say the request is now, like I said, we did go back and we did take a look at this. I do want to point out that, we really tried every possible way to avoid this, and we feel that we've gotten it down to the lowest number we feel, is a safe number when we're looking at our portion of the site. So we are asking for the 1.1 at both driveways.
All right, so then Ms. Vista, does the applicant wish to amend the application by requesting illuminance 1.1 at both property?
Well, if I may, it's actually 1.5, I believe. If you could just zoom in down on Hawkins Avenue. So it's 1.1 on Portion Road and 1.5 on Hawkins Avenue. Anthony, if you could just move it over to the Hawkins Avenue. And
I think that's actually correct. In viewing this, the lighting plan, I never saw 1.9 anywhere because I think that may have been an older plan.
It was on the older plan, and I apologize for not addressing that in the beginning. But
I just assumed it was my eyes.
It's very hard to read. So they were able to reduce it. So yes, the variance is less than requested, and I do understand that you're indicating that it is substantial. But although Mr. Chaplin had indicated that the bulk of it is coming from these pole lights, isn't it also true that it is coming from some of these gooseneck lighting and the wall pack lighting? Isn't it true, a combination of it?
Yeah, it's certainly a combination. It's not to say they have no impacts on the wall lighting. It's a combination. I would just say that, to avoid it completely, if we wanted to completely remove the variance, I think the pole mounted lights are certainly part of the equation, especially for the driveway by Portion Road.
And we have seen also where the lighting along the roadways are certainly contributing to the excess trespass also, and that's something that we certainly take into consideration. But let me just, for housekeeping purposes, go back to the application. Are you, Ms. Vista, then requesting an amendment to the application wherein it now seeks 1.1 foot candles at Portion and 1.5 foot candles at Hawkins?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Does the board have that motion?
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So we have the amended application before us, and I didn't mean to go back and forth with you so early on this. Mr. Chaplin, you were presenting. Was there anything else that you wanted to tell us?
No, I think your last point that we just pointed out exactly where those those values are. I think I have nothing else unless Ms. Vista, there's something else you want me to discuss.
No, I mean, I think really the points that you have hit on is it comes down to safety. And we note that this is the Main Street Business District area. We went through 2 years of discussions with the town and the Civic Association. They want this to be pedestrian friendly, excuse me, and to reduce the lighting to 0.05, which is, Zach, would you say that's just above near or above darkness? I think that is dangerous at this corner. We have two entrances, one at the corner of Portion Road and Hawkins Avenue, and one in the parking lot off of Hawkins Avenue. And I think that lighting is extremely necessary for those pedestrians as well as the employees. And it's also a crime deterrence to have this much lighting that has been demonstrated in the past. And due to this extremely low 0.05 foot candle requirements, it's impossible to meet. And as Mr. Chaplin had pointed out, we do meet the requirements to the west, to the commercial property. But again, there's no residence next to us. We don't believe that there's an adverse impact to the neighborhood because of it. In fact, the lighting that we've provided is in compliance with the Main Street Business District. The town's accepted it. The Civic Association has, well, other departments of the town have accepted it. And it is in compliance with the vision intent of this area. And we also, I'm sorry, just one last thing. We note that it's not self-created because of the position of the building at the corner, because this was the request of the town to locate it in this area.
Let me just put it out to the board for questions.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Charles,
Ledger.
you've all stolen my litany of questions.
Well, I apologize for that. We certainly will talk about whatever else you'd like to talk about.
Well, one of the things that I wanted to ask, speaking from my professional standpoint, is that what are the foot candles that are realized at the ground with the light poles at the entrance exits at Portion Road and at Hawkins? And is the lighting, I think I heard Mr. Chaplin say that the lighting that illuminates the architectural lighting that illuminates the side of the building contributes some, especially since it is closer to the Portion Road, contributes some to the light trespass. Is there any reason to believe that you might want to either eliminate some fixtures or tone them down a little bit? I realize that every building that's built in this town or any place around the world would always like somebody to see it. So we always have this wonderful lighting. But the question is, are we looking for task lighting on the ground or just architectural highlights along the building? Can it be reduced? Are you willing to do that to lower the contribution to the trespass, especially on Portion? On Hawkins, there aren't too many lights on the back of the building except two that I may note. At this scale, I think I only see two. As a matter of safety, is this building going to have security cameras?
Yes, it will.
All right. And Mr. Chaplin, have you considered the fact that over intense light would do something to create the glare, which is not really recommended for security cameras?
Yeah, I don't have a concern with that. I think if anything, I think this code requirement, it made us put the lights lower than I would have liked to. The higher you can have these light poles, the more spread that you have, the more even distribution that you have. Because of this requirement, we're actually having large or higher values right in front of the light source itself, and then to limit the distribution into the right of way. So if anything, this code requirement made it more difficult for us and not something we would normally do. I prefer to have the light higher and more spread. From a glare standpoint, these are full cutoff and they're shielded. So they're shielded in the back and they're full cutoff and they're downlit. These are, brand new state-of-the-art type lighting, LED, where you're not going to have any sort of glare. The building mounted fixtures are acorn style. They're facing the building. Again, it's shown on this plan. And they're very directed essentially at the building. They're really more so from an architecture standpoint, something that we spoke about with the Civic group, as well as it's just part of the downtown redevelopment plan that we use that light.
On the building, they are wall pack A fixtures?
Well, there's two. The wall pack B we used only within our site. So the wall pack B really isn't having an impact on the variance. They're only on the west side of the building. And then the decorative fixture, of course, we're using surrounding the building on all four sides.
Yeah. the arrangement type that you have for the parking lot lights, the poles are how high? Remind me?
14 feet.
14 feet. And in the world of lighting design, are you using a type 3 or type 5 spread, which is two-way or all-way?
I think it depends exactly where the lights are, but it looks like we're using type 2.
Type
Not-
2?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, we did that on purpose to limit the spread, especially near these driveways. We went down all the way to type 2.
Mhm. Well, I don't think I have any other further questions. We've got into a pretty good lengthy discussion. Somewhere in between is a counterpoint, and we'll probably have to debate and consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaru. Is there further questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
Mr. Chaplin, just a quick question. The trespass that we're talking about, I need you to dumb it down for the rest of us, I guess. The amount of trespass, even though mathematically it's a huge number, can you break that down into what does that equal to, let's say in a 20 watt light bulb, 10 watt, 15, 100 watt? Is there any way to break that down? So, you know, everybody's familiar with buying a 50 watt light bulb at the store. So figuring that might help us, see it better.
Yeah, I think it's hard to describe it in that fashion. What I can say is you wouldn't notice the difference, the 0.6 foot candles. Really, it's just a matter of when we're designing a lighting plan, there's a lot that we have to keep into mind. And we're trying to have an even distribution, and we're trying to have the height set up at the right height. And 0.6 foot candles, when you look at lighting, again, I'll go back to the reference I said before. An office building, inside is 40 foot candles. Underneath a gas canopy where you want it to be bright is roughly 20 foot candles. A typical parking lot in the exterior, you'll see anywhere between 1 to 3 foot candles. We're at 1.1. So that's like the lowest level that you'll see in terms of like a minimum required for a parking lot on the exterior, where it's basically unnoticeable. I know it seems like a lot because we're going from 0.05. I've never seen a 0.05 requirement before. Usually it's 0, and it's usually 0 when you're next to, again, another property like a residential or commercial, and you need the full cutoff. But in this case, it makes it extremely difficult because we have a driveway that connects to our property. So how are we supposed to fully cut off the light right when you hit this property line that's not a real barrier? There's cars driving through it. So it's a very, very challenging requirement to meet compared to, if it were the adjacent property line.
I completely understand where you're coming from in that respect. I'm just trying to get a hook on, if I have a 40 watt light bulb, how many foot candles is that? If I have a 10 watt light bulb, how many foot candles is that? In other words, I would like to see a gradation, so at least I can picture, like the light behind you looks like it's 40 or 50 watt light behind you. Is that giving off 100 foot candles, or is that giving off 0.06?
It's a combination. The foot candle measurement is based on the distance that you are from the light source that's emitting it. So it's hard to compare it just to a wattage of a light bulb. I can tell you the wattage of the light fixtures that we have. Of course, that's part of the light fixture itself. The foot candle measurement is depending how the intensity and the distance you are from it. So it's taking in two things into account. I think the reference that I gave in terms of the average foot candles that you see in these different types of environments, that's unfortunately the best I can do, because the wattage itself is not necessarily what you're going to get with the foot candle. That the two are not really on the same type of comparison.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anything further from the board? So, Mr. Chaplin, let's talk some more. Anthony, if you could, actually, maybe this is fine. If we were looking at the portion road entry onto the parcel, there are symbols on the lighting plan that we're viewing to show us where the lighting fixtures are. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the building mounted ones. I'm talking about the ones that are in the ground.
In the ground? You're talking about the pole mounted lights?
The pole mounted lights, yes.
So there's
So, so if we look at Portion Road, there's the entry and exit there. There's pole-mounted lights, and circles being drawn around them right now as you pull into the right of that entry.
correct.
Tell us what that is there. What does that depict?
So that's just a pole mounted light. It's a 14-foot mounting height. There's going to be a foundation for the light pole, and it's shielded. So we're shielding the back of it from the property to the north of us, but we're providing important lighting for the driveway. I think
All
that's
right.
one.
So is that the fixture then that is creating some trespass of light beyond the property line onto Portion Road?
Correct.
And what is the strength of the bulbs in that fixture? Could you describe them for us?
Bear with me 1 second. So it is 98 is the wattage.
And there's certainly different kinds of wattage. So the one above 98 is what? Could you get them in any numbers, or they come in wattages that are
That's type
predetermined?
C. I was looking at the wrong one. It is 116 and 70, depending on if it's the type 2 fixture or the type 3. So
they go in incremental numbers. What's the one? Tell us for instance, tell us the one below 116. What would that be?
So the one, I think this is the type 2 one. It's at 70. There's only one lower one at 50.
Okay.
So if you're looking at the group, there's 6 of them. So we're the second lowest one that you could do.
All right. So just talking for a moment about this specific trespass onto Portion Road, one of the ways to reduce it would be to go down to the lower bulb.
Well, again, if you look at
putting aside the applicant's claim to safety, because I don't have a safety expert, just one of the ways would be to go down to the lower bulb, or at least have some of them go down to the lower bulb.
I would say
that would improve it.
Yes, but I would say that we're already at lower light levels within our parking lot than what we would like to see. We have 0.6 and 0.4 foot candles within those first 2 parking spots. You'll see, generally speaking, parking lot should be anywhere from 1.5 to 2 foot candles. So if we go lower on that light, it's going to make it worse for the park.
But you use the word that you would like to see. I want to speak more specifically about what alternatives the applicant has to reduce the trespass. Putting aside then the issue of changing the wattage or the strength of the bulbs, I note that there's a setback on that fixture that we've been talking about. It's sitting in the middle of looks like a vegetated area, and another way would be to move it further away from the property line, whether it be 1 feet or 3 feet or whatever that is, and that would certainly reduce the degree of trespass to Portion Road, would it not, by just moving the pole?
Yes, it would.
I haven't seen the elevations of the 7-Eleven. I know most of them have a full glass front. Is this one just fully bricked on 2 sides with just the glass front facing? Or maybe you could describe it to us, because I haven't seen anything about it. Is it glass all around?
No.
Yeah, we actually submitted an elevation.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm told this in the packet that I have.
Yeah, it's in the VHB report.
All right. Could you describe it while I'm looking for it?
Sure. It is, well, just so you know, it's in attachment F. It's in this report right here, attachment F.
Okay, I do have it in front of me.
Okay.
I'm on.
So this was the design that basically resulted from the discussion with the town and the Civic Association. So you can see that we have the pitched roofs, the dormers. And I'm sorry, your specific question was?
I have it now, and I appreciate you pointing that out. So we're not dealing with full glass from ceiling from roof line to foundation. There certainly are. There looks like there's
7-2-inch windows.
Yes. What the board has noticed many times in passing a location is that you've indicated this earlier, Mr. Chaplin, the 40-foot candles of light that are blasting out of the windows develops and creates certain glare immediately outside. What's interesting about this, based upon the land development plan, is we are right up against sidewalks and roadways. And it also has some effect, will have some effect on light trespass. And my only question bringing this up is when determining what the light trespass would be, was any consideration made to the light that would be coming or emanating from the structure itself?
No, that's not typically part of a lighting analysis. You would not consider lighting on the interior. It's never,
You would agree if there was nothing on those windows that we would be getting light emanating from the building?
you would see the light, but it doesn't really, it's not lighting the actual area that you're in. You can visibly see it, but it's not providing light where we want it in the parking lot.
And when you're visibly seeing it, does that have any effect on the extent of glare that one has as they're either passing or entering upon?
Well, glare is a different question. We're talking about different things. You can see light miles away depending on where it's coming from. But at the end of the day, the way we develop these lighting plans with where we try to get our foot candles and trying to provide a safe, specifically here, parking area for a convenience store, the lighting inside the building is lighting the inside of the building. We're looking to light the parking lot to make sure that that's safe.
All right, then let's get back to the parking lot. The means of ingress and egress off of Portion Road, and the one fixture that we've spoken about, which is to the right as you enter. Are there any other fixtures in your opinion that are contributing to the light trespass and the variance request for that particular area?
I'm sorry, you're talking about Portion Road again?
Yes.
It's possible the northwest corner building mounted lights are, but most likely not.
All right, so we talked about the strength of the bulb, and we also talked about the location of the pole. Finally, would a slight modification wherein the lights were simply angled further away from the roadway also have the ability to reduce the amount of trespass being requested here?
We'd have to look at our model and see what that would do, but that would just be a very—
Sounds reasonable though, right?
Not really. I feel like what are we getting as a result of that? Like, what is the impact to the roadway by having this slight trespass that will literally be unnoticeable? The light's going to be pointed away from it. I think that's just going to look kind of strange, to be honest with you, and not standard in commercial, industry. It's one thing if we're trying to point it away from someone else's property, but what are we gaining from a 0.6 foot candle, that we're asking for? That's literally going to be unnoticeable by anybody. I think that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, I understand that, and I would certainly take that as a better argument if it was being made against or to overturn the statute or the code section that we have now. But what we have is the code section and a requirement of this board to grant the minimum variance necessary.
So if
that's what I'm trying to deal with.
I mean, we can do certain things that would potentially lower that light value, but at the cost of, again, lowering the foot candles in the driveway, which would, again, from a safety standpoint, we would not feel comfortable with. And again, I think from an aesthetic standpoint, it would just seem strange to have a light pole angled in a arbitrary direction.
Arbitrary meaning it off of the roadway.
Right.
Okay. All right. And tell us if, for instance, if the maximum trespass the applicant was permitted to allow would be a 0.08, which is 0.03 less than what your amended application seeks. Would a combination of an alteration of some of the bulbs or angle of the light fixture or a slight location of the light fixture accommodate that maximum number?
Again, I think you're asking a question where even if
I think I know the answer is yes,
but it's gonna change the light levels in the parking area to a point where we don't feel.
I don't think it's going to change the lighting in the parking areas. I think it's going to change it specifically at the property line,
which is the driveway, in which we feel is probably one of the more important areas that we want to be well lit.
All right. I don't want to waste that much more time with this. Thank you, sir, very much for responding to the questions that we put forward. Ms. Vista, did you want to add anything further?
Yeah, I just want to point out that the existing use on the property, as you know, is an auto repair shop and a gasoline station. And as Mr. Chaplin had pointed out, the foot candles from a canopy tend to run about 20-foot candles. So obviously we didn't submit anything with respect to the existing conditions of that. But it is possible that the foot candles are exceeded now. There are street lights off of Portion Road and Hawkins Avenue as well. But again, I will reiterate that the reason that this building is at this corner was at the direction of the town, the Civic Association. We also installed the pavers around the building because it was supposed to be a pedestrian-friendly area, walkable. And to have a walkable area, you need lights. And as Mr. Chaplin has stated, to reduce the foot candles to the 0.06, which is 1 foot candle is, you know, is just above, or 0.05 is just above darkness. I don't know that's not safe. And that's really what we're getting at here. If there was something that we could have done to reduce the levels, obviously we didn't want to have to come before the board if that was achievable.
Thank you. I want to thank you for that presentation, all of you. If there's nothing further from the board, I'll ask for a motion.
Sorry, yes, Mr. Chair. I suggest that we close and hold on this.
Thank you, sir. Motion is to close and hold, seconded by Mr. Lazarus, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members.
Case number 7, Messenger Realty LLC, 2112 Route 112 Medford. Property is located on the west side of Route 112, 747 feet north of Greenport Avenue in Medford. Applicant requests permission for 2 proposed wall signs located on east elevation, 1 permitted per elevation. Height variance for 1 of said wall signs, the Mazda logo, to exceed 18 foot high and 40 square feet allowed. 23 foot 6 inches high, 64 square feet is proposed. Height variance for other wall sign, where it's the 112 logo, to exceed 18 foot high allowed, 19 feet high is proposed. Permission for 2 proposed ground signs located on the road frontage. 1 sign is permitted per frontage. Permission for 1 of said ground signs to be located less than the 17-foot required setback from Route 112. 2 feet is proposed. Height variance for 1 of said ground signs to exceed the 12-foot high, 24 square feet per face allowed. 14-foot high, 87 square feet per face proposed.
Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody here for this case.
We do have John Zolo, I see, that has been promoted. Is he on this application? I see him promoted, but with
I
no
have not
video or audio.
I have not promoted him. I do not know how he's up
You
here.
got it by yourself. Mr. Zolo's pretty good at that, huh?
Can you hear me? It's John Zolo. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We were just laughing.
Mr. Chair, I also have someone else raising their hand.
Thank you, Mrs. Zolo. We can hear you. We don't have video. Did you want to come on and say something? Oh, that's a no. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. I'm waiting for your video to come up.
Mr. Chairman, John Zolo here. I apologize. I'm on case number 23.
Very good, Mrs. Zolo. So you're premature. We're on case number 7, and I expect we're going to be to you roughly I don't know, 4:30 or so. But please stay if you wish, or you can return back as attendee. Do we have an applicant here? All right. While we're waiting for applicant, does the board, does anybody, any of the staff have a copy of the notice proofs of this applicant? I understand, Mr. Vega.
I placed the notice proofs in the file.
All right. So that was the return, there's certified mail return receipts. I think I
do
saw
not
them in
have
your
the
hand earlier.
affidavits. Yes, I don't have the affidavits.
And do we have a sign of the posting, a photograph of the sign of the posting?
I do not have a sign of the posting. A picture.
And Mr. Vega, who is OMSSI? Is that someone that we've promoted for this?
That is who's raised their hand. I have promoted them for this.
So I'm going to ask this individual to please try to put your video and audio on so that we can communicate with you. If you have if there any questions, please utilize the chat and question and answer functions of the Zoom platform. Do we have an email?
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Oh, yes, we can now, sir. We can hear you, but can't see you yet. Are you able to put your video on?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. I've been on this for the past, since you guys started.
We've all been here with you, sir.
Video up. Start my video. Let me see. Maybe that is that.
Well, you just did. And looks like it went on and went off quick. So maybe just one click.
Video camera. I don't know what is going on. Why it won't show it here. Screen.
I don't have his name, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have an email
doesn't seem to be
view of the posted sign?
Start video. Let's see if that works.
We do not have.
Start video is a good button.
We do not have a photo of the posted sign.
Thank you.
Show grid. Speaker. I cannot seem to get the video up on this.
All right, sir. I've reviewed a portion of this application. Let me just ask you before I bring you as far as you need to go here. There's the mailings went out for this parcel. I think you've sent them in. The parcel was posted with a sign.
Say again?
You posted the parcel with a sign.
Yes.
For the hearing. And could you? I don't have a copy of it. Do you have a copy of it? Of the picture of the sign?
A picture of the posted sign?
Yes.
Yes, I do. It's in my phone. I can email that out to somebody.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna do a quicker thing for you. You don't have to email it. Could you just read out what it says under request for variance relief?
Hold on, let me get the picture of it. I think I just put sign. Where is it? I think I just put sign variance on that one.
Sign variance, yes, and that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm suggesting maybe you don't have to email it, because this is what I've heard that the sign said. And as you know, the request for relief from this board is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 10 lines long. And as a result, sign variance is not.
Yeah, in reading the instructions, I didn't know that.
All right. In addition to those instructions, I know that my office staff provided you with the instruction specifically to include all of that language. So, unfortunately, sir, I'm finding that the notice to the public and specifically the sign that was posted is insufficient and needs to be the sign needs to be reposted with the required information. So, what I'm going to do in a moment is ask the board to adjourn to December 9. Once that motion is made, we will see you again on the 9th. Understand, you do not have to do your mailings again because you've done them already. What
Right.
you'll need to do is properly post the parcel. And if there is any question in your mind, please contact the Board of Appeals office during business hours, and we will again provide you with the information that you need so that the sign gets posted properly. Okay.
So everything that has to be posted there is everything in like just about the middle of that.
Yes, but I'm going to suggest that you talk to a member of our staff just to confirm that. In addition, we do have the mailings, but we don't have the affidavit, either of the posting or the mailing. So you'll provide us with the affidavit of the mailings you've done, and then you'll repost with the correct language and provide us with an affidavit of the posting of the correct language so that we can hear you on December 9th. Fair enough?
If that's what you say, that's what I'll have to follow.
Very good. Does the board have a motion to adjourn to December 9th?
So moved.
Motion seconded, made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, sir.
Have a good day.
Case number 8, Daniel Rokich, 245 Park Avenue, 39th floor, New York, New York. Property is located on the northwest corner, Roberts Road and the Green, east of William Floyd Parkway in Shirley. Applicant requests permission for proposed double-sided, non-illuminated 60 square foot per side ground sign. Also permission for said sign to be located less than the 12-foot setback required from William Floyd Parkway. 1 foot 7 inches is proposed.
Mr. Chair, I have Dominic Aresta for the applicant.
Yes, Dominic, we can see you. If you could just take yourself off of mute.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Let me ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney so that you can be sworn.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Aresta, for the record, your name and address, please, or your appearance for the record.
Dominic Aresta, 2410 North Ocean Avenue, Suite 300, Farmingville, New York, 11738.
And your relationship to the application is what, sir?
The agent.
Very good. As you are aware, the board's planner reviewed this application and provided the board with certain written recommendations and comments. We'll start this hearing with his testimony.
The applicant seeks area and setback variance for proposed ground sign, and the property is located at the northwest corner, Roberts Road and the Green in the hamlet of Shirley. Parcel is improved with a 33,993 square foot building, and permission for a roller rink and retail from the former bowling alley at the premises was granted by the planning board on July 27, 2020. Stemming from a change of use application. Conditions with the planning board approval germane to the subject application include, but are not limited to, the following. Any proposed signage shall be applied for with the building division. And with regard to the requested relief for area, the rendering of the sign plan prepared by JM2 Architecture reveals an attractive ground sign with aesthetic roof and 5 8-foot wide display panels. However, based upon the change of use approval, there will be only 2 tenants, a roller rink and Family Dollar. And as such, it is not clear why multiple panels are depicted on the sign. Further, the Board of Appeals typically reviews sign variances with the prospective tenants illustrated on them. It's not clear how the applicant is seeking a hardship conforming to code requirements when there is no specific sign package being proposed. With regard to the setback relief, communicating the business on the county road would also appear to be especially important due to the fact that the building is restricted from view from the county arterial. Further, it is noted that the mobile gas station and the Green Retail Shopping Center also enjoy ground signs near the property line. Further, it is the opinion of staff that a conforming setback would place the sign within the parking lot due to the width of the landscape median. The application is a type 2 action.
For the record, then, that is the testimony of the board's planner. Sir, how did you wish to present here?
I'll start by giving a little bit of background about the project.
Sure.
It was a bowling alley previously. We are very close to getting a building permit for putting up a demising wall. 1/3 of the building will be a Dollar Tree retail, and 2/3 will be a roller rink and arcade. Previously, there were some signs posted along the Green. Now, the new tenants are aware that there's much more traffic on William Floyd Parkway opposed to the Green. There's also several other businesses along William Floyd Parkway that have similar pylon signs. So they wanted to just take advantage of this street frontage and add a new pylon sign in. Now, part of the change of use application for the roller rink and the Dollar Tree was a parking variance. And there's a limited amount of space available along the street frontage at William Floyd Parkway. In order to meet that setback for the proposed pylon sign, we would have had to encroach on the existing parking lot it would have reduced the amount of parking spaces, which we already requested a variance from the board for. So we felt that keeping the pylon sign in the area available to us is the best option here. It just fits. We want to propose a attractive sign, something that's not basic compared to the other signs that you may see in the area. The reason there's no signage on our proposal is because my company JM2 Architecture is working for the landlord in this case. So we're working on just the landlord's work specifically. So the Dollar Tree and the roller rink tenants will be making subsequent applications to the building department, which will include the interior alterations for their space, along with their sign packages. So any questions, please let me know. I'd be happy to answer. I also provided a great number of signs that are in the area that are much larger and of similar width to mine. There's a few great examples that are in this document as well.
Yes, I think they've been being displayed during your testimony. Thank you very much. Let me ask questions to the board.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wisdom.
So looking at the site plan to the north, I believe it is, where the parking lot, where there's a Dollar Tree store to the north of this in another building.
I believe it's a Dollar General.
Oh, okay. Well, same thing, almost. So tell me where is the Dollar Tree going to go, on the north portion of this building?
Yes, sir. If the north third of the building will be the Dollar Tree, and there will be a new storefront added on the north side. This was approved previously by the zoning board, along with the parking variance required. So as you can tell from the site plan, there's some site work going on this north side for this new Dollar Tree.
Okay.
There also is cross-lot access. I'm not sure if that's we were talking about, but there's going to be cross-lot agreements filed for this property. Also, as noted on the site plan, there's future cross-lot access proposed with the 7-Eleven that's being built currently. So,
well, that 7-Eleven's done, and that's out to the west of this building that we're talking about right now.
Yes, sir.
So the rest of this building here, so we're going to have Dollar Tree on the north side. We have the bowling alley. Is that going to take up the whole rest of the building, or are you going to put another piece in the middle of this building between Dollar Tree and the roller rink?
So if you're looking at it from this view that's open on the screen now, a third of the building, 10,000 square feet on the right side of it, which is the north side, would be Dollar Tree. There's a new entrance proposed on this north side. The other 2/3 of the building on the left side of the building will be the roller rink and arcade. They will use the existing entrance to the building that's there currently along the green.
And that's where they used to come in for the bowling alley.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the building's going to remain basically the same as the outside walls and everything. We're just going to go inside of it and we're going to renovate it.
Yes, sir. There's going to be a demising wall put up, and Dollar Tree is going to move into a third, and the roller rink's going to have the rest.
On the parking lot to the north, where the Dollar Tree is going to be, and I've driven through this parking lot many, many times. Where does that fall in play, and who owns that parking lot?
In which area?
To the north, where the Dollar Tree is, looking north.
That's all part of the subject property here. So
That
they all parking on our plan is under the same lot. So
are you guys going to regrade and repave that parking lot because it's a mess?
Yes, sir. Part of our planning department approval was to restore the parking lot. There's some change of use notes located on our site plan. It includes restoring all the curbs, repaving as necessary, and restriping the existing parking, and supplying ADA parking spaces. A few of the parking spaces will be designated for the Dollar Tree store, Everything else is just for use of both tenants. And they're also with cross lot access to the lot to the north and future cross lot access to the 7-Eleven as well.
Are there going, so the parking lot to the south, you're gonna redo that parking lot also?
Yes, sir. Both parking lots will be restored, including everything I just said, including repairing the curbs, restriping, patching broken asphalt. And there's also a lot of landscaping proposed per the planning department's requirements. This has all been submitted and approved under a previous hearing. The subject of this application is solely the ground sign.
So, all right, so we're gonna go inside and gut the building and make a roller rink out of it, which is a great idea because the kids need someplace to go here.
Yes, sir.
And it's in walking distance for a lot of people.
Agreed.
Looking at this, I think it's a fantastic plan. I really don't have anything further.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Is there anything further from the board? Mr. Aressa, getting to the sign itself, the rendition shows us multiple tenants, but the town board approval was for specifically 2 that you've been talking about. Could you tell us why the rendering shows us a number of tenants? What is that, 4 or 5?
We just wanted to keep some flexibility with the owner, as it's going to be 2 tenants in the building. We weren't sure if they wanted to split the sign in half, as the roller rink is going to have more than half of the building. So it's likely that the roller rink will want 3 of those panels, while the Dollar Tree store wants 2. So that's really up for negotiation with them. The number of panels can easily be changed out if requested by the board.
Yeah, I think the point is that when we're requesting a lot area variance for a sign, you're attempting to show us that based upon the needs of the specific tenants or the location of the parcel, whatever the matter may be, that additional that variance relief is required here. We don't even see prospective tenants up there, although we know the type of businesses that they are. So if what I think we should be seeing is two panels, and you're going to tell us that based upon the use or the site distance or whatever the case may be, that the relief request at 47% relaxation for area is necessary.
Yes, sir. This is what the tenants wanted. The signage will read Great Skates for the roller rink space and Family Dollar for the Dollar Tree space. So if we scroll back to the site plan portion, you can see that this is the best area for this sign.
Talk to us about the size of the lettering, if you would.
It's going to pretty much take up that whole space, that 4-foot high space by, I think it's 8 or 10 feet.
Is there a rendering already of the sign with that signage, Great Skates and Family Dollar?
I have not received any submittals as far as their signage for this pylon sign. I have received Family Dollar submittal for the building signage, but like I said, those will be submitted under a separate application done by both architects for Family Dollar and Great Skates.
So you're presenting for the sign area, but the renderings are coming from where?
The applicants for the both spaces, they're going to submit with their own signage applications for the building and the pylon sign.
And you're here to get the physical size and setback.
Yes, sir. My work is in regards to the landlord's work, which is providing the demising wall and separating the space, and also this sign is now subject.
So we understand who the tenants are, and we understand that the size of the sign that you're showing us. If bringing these types of applications again, I think that what you should be showing us is the actual renditions of the specific tenants on the sign, so we can get a feel for the size of the lettering, that's comparison to others in the area. I understand this is what they've provided to you, and that's one of the issues that we're dealing with. But certainly in the future, moving forward on a different application, that's what we would be looking for.
Okay.
All right.
Understood.
Yep, and in terms of the setback you're proposing, our planner took no issue with it, and as you've indicated that it would be almost impossible to meet the required setback. In terms of the area of the sign, certainly you've shown us larger and similar sizes in the area. Our concern, I think, only was we weren't seeing the actual renditions of the sign. We were just showing a multiple panels for signs, and it was confusing to review the application for that reason. Is there anything further from any of the board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lindsay?
Yes, in the town, we've been going a lot with monument signs. Have you put any thought into that?
No, sir. We found that this was a design that worked. The landlord approved the dimensions of it, and we found that in requesting a variance, we wanted to make a sign that was more attractive than just a basic pylon sign. So, this is a design that was approved by everyone and had the dimensions that they were looking for.
So the pylon sign was approved by everyone?
The landlord, yes, it meets the dimensions that the tenants will want for their signs.
It brought to him at all about a monument sign?
No, sir.
They are kind of a nicer look in the area that we're trying to achieve. That's all I have.
Okay, yeah, we are going to provide some landscaping around the sign, as well as the required lighting, and it'll be nice materials on the sign.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Is there anything further from the board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Mazzarella.
Yeah, I know there's some photographs of signs in the area, and I believe that this sign is going to be located probably close to the 7-Eleven sign, which I think Mr. Lindsay was trying to point out, the type of signs that are now becoming more popular around the town. And I would just hope that this sign being in such close proximity, would just not take away from the aesthetics on that arterial roadway.
Thank you for that comment. I know through the adoption of the various land use plans that we have seen in the last several years, most, if not all, in very specific areas are suggesting that a monument sign is the preferred signage, and as a result, we have seen, at least when it comes to the board's planner's testimony, reference to the land use plans and recommendations in that regard. When I don't see it, I'm assuming that it's not in one of the land use plans, although in looking at the sign, I can't help but feel that it has a base and it could be considered a monument sign. Maybe that's something that we'll deliberate on. Mr. Reed, if there's anything further you want to contribute.
Yeah, there's no mandate for this particular location for monument style signs. It would be up to the board, but it's not in town code.
We can certainly, for those of us who know the area, we can certainly condition our decisions for a number of reasons. And if that's the way in which the board is moving, we can certainly deliberate that and come up with a decision on it.
Mr. Chairman, if
Yes,
I may,
Mr. Mazzarella, of course.
I don't want to belabor the point too much, but again, looking at that 7-Eleven sign and then comparing that other sign on the green, although dated and beat up, nope, that one there. So this sign is going to lie somewhere in between those. And I would just point out that the former of the two is really much more aesthetically pleasing, although it's hard to tell from the rendering that we received what this sign will really look like. But again, as far as
let me ask board members, do we want to see the rendering with the actual tenants on them? Because we can certainly hold the application for that, and it can be provided if that's what the interest is.
I would suggest it.
Yeah, I would.
Mr. Lazaro? Mr. Aresta, is that possible?
I respectfully request approval as is. There will be subsequent applications made for the tenants with their own sign packages, building signs, and
There won't be
their
applications to this board for their sign packages. Once we approve a size, all that they would have to do is create a panel that fit within the size dictated by the board today. And that's why I've indicated previously, we generally consider a variance against the actual rendering of the sign that's intended to be put up. We're doing it slightly differently here. I'm attempting to accommodate the board members that need to deliberate on the application. So in terms of that, are the tenants any, or is the landlord close to having a rendering of the actual sign itself?
I mean, I can request them from the tenants, but we're very close to getting a building permit for the rest of the work. I wouldn't want to see any more delays. To just build everything at once. We were hoping to get the approval and just submit to the building department right away. I can definitely submit any signage designs that I have from them to you guys after the meeting, but I hate to see it delayed any longer.
All right. I am going to hold you over until December 9 in hopes that.
Mr. Chair, can I ask
yeah,
a quick
Mr.
question?
Cunha, of course.
My thought process here is, if we approve the sign to size and location, but subject to a rendering being given, would that solve the solution? Would that be a solution to this? Would that solve the issue?
I think as one of the solutions, it would not require the applicant to return to us at a public hearing. We would close subject to the receipt of that, and we would have no ability to question on it. We would have to either grant or deny it. I'm open to whatever you'd like to do, Mr.
I also
Sorry?
believe the planning department would have a say after they present their actual sign, but I'm not sure. That would be Mr. Reed's forte.
At that point, the planning department would be out of it. It would just be, as Mr. Resta had indicated, just the building department.
I support that idea. I could follow up with a picture of the sign with their signage on it.
All right, but understand that either way, it's not moving you any quicker. A rendering has to be prepared, either for either as a part of a request that this board makes in its decision, or at another date. But I think what I'm hearing from my board members is they'd like to see a rendering before they issue a decision on the application. So I don't know that that December 9 is delaying you that significantly. I don't know when your CO is going to be issued. It could very well be that we will act prior to the time that that there's a CO on the parcel. I think that that this is probably the cleanest way to do it, because then we will have the ability to talk with you again once we are able to view the rendering. So then, as a result, Mr. Resta, I think that I am moving us to December 9, and as soon as you can get that rendering to us, we can have it reviewed, have our planner review it, and provide comment to you, and resolve this as quickly as possible at that hearing. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wisdom.
Really quick, I'm not finding where these signs would be placed on this site map. Do we have those locations? I could see one of them at the front up there in the near William Floyd Parkway.
I think that's specifically the one.
That's the one, right?
Yeah, that's it.
I just want to make sure that it's not a second one, because that's on Roberts Road is a very busy street too.
Mhm.
All right, I don't see it down there. All right, thank you.
All right. Again, Mr. Aresta, it's not our desire here to delay the project in any way. We'd like to see this move as quickly as possible. We are just looking for a rendition of the actual sign. So I'm hoping that we can be accommodated with that prior to the next hearing date. I'm just going to ask for the board for a motion to adjourn to December 9.
So move.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks.
And Mr. Esther, before you leave us, there certainly was inquiry from the board concerning the type of sign with a desire to see a monument sign at this location. If the applicant is open to that suggestion, may I suggest that in providing us with a rendering, you give us either you show us a monument sign rendering, or at least both of them telling us that you'd prefer one over the other. Okay,
Yeah, I'll show an elevation with the signage on.
very good. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Case numbers 9 and 10, Manjeet Upal, care of JW Consulting, PO Box 674, Quorum. Properties located on the west side of Robinson Street, not open, 490 feet north of Profera Street, not open, Center Moriches. Applicant requests division of a parcel into 2 plots, 1 and 2, requiring lot area, front yard setback, and rear yard variances for a proposed 1-family dwelling on lot 1. Lot area, front yard setback, and rear yard variances for a proposed 1-family dwelling on lot 2.
Mr. Chair, I have John Weiss for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Are you with us yet?
I'm here.
Very good, sir. Let me ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very good. And Mr. Weiss, your appearance for the record, please.
John Weiss for the applicant.
Thank you, sir. We will start with the planner's testimony.
Property is located on the west side of Robinson Street, 490 feet north of Profera Street in the hamlet of Center Moriches. The applicant is proposing to divide the 66,463 square foot parcel into 2 lots of 33,231 square feet and 232 square feet. Access to the proposed lots is intended via Robinson Street, which is not improved at this time. It is noted that in 2003, the Board of Appeals granted a 2-lot land division of the subject parcel, stemming from an application known as Dean, case numbers 24 through 26 of August 20, 2003, which has apparently expired. And the original submittal in 2003 was for 3 lots, yet the board mandated 2, and the board may wish to incorporate the minutes from the prior application. Despite the fact that the approval was 17 years ago, the underlying zoning was A1 residence as it is today, and there have been no substantial change in the locale according to aerial photographs. And number 28 and number 30 Robinson Street, located to the south of the subject parcel, were improved after the 2003 grant and are on smaller lots at 15,500 square feet and 21,500 square feet respectively. Further, Robinson Street is not improved at this time, and there is a road improvement on file with the Planning Division. Its staff was unable to confirm whether same was approved. And should the board look favorably on the application once again, staff recommends that it be subject to an approved road improvement plan for Robinson Street, as well as other mitigation which were originally imposed in 2003. As per SEQA, the application is an unlisted action with the negative declaration recommended.
For the record, then, that is the testimony of the board's planner, Christopher Reed. Mr. Weiss, what would you like to present here?
The applicant bought these properties a few years back. He was unaware, and his attorney was unaware, and nobody advised him that he could not put them under the same name. The properties have already been filed with Suffolk County. Everything has been done with it. Covenants have been filed and are in place. And it was an oversight on the owner's part that he put both pieces of property under his own name. I would like the minutes from the last hearing to be part of this, as Mr. Reed has indicated. And there's really nothing more. Nothing has changed on this site except the owner.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Does the board have a motion to incorporate the minutes of the prior approval?
So moved.
Motion second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Does the board have questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha.
Mr. Weiss, How are you, sir?
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, so as you stated, nothing has changed, but I do want to address the road improvement plan that Mr. Reed brought up. Is there a road improvement plan in place? Is there one going to be submitted to planning?
As Mr. Reed stated, there is a road improvement plan in place with the original property split that was done. A new road improvement plan will have to be done based upon the new ownership of the property, and that would be done at the same time, yes.
Okay, and that would be done through planning, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Cunha, is there anything further from the board? If not, does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to grant the application subject to a road improvement plan being filed in the planning department and the mitigation measures of the previous grant.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Weiss.
Have a nice night, folks.
Thank you. Board members, I think that was our first decision of the hearing, which is good.
You're welcome, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha.
Case numbers 11 and 12, Modern Age Home Builders, LLC, care of Larry Davis, 175 Oak Street, Patchogue. Properties located on the west side of Jerusalem Hollow Road, 449 feet south of Sheila Court, Manorville. Applicant requests division of a parcel into 2 plots, 1 and 2, requiring lot area variance for a proposed one-family dwelling on Lot 1, lot area and lot frontage variances for a proposed one-family dwelling on Lot 2.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to recuse.
The record will reflect that Mr. Cunha is recused from the application.
Mr. Chair, I have Larry Davis and Jennifer Leeds for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, we can see you. Can you hear us?
I can, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
That we can. Thank you. I see Ms. Leeds. I don't have video or audio yet. Let's give her a moment.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Davis, I'm assuming that you're presenting here. Was Ms. Leeds going to stay to observe and maybe add following your presentation? I'm not sure why we're not seeing her yet.
She's here just to add anything in case I missed something or there's a question that I.
Oh, you won't miss anything, I'm sure.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Let me why don't we do this? Why don't we just take your appearance for the record and take the testimony of the board's planner, and we'll see whether or not Ms. Leeds appears.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
members of the board. Larry Davis, 175 Oak Street, Patchogue, New York, for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. We'll take Mr. Reed's testimony now.
Property is
Okay.
located on the west side of Jerusalem Hollow Road, 449 feet south of Sheila Drive in the hamlet of Manorville. The applicant is proposing to divide the 110,882 square foot vacant parcel into 2 lots of 55,255 square feet and 55,627 square feet. Access to the proposed lots is intended via individual driveways from Jerusalem Hollow Road. Property is located in the A2 Residence District, requiring a minimum lot size of 80,000 square feet. And both lots do not conform to the lot area requirement of the A2 district. Parcel is also located in the compatible growth area, the Central Pine Barrens, and classified as development pursuant to Town Code and Environmental Conservation Law, Article 57, in that the proposal does not comply with the lot area requirement of the A2 district. And as such, the proposal must comply with the development standards contained in Section 85448 of Town Code, including a maximum 35% clearing for the proposed lots, and same is incorporated as mitigation should the board look favorably on the application. There are 39 improved residential lots with the same zoning within 500 feet of the subject property. 82% or 32 lots have area conformance with the application, and 8% or 3 lots enjoy lot frontage conformance. Acknowledging the conformity for area, staff notes all of the improved lots in the 500-foot radius were developed with the underlying zoning being A1 residence with one exception. Lot 8 benefited from a zoning board action in the name of Martz, case number 7 of June 21, 2000, having 31,371 square feet of lot area. This area was upzoned to A2 residence in 1989. With regard to frontage, staff notes 2 zoning board actions approving flag lots. First is in the matter of Rubel, case number 38 through 40 of March 10, 1993, and depicted as lots 10, 9, and 16. The others are depicted as lots 2 and 18 on the radius map, stemming from an application known as Miller, case number 55 and 56 of December 13, 1989. As such, staff found no evidence of board action granting land division applications requiring area variances with the underlying zoning of A2 in place. The board should be cognizant that Lot 5, adjacent to the subject parcel to the east, is similar in size and configuration as the subject parcel at 2.5 acres, which may be susceptible to similar relief. As previously noted, the lots are intended to be served by individual driveways, and there may be an opportunity to share access. And as such, staff referred the matter to the Division of Traffic Safety, although no comment was received to date. And just as an aside, staff has received written comment from Traffic Safety, which indicated there are no issues for 2 individual driveways. As per SEQA, the application is an unlisted action with a negative declaration recommended.
Mr. Davis, and those are the comments of the board's planner. I don't see Ms. Lead, so I'm trusting that it's your job to present today.
Mr.
It's
Chair,
just me.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Vega.
I have notification from Ms. Leeds that she is here to observe only.
Very good. So then, Mr. Davis, what would you like to tell us here on behalf of the applicant?
Well, Mr. Reed pretty much laid out the entire application, and I appreciate him doing that. As he indicated, out of the 45 lots that are within the 500-foot radius, there are 4 lots that are of a different zoning classification. They are part of Greenwood Village, so I assume that he took those out of his conformity report. And then there were 2 vacant lots, so that left his 39 improved lots within the area. As he indicated, 82% of those lots conformed to the proposed lot area application. He did indicate there were 2 other flag lots that were approved by the board in previous years. We're asking that the board look favorably on this application. We are presently just an approval away from Health Department. If zoning board were to see to grant this application, Health Department has approved this application subject to a negative deck under SEQA. If the board has questions, I'd be more than happy to take them at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Questions from the board? And
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
you can hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Bergson.
Larry, how are you?
I'm very well. How are you, Mr. Bergson?
I'm good. So the only issue that I think hasn't been addressed by you is Chris's concern with respect to the fact that we have not, at least in this area, granted an application with respect to A2 zoning for a subdivision. And
I believe that, I'm sorry, Mr.
Go ahead. No,
I
go ahead.
believe that is because of the fact that there are so few vacant lots left. As I indicated, there are only 2 within this entire radius map available that are left after this lot. So I would assume that is why you have not had any applications under the A2 zoning, other than the March case, which was number 7 of June 21st, year 2000, which was for a single lot within the 2-acre zoning that was granted. It was a 3/4 acre piece of property that was granted approval by this board.
Okay, so then the remaining question is with respect to the single driveway issue or the double or 2 driveway issue. Is there an opportunity to do this as a shared driveway?
Mr. Bergson, I think Mr. Reed already addressed this. Highway had no issue with coming out with 2 separate driveways.
Okay, I'm sorry if I missed that comment by him, but all righty. I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Mr. Davis, I know that in your presentation, you pointed out that that the planner's review indicated 82% conformance in terms of lot area, but I think more significantly was his opinion and comment that, and not opinion, but fact that that those lots were developed in a different zoning classification, in the A1 zoning classification, not in the more restrictive A2.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have to question something of Mr. Reed. In his report, he said the area was upzoned to A2 in 1989. I'd like to know when in 1989, because this board granted a flag lot subdivision on December 13th in 1989, which is at the very end of the year. So my question is, that could have been approved under A2 zoning.
Yeah, I don't have the specific date in 1989 when the upzoning occurred, but in review of that application, it was filed under A1.
I think the thrust of the discussion we've had thus far is you've indicated that the board may have not, due to the limited number of parcels in the area, the board may not have seen an A2, a request for a lot area variance from an A2 parcel. In fact, along Jerusalem Avenue or Jerusalem Hollow Road, there have been several, and I know, sir, that you've been involved in at least one of them. We had along Jerusalem Hollow, in the matter of the application of Frank Notaro, you represented the applicant. The lot sizes in that 200.
I did.
You did. In that 2013 application, the lot size requests were between 46 and 53,000 square feet in an A2 zone. The ones that we have before us today are about 55,000, certainly within the range that was the board previously considered and denied. That was fine.
Mr. Chairman, that was a completely different application in a completely different zoning
But
area.
it's an A2 zone, right? Just right along Jerusalem Hollow Road.
I understand that, and that was in an undeveloped area. This is in a highly developed area where you have conforming lots all around this application in comparison to the Notaro case, which is not even on this radius map.
But in terms of the board's consideration of lot area relief from the A2 zone and along Jerusalem Hollow Road, I mean, I mentioned Frank Notaro, you were personally involved in that back in 2002. GAD Development Incorporated. Now, we referenced that decision in the Notaro decision. Both instances, though, there were lot area requests from the A2 classification. In fact, what GAD sought in 2002 was lots between 45,000 and 58,000 square feet. Again, the same range that you're proposing here. 2 prior applications this board denied. So I'm not certain.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and if you remember, if you remember, the Notaro case was decided on the fact that there was a subdivision that was cluster zoned. And if you look, it's at the south end of this radius map called Green Court. And those were all built in 1 acres. And we had used those lots as conformance for our application. The board denied it based on the fact that the yield was based on 2 acre zoning. And that's how we lost our conformity, and I believe that's how we lost our Article 78. This case is completely different because the conformity within this area was all built under A1. They're all A1, they're all 1 acres, and they all conform to the application in lot areas that we are proposing here today. In fact, if you want to go outside the radius map, to the northeast, there were flag lots they would have approved, and I would say that those lots would probably be more in my favor with 1 acre or 1 1/4 acres than what you are referring to with the Notaro case.
Can I ask you, town records indicate the owner of this parcel as it's Zyrsk, Z-Y-R-S-K. Is
No,
that individual still the owner?
It was Robert Zisk. Robert Zisk was an attorney who passed away, and Modern Age Home Builders has purchased this property, and they are the owners of record.
And as of, when was the purchase? Was it 2008, 19, 20? 2020? All right. Is there anything else you wanted to add, Mr. Davis?
No, Mr. Chairman, again, what we are proposing conforms to the community, the general character and nature of this area. It is not a detractment to the area. We agree to comply with the mitigation measures of the Pine Barrens, the compatible growth area of the Pine Barrens, as far as clearing and as far as whatever regulations Mr. Reed has indicated on his mitigation measures. This is a very straightforward application that should be approved based on conformity, based on the application. If you look at the lots surrounding this parcel, they are much smaller than what we are proposing, especially to the south. You have the 3 lots on Jerusalem Hollow, which are all less than 1 acre. And then on the southern end of Jerusalem Hollow, you have 3 lots that are, again, much smaller than what we are proposing.
Because they were developed under the A1 zoning classification.
And they're not A1 lots.
Had they been
They're smaller
developed
than
under the
A1.
A2 zoning classification, I could see that in support of this application. Because they're not, I don't see it as support.
Mr. Chairman, no. If you look at number 35 on the map that's on the screen, that lot was granted a variance, A2 zoning. It is 0.79 acres.
And was that a land division
by
request?
this board.
Was that
It
a
was
land
not a
division
land-
request, or was it a single lot that was
It was a
that
single
was
lot,
surrounded
Mr.
by
Chairman.
developed lots? Okay, well, I mean, that's the point. So previously, we heard testimony that the grant of this application would create precedent for what is it, lot number 5 on the radius. But let me ask you something. The board's consideration and approval of a lot area variance at 55,000 square feet per lot don't you think would not only have a precedent on lot number 5, but also the board's prior actions in the same A2 zone along Jerusalem Hollow Road for the parcel that was previously brought to us under the name Notaro, and for the parcel that was previously brought to us under GAD development? And if you were representing one of those entities still, wouldn't you come back to the board and say the board has acted in a manner that it should now reconsider those applications?
No, Mr. Chairman, these are in different communities, and I happen to represent still the people that bought the Notaro property.
Why would you say
and
that
are
Notaro is in a
developed
different community? It's right outside the radius.
But it's in a different undeveloped community. This is in a highly developed community. There is the difference here, huge difference. And the Notaro property is being developed in the manner that the board granted that application. I believe it was a 3-lot.
I don't want to go back and forth on Notaro, but it sat across the street from a clustered subdivision. That was not an undeveloped area. On that side of Jerusalem Avenue, yes, but at that time you were pointing across the street. It was a developed area with an undeveloped lot, and that's what we have here.
No, there's road improvement that needs to be done on Silas Carter Road where the Notaro property is. That is different than what we have here. This is a developed community, Mr. Chairman, completely a different application than the Notaro property. And I am not aware of the GAD because I did not represent them, nor am I aware of that case.
That was Mr. Salvatore Malguanara some time ago,
Well,
2000.
my dear friend.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments on this application. If there's nothing more that you want to add, I'm just going to ask the board for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. There's a board of motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to close and hold.
Motion
So
is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Board members, it is 4:25. I recognize to all of you sitting as attendees that the 4 p.m. interval calendar was supposed to start some 26 minutes ago. I'm going to ask the board for a motion to briefly adjourn and to return at 4:50. Does the board have that motion? Motion made
So
and
moved.
seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Aye.
All right, it looks like I have a quorum. If everyone that is here is ready or okay to begin, I'll make that motion.
So moved.
So moved.
All right, motion is to resume the hearing. Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Board members, I should say before beginning the 4 p.m. calendar, we do have several requests for postponements in a moment. We'll make those motions. If anyone is here as an attendee, just take note of the date that the applications are being adjourned to so that you can return with us on that date.
All right, Marcus, can you listen to what Adam had to say about
Case number 31, Frank Grotto requesting January 13th. And from the holdover calendar, case number 37 of August 26, 2020, Albert DeLuca requesting December 9th. Number 38 of March 25th, 2020, Mohammed Iqbal, December 9th, and case number 1 of November 20th, 2019, 5G Properties requesting January 27th.
So move.
Motion made by Mr. Lindsay, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We do have a little bit of background noise. I'm not sure from where it's coming. Well, let's resume this hearing with case number 20.
Caesar and Tony Chauhan, 2 Sheffield Place, Manorville, located on the southeast corner, Sheffield Place and Wading River Road, Manorville. Applicant requests relief of buffer requirements imposed by the Board of Appeals decision of April 8th, 1998. 25 feet required along Wading River Road, 17 feet exists in area of pool equipment.
Mr. Chairman, before you start, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Mr. Bergson, welcome back.
That's very strange.
Mr. Chair, I have Tony Chauhan for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Bergson, are you, do you have the same video and audio back to yourself?
I have what would normally be expected now working right off the computer without, so that's what I meant by it's very
Very
strange.
good. Well, I had to inquire about that, but thanks
That's
for
right.
telling us. All right, we have the applicant here. I don't have a video or audio for you. If you could just do that for us so that we can fully promote you. Okay, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. I'm going to ask you just both please give your attention to the board's attorney and we will have you sworn.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, thank you. Let's just start with your names and address.
My name is Tony Chiwan
Caesar Chiwan.
at 2 Sheffield Place, Manorville, New York.
Very good. As you, I will start by saying the board is familiar with the request before it. As you are aware, the board's planner reviewed the application and we have him here to testify as to his findings. So we're going to take that testimony first.
Property is located on the southeast corner of Sheffield Place and Wading River Road in the hamlet of Manorville. Property is improved with a 2-story residence and amenities, including swim pool and 3 sheds. Property is known as Lot 1 of a 4-lot land division known as Campo Brothers, which was approved by the Board of Appeals as case numbers 3 through 6 of January 14, 1998. And the board imposed covenants and restrictions as part of the 1990 grant, including a 25-foot buffer adjacent to Wading River Road. And the applicant seeks relief of the buffer to accommodate pool equipment. It is the opinion of staff that the encroachment is minor in scope and the majority of the buffer is intact, which was likely imposed to enhance the aesthetic features of Wading River Road and to provide for certain screening for the homeowners from the heavily traveled town arterial. Staff further notes that in addition to the pool equipment, there is some additional clearing of the buffer at the southwest corner as well. It is recommended that a condition be imposed to have the applicant install 4 trees planted 10 feet off center with a minimum 3-inch caliper and consisting of either oak, pine, or maple variety or approved equal. Said trees are recommended in order to demarcate the 25-foot buffer, in order to prevent further trespass, and in order to allow it to revert naturally. And there is no objection to said relief with the imposition of those recommended conditions.
Thank you. Then that is the testimony of the board's planner for the record. Mr. and Mrs. Chouan, who would like to present initially on this application?
I guess I will, because I take care of all of this.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us?
Just that we would like to have the pool equipment stay where it is. And we are willing to do the planting of the 4 trees as considered by Mr. Reed.
Very good. Thank you. Questions from the board? Mr. Bergson, everything was working swell before, except you're on mute now.
Oh, I'm
Now
sorry.
you're back. No, you're good.
Mr. Chair.
So, how long have the pool equipment been there? When did you install it?
Since the pool was installed in 2005.
And it hasn't created any issues with the neighbors?
No, it hasn't at all.
Okay. And I see there's already some vegetation around it, right?
Yes.
And did you speak to the neighbors specifically about this?
Yeah, they're okay with it.
Okay.
They don't even see it when they're in the yard or even in their yards.
Very small.
It's a small, very small area.
Okay. I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Mr. Vega, you had started saying something. Do you have someone else wishing to speak?
No, Mr. Bergson saw the the photos that were provided by the applicant.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, then, if there's nothing further, I'll note for the record the recommended motion found in the planner's report and testimony. I'll just ask the board, is there a motion?
Move to approve the application pursuant to the recommendations in the planner's report.
Second.
All right, and just specifically, we'll take Mr. Bergson's motion. Buffer encroachment shall be limited to the pool equipment on concrete pad as depicted on the survey prepared by Robert B. Holtzman, last revised October 5, 2020, subject to the installation of 4 trees planted at 10 feet off center with a minimum of 3-inch caliper and consisting of either the oak, pine, or maple variety installed on the 25-foot buffer line at the area of clearing at the southwest corner of the parcel. The remainder of the clearing within the 25-foot buffer as indicated on the survey prepared by Robert B. Holtzman dated November 20, 2019 shall revert back to natural vegetation. This is a type 2 action. That motion by Mr. Bergson, seconded by the chair. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 21, Ashley Holmes of Long Island, Inc., PO Box 507, Port Jefferson Station. Property is located on the north side of West Meadow Road, 859 feet west of Old Field Road, Setauket. Applicant requests minimum and total side yard variances for existing one-family dwelling not built in conformance with permit number 20B126434.
Mr. Chair, I have Larry Davis for the applicant.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to recuse.
Yes, thank you. While we are promoting Mr. Davis again, the record will reflect that Mr. Cunha is recused. Larry, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes, so you can give us your appearance then, please, for case number 21.
Thank you. Larry Davis, 175 Oak Street, Patchogue, New York, for the applicant. Mr. Chairman, I understand Mr. Reed has prepared a report on this. I'd like to have it read in the record at this time, please.
Yes, of course.
Property is located on the north side of West Meadow Road, 859 feet west of Oldfield Road in the hamlet of Setauket. And the applicant seeks minimum and total side yard variances in conjunction with a two-story dwelling. And the parcel is known as Parcel 1 of a 4-lot land division approved by the board in 2018, stemming from an application by the applicant, Ashley Holmes, case numbers 2 through 4 of February 21, 2018. Minimum and total side yard variances approved in 2018 for the subject parcel was a 21.5-foot minimum and 60.7 foot total yard. And as such, the proposed endeavor is less than a foot and 5.4 feet deficient respectively of both the minimum and total side yard mandated by the board in 2018. It is noted that the Board of Appeals 2018 decision also mandated the common driveway on the east side of the parcel, which was originally proposed on the west side by the applicant. And the proposed dwelling envelope in 2018 provided for a 75-foot wide home, and the existing dwelling is 74.3 feet in width. As such, the relief appears to be associated with the orientation of the dwelling and the irregular configuration of the lot on the eastern property line. It is also noted that the lot size for the subject lot in 2018 was 29,504 square feet, and the current size is 28,680 square feet. And while also not significant, it is not clear why an area variance for the endeavor was not required as well. The application is a type 2 action.
For the record, then, those are the comments of the board's planner. Mr. Davis, we are familiar with this land division, and certainly the reasons for the relief seem to be spelled out. What did you want to add?
Again, we're all familiar with it. I think this is my third
Yes.
time on the file, as a matter of fact. The reason that we're asking for the total side yard is the initial application proposed a 75 by 40 foot rectangular. It was just an envelope of a house. As you can see, the house that's depicted on the survey in front of us, the house is about 58 feet deep. When you went back and the triangular shape of the property, you ended up encroaching on the side yard, and that's why the additional relief is necessary. I can answer Mr. Reed's question with respect to the area changing from the initial lot to this lot.
Yes.
In that when the driveway got moved from the west side of the property to the east side of the property with the jogs in it, it took up some of that lot area. So the lot really didn't change. The driveway took up that difference in lot area, and that's why we're asking for the relief that we're asking for today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Mazzarella.
Yes. Hey, Larry, how are you?
Very well. How are you doing?
Good. I'm doing well. So
Good.
I guess being it looks like the subject here is the driveway that kind of cut a little bit away from that area. I'll just really ask a question in regard to the driveway because I really don't see anything else that could be problematic here. But I do notice that the driveway, of course, being a shared driveway, what is it? Shared by 3 other lots, is that?
3 other lots, that's correct. This was part of a 4-lot land division.
Okay, so my only question of concern at this point would be the driveway in and of itself. Has there been any problems historically with the shared drive at all?
Not since it's been installed. In fact, my client did a great job as far as providing screening with the neighbor to the direct northeast of them. And there's been no complaint from them. It's worked as well as we could have ever have asked.
Mr. Chair. It seems I have a speakers.
Thank you. Mr. Mazzarella, was there anything further?
I have nothing further unless there's someone that wants to speak. I'd be happy to listen, but other than that, my concern was the functioning of that drive. And if that looks good, then I have no further question.
Thank you. Was there anything further from the board at this point? All right, we do have speakers on the application. Mr. Vega, if you could bring them all up at once, please.
Mr. Chair, I have Todd Puckett, and that's far as of right now, all I have is him.
All right, I did see Mr. Puckett raising his hand previously. So, Mr. Puckett, it looks like we are promoting you. I see that you've taken your audio off. Just need to put your video on.
Okay,
Very good, sir. We can see you now. Can you hear us?
yes, I can.
If you could just please give your attention to the board's attorney so we can have you sworn.
Todd Puckett, 3 Cricket Hollow Road. Talking.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear.
Mr. Doyle, thank you.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes,
Very good, sir. And you've just given us your address as 3 Cricket Hollow Road. Is that correct?
yes,
And that 3 Cricket Hollow, if we're looking at the aerial now, is the residence adjacent to the shared common drive. So we now see that your location. What did you want to tell us here?
No.
I may have been the neighbor referred to regarding the privacy aspect of this discussion, planting the trees along the border. If not, I am still bordering this property, and I had asked in the last zoning variance hearing to have a uninterrupted row of natural vegetation planted along my property line to give us some privacy. We're exposed to this development on 2 sides. We've endured a lot of construction noise and dust, weekend mornings of it. The house that we're talking about is very large, very close to us. It looms over us. It's rather jarring. And I would like the board to reconsider this request that they plant a uninterrupted line of vegetation to give us some privacy from this ongoing development. There's still 2 properties that have yet to be developed. So we have a long way to go with this.
All right, sir. Thank you for those comments.
I
Mr.
should add,
Davis?
if I may.
Yes, Mr. Puckett, go ahead.
I just want to add, the developer did plant a few trees along the property line, to his credit. I do thank him for that. But that doesn't achieve what I'm asking for.
All right. Mr. Davis, did you have responsive comments?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify something. I think when you introduced Mr. Puckett, you said he was abutting the common driveway. He's on the other side. He's west of the property.
So I see Cricket Hollow Lane. I see number 3, and it appears as though the common driveway runs behind his parcel.
Okay, is he the
I
second
don't
lot
have the
then?
geographic direction though.
Okay, I see which lot he is. I understand.
It runs along my property.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I remember Mr. Puckett originally, and
Yes.
part of the reason that the common driveway is where it is because of his objection. So we moved the common driveway pursuant to the board request, which was granted. We have done screening. We have done everything that's been asked of us. To require additional screening is really not necessary for the relief that we're asking for today. The fact that we do have to build a couple more houses is something that we are going to have to do. And it's just part of the development of the property.
All right, Mr. Davis, can I ask, and again, it's not this board's normal practice to require any sort of screening between residential parcels. And we certainly know the construction of parcels results in the complaints that we've heard Mr. Puckett just make. The original decision that was issued by the board, did it require some sort of screening between 3 Cricket Hollow Road and the common drive? I don't have it before me. I don't actually recall.
No, I don't believe it did. I have a copy of the decision here, so let me just take a quick look
Thanks.
at it.
No, take your time.
No, Mr. Chairman, there were no requirements. We, on the easterly side where the common driveway it has been installed from West Meadow Road, we did a screening for that neighbor. That was an agreement my client made directly with the neighbor. It was no requirement from the zoning board that we had to install any screening. And I would truly just ask that we get the relief that we're granted, that we're asking for here today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Puckett, I'm just searching for you on my Zoom line of people. At this point, it's growing. Sir, you have your property line abuts two different areas. One is this parcel, and the other half abuts the common driveway. When you reference that you desire more screening, which areas are you referencing of those two, or both?
Of the two, I'm talking about the property that we're talking about.
It's so your rear property line that's adjacent to this property and not the common driveway.
Yes, that's right.
And can I ask you, did the development of the parcel create any affect at all the vegetation at the property line? Or was there no vegetation and some
Well,
was
yeah, we're
added?
very
I'm sorry, I don't live there, so I'm just relying on you to help me through.
I don't know how to answer the question. I mean, a lot of trees were chopped down and hauled away in dumpsters, but some dead ones were left in back that they wouldn't cut down and should have. Yeah, I would say the construction altered.
All right, but and
things
I'm just
along our
trying to get a
property
better
line.
understanding. You said a continuous line. Does that mean to us that there was a line of vegetation put in, but you wanted a continuous line, meaning it filled in?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
I know that.
Especially where right along the property line that we share with this property. I mean, we look right into the backyard of that house now.
All right. I don't know that I'm hearing that there's any violation of the decision previously issued from the board.
Mr. Chairman, I asked for it and you didn't grant it. You kind of ignored it. I'm asking again.
Oh, well, I'll
could
let you
be
know
done.
that everything that was said, including all of your testimony, was considered by the board at the time the board issued a decision. Please don't believe that that this board ignored anything. And we're considering your testimony this evening. I'm just
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Davis.
if I might.
Yes.
I'm looking at the as-built survey in front of me right now. We were allowed 70% clearing of the lot. I'm showing what was cleared. There's a clearing buffer on here. And I can tell you that anything against Mr. Puckett's property certainly has not been touched. All we did was an area around the house. In fact, we've only cleared 50% of the parcel, even though we're allowed a 70% clearing, and none of it went back into the area where Mr. Puckett resides.
I mean, my guess is that the house is tall enough or big enough that this is a view that is different from what previously occurred, and I understand that is that occurring with new construction. I just was more interested in whether or not there was a violation of the board's prior decision. I'm not hearing that there was one.
No.
All right. Does the board have anything further on the application? If not, I'll ask for a motion.
Close and hold, Mr. Chair.
Motion by Mr. Mazzarella to close and hold. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thanks. Have a good night, everyone.
You too.
Case number 22, Robert Arnold, 415 Pipe Stave Hollow Road, Miller Place. Property is located on the northeast corner, Pipe Stave Hollow Road and Pipe Stave Hollow Road, Miller Place. Applicant requests certificate of existing use for two one-family dwellings on one parcel.
Are we hearing this now or is it being delayed?
Mr. Chair, I have Diane Moshe for the applicant.
Very good.
Mr. Chair, I stay recused.
Thank you. The record should reflect that Mr. Cunha is recused for application number 22 also.
Hello.
Yes, Ms. Moshe.
Hi.
How are you? Can I just ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn?
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Standing. All right, then your appearance for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Diane Moshe, D&I Expediting Services with offices located at 779 Horse Block Road in Farmingville. Before the board today, seeking a certificate of existing use for an existing single-family dwelling and a detached barn with attached carriage house with 2 apartments located in it that pre-exists 1959. We're on the corner of Pipe Stave Hollow Road, located in Miller Place.
Mr. Chair, I apologize for interrupting. I have a Rupert Hopkins indicating that if Mr. Moshe needed him, he is there for.
That's great. I am going to need him. He has some pertinent knowledge to help provide proof to the existence of the structures and the use of the structures. So thank you. So just to continue, and if you want, we can bring Mr. Hopkins in. This property is located on the U.S. Department of the Interior National Register of Historic Places. There is a document that I have forwarded to Ms. Riccardi. I am remiss, I thought it had been forwarded earlier. I don't believe that it has, but just to highlight, it talks about that the 2-story structure was constructed in 1770 and updated to a Federalist style in the early 19th century. It goes on to give the history of the property and how it was used through the years, but more recent, prior to 1959, which is what we're trying to prove for the existence of the certificate of existing use. You can clearly see on the aerials, now that aerials are so available to us, that the structures themselves have in fact existed in their configuration prior to 1959. We can see that very clearly on the aerials. Mr. Hopkins is from the Hopkins family that originally settled here, and I'll let him give you a little bit of history of the property, and he can speak to the use and the continuous use of the property to address the board. But before we bring him on, I just want to see if the board has any questions.
Thank you. Let me just state that I see a number of persons raising their hand in the Zoom platform. We will call everyone wishing to speak on the application once the presentation is made. Are there questions from the board at this stage? Ms. Moshe, I will state for the record that I have a number of documents that were submitted regarding the application that the board members do not have, and I will need to get them the applications. While the record will reflect that Mr. Cunha recused, I am abstaining from the vote on the application, so it's important that they get them. I want to be specific though, and just in terms of trying to chair the hearing. Looking at the building denial and speaking specifically to this structure, it indicates the first floor of the structure, 40 by 23, 1-car garage with studio apartment, and second story carriage living space, and then the 32 by 40 barn. Is that, if we were going to generally describe the sections of the structure itself, is that generally accurate?
So you have the 2-story, 1-family dwelling located on the property, and then you have the barn and the carriage house. And the carriage house consists of 2 living areas, just to be simplistic about it.
Yes.
And that's referred to as the carriage house. There's a living space on the first floor, and then there's a second floor living space apartment. And the barn is storage as far as I know, and there is used as a garage as well.
So the barn the denial has is 32 by 40. Is that accurate? That's what your survey shows us.
Yes. Let me just.
And the first floor of the 2-story frame dwelling that's attached to the barn that's referenced on your survey, that's on the first floor, half garage, half studio apartment, and the second story is your carriage house. Is that what we're looking at?
That's absolutely correct. Yes, that's.
All right. So that being said, and with I didn't hear questions from the board. What else? How else did you want to present?
That I've submitted the document from the U.S. Department of the Interior's and talks about the fact that this property is in fact on the National Register. And I think Mr. Hopkins can enlighten you as to some of the history and the use of the property. And I think he has personal knowledge, so it's going to come much better from him than from I. So if we want to bring him forward, so.
Thank you. We'll do that now.
Okay.
There we go. So can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, sir. Let me see if I can see
Can you see me?
I'm looking. Hold on. There's a number of persons now up as
All right.
participants.
Did I not? I might not have activated my camera. Let me just.
Yeah, I'm not seeing.
He's on.
Oh, yes, sir. I can see you now.
Okay, great.
All right, Mr. Hopkins, let's just, I'll ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
Sure.
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you.
I do.
And your name and address, sir.
My name is Rupert Hopkins. I live at 427 Pipestave Hollow, Miller Place. That's the property just to the north of this property, as you see in your photo.
Yes, sir. We see that. And what did you want to tell us specifically?
I thought I'd give you just a little bit of color to it. I'm born in 1951, and I've lived next door to that farm my entire life. And the house is, as Diane mentioned, was built by my forefathers. I thought maybe I'd just give you a little simple history and live some context to why it's on the National Register. My family arrived here aboard the Mayflower in 1620. In 1680, they were among the founding families of Shelter Island until Samuel Hopkins moved to Brookhaven Town in 1759 and settled on that piece of property. Just for way of local color, he was also a Brookhaven Town constable and tax collector. But I guess the important thing is my family's roots have been there ever since. I know that over the years, a number of people have lived there. The house has been continuously occupied. My grandfather complained that by the turn of the century, there were too many people there. I don't know how many there were, but they had a 12-hole outhouse. So they had quite a few people there. But in any case, the family built a house next door where I grew up. And as far as I know, the barn and the carriage house have always had some sort of dwelling there. In the 50s, as a small child, I know that Dr. Clayton at the time had a groundskeeper. You know, as a kid, I was more interested in the basset hound that lived there than on the groundskeeper and his living arrangements. But I assure you, there were people living there. By the time I was in high school, the farm had passed to an author. His mother and her nurse occupied the carriage house at the time. And then the house subsequently passed to Bob Arnold. I guess I just want to say he's been a wonderful neighbor. He's saved this piece of American history from the decline it suffered under the previous owner. It's been an honor to know Bob. I'll miss him dearly when he moves. That house and barn, as I said, they've been occupied all my life by a variety of humans and farm animals. And Bob acted more as a curator to preserve the rich history of the early days of Brookhaven. I owe Bob a debt of gratitude for preserving the legacy of my family in Brookhaven Town. And in some ways, I wish we would have a town board to declare a Bob Arnold Day to celebrate this as part of the passage of this application for variance. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, sir. Questions or comments from board members? All right then. Ms. Mojang, what else did you have for us?
I think that pretty much covers it. You know, we have demonstrated that on the aerials. We can see clearly that the structures have existed prior to 1959. I don't think there's any question to that. And with the document that I've submitted to the board, as well as Mr. Hopkins' testimony, we provide consistency of use of the property since prior to 1959, although he was a little young in 1959, but does have recollection and personal family history of the property. I don't believe that there's any reason to believe other than what our application asks for.
Thank you, Ms. Moshe. Is there questions from the board? I'm not hearing anything.
Nobody.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lindsay.
Oh, there we go.
Hi, good evening, good evening. So
Good
how,
evening.
how long is the people owned the property? And how long have the house has been there?
The houses have been there since 1770. And the Mr. Arnold has owned it, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Hopkins, you can tell me, I think from the 1970s.
Yeah, it seems right.
From the 1970s. Okay, I'm a little familiar with the. Mr. Hopkins, so you're familiar with the property since about 1959?
Well, I lived there since 1951, but I was a little kid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Giving you to recall. Hi.
Sure. I played there all the time growing up. It was a wonderful piece of property adjacent to mine.
Okay, and is it the same family? Do they still live there or they rent the property?
I don't understand the question. In 1950s, it was owned by Dr. Clayton. He was a dentist from the.
No. The question was, does Mr. Arnold still live there on the property?
Oh, yes.
Okay, that's and what do they do with the carriage house?
Well, I think is that question to me or to Diane?
Diane.
The carriage house is still being occupied. The apartment is rented. The lower apartment, I believe, is vacant at this point for a couple of months now, but it is still occupied. So we have the single family dwelling that's occupied, and then you have the carriage house. The apartment actually is staying with the sale of the house. The tenant in the second story apartment is going to remain, and the first floor apartment, I believe, is vacant at the moment.
Okay, and the apartments are legal, correct?
Well, where before the apartments are
For us to get approved.
existing 1959, and that's part of what we're here to provide proof for. So once we have a certificate of existing use, which is what this application is about, then they will be. But I will say that they are legal because they did pre-exist 1959.
Pre-exist. Okay, then you'll go through all the formalities through here for the
Right.
state.
Right. I mean, we are talking about not your actual, house built in the 50s. We're talking about the 1700s here.
Which I think that is wonderful that they preserve that. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Is there anything further from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Lazaru.
I just wanted to ask a question. That would be, is there affidavits or something that has to be provided to other than the oral histrionics we heard from Mr. Hopkins?
Normally in support of an application, we either get live testimony or affidavits or a combination of both. In this instance, we have live testimony.
Okay.
And certainly aerials showing when the structures date back to. We do have other documents which we will be providing to the board members.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson.
So Diane, these structures are obviously, and this is a question, Revolutionary War, post-Revolutionary War period vintage?
Mr. Hopkins can answer that, but as my understanding, yes.
Has there been an inspection of these? I mean, they must be old. The aerials that the chairman referred to,
Talking
go
about
back how far?
1700s. Yeah. The aerials go back to 1947.
1947.
Mhm.
And the use of the, I guess it's the carriage house, has the apartments in it?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, and is that use goes back how far as apartments?
Well, Mr. Hopkins just stated to you that there was a groundskeeper and there was a family that had a basset hound that he recalls that resided in that carriage house, as well as the document that I've submitted to you. There was some kind of a camp that I think in the way early 1900s. The property was used for, we're going back. They have a pretty extensive history because it is on the National Register, the United States Department of the Interior National Register for Historic Places. So we can provide live testimony to prior to 1959 as to the use of the apartments, but the rest of it, we have to rely on the documentation.
Okay, so you're saying the federal government documentation provides some sort of basis for the conclusion that the apartments were legal either before 59 or before the code?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, yeah, obviously we're all on remote Zoom, so it's a little difficult to.
It is hard, and
to look at all
I'm
this.
still getting into the. I'm still getting used to trying to have everything together prior to being ready before the hearing. But you know what? I'm going to ask Mr. Hopkins to just run through a little bit more of the history because he has better personal knowledge, and this was his family's property. I believe that there was over 1,100 acres originally when they first came. South wing of one half of the story construction with the adjacent barn in 1720, purchased in 1740 by Samuel Hopkins. So it goes through the whole history of the family, where the Hopkins family originally settled in the area in 1673. The house and the barn were originally on 1,100 acres. And then it talks about, it gets into a lot of detail about the children and who the town of Brookhaven son Samuel served as a patriot in the War of Independence and married Elizabeth Woodhull Miller Place, grandson of Samuel. There's just give me a moment. If you want to bring Mr. Hopkins back to give you a little bit more detail, I think that he knows it much better than I'm able to.
Sure. Well, we could do
I didn't
that,
expect to go back that far, quite frankly. So history was not my best suit.
Diane, just to clarify one other thing, or two other things. The house closest to the structure closest to Pipe Stave Hollow Road, that's a one-family dwelling, correct?
Correct. So I just want to tell you, I found the part. It says 1939, Clarissa Clayton began to purchase pieces of the Hopkins property, finally purchasing the home in September of 1940. The Claytons used the home for 25 years as their summer residence. The following 10 years, it had two owners. 1975 to present, Mr. Robert Arnold acquired and restored the property to its current condition. Post-World War II, suburban influx to Long Island was slower to reach Miller Place. But by the 1960s, development sprawl saw disappearance of farmland. That's the closing.
All right, but that's as to the main structure, most of that, I believe, correct? I mean, the house that's closest to Pipe Stave Hollow.
Right, which is why I had Mr. Hopkins here to attest to the residences in the carriage house.
Okay, so the carriage house as it currently is configured is how many units?
Two.
Residential units, what?
Two.
Two.
So there's a total of 3 living units on the property. There's the main house, there's an upstairs apartment, and there's a studio type apartment on the first floor.
And I believe Mr. Hopkins's testimony indicates that structure had those 2 units back in at least in the 50s when he was a youngster living there.
Yes, that's correct.
I think that's what he said.
Yes, that's correct.
All
He
right.
made reference to a basset hound that he was more interested in than actually the people, and
So
that's what an 8-year-old would remember.
No, I understand. But doesn't it raise the question of whether or not the use was of it as a second 2-story family unit over there was legal during the 40s and the 50s under the existing code?
it absolutely existed. I have Mr. Hopkins. It's getting harder to get people live testimony, especially with Zoom, to have people come forward. Mr. Hopkins, if he's still on, I'm going to have him come back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still on, and I guess
great.
you know, I don't know how to say that I'm testifying on behalf of my sister, but she and I were walking this morning talking about this very issue, trying to put together our rusty memories of what was going on in the 50s. But we're probably the two surviving neighbors from that time period. I reinforce what Diane said, you know, as a child, I was more concerned about the animals than who was living where. The family has had a rich history in Brookhaven. That's what's called a saltwater farm. We have photos of running a fleet of ships out of the creek alongside the farm, as you can see in the aerial photos. I have photos of the barn and the farm equipment. I don't think anybody kind of has photos of the living quarters outside of the main part of the house. But,
I do have a couple of photographs, but listen, if you'd like to send your planner or somebody over to take a look at the house and to walk through it, you're more than welcome to, because I am sure that the walls could speak. You could see that it's quite old. Just the construction of it and the plaster and whatnot.
Ms.
I
Mojay,
have nothing further right now. I mean, I would like to see that the material that you were reading from.
I emailed it to Ms. Riccardi a little bit earlier, late on that's on me. I apologize.
No, not at all. That's not the issue.
and we have the documents. We will provide them to all
Right.
all of the board. If then maybe what I'll do whatever you would like. I can hold over until December 9. We can certainly send the planner out there to give the board an idea of what that is, if you think that would help.
I don't have an issue with that. If you think that it would help your decision making, that is absolutely acceptable to us. However, I do want to say that if you found it in your purview to make a decision, there is a pending sale on this. This has been a very lengthy process. So maybe we could explore, or you can explore in your executive session, however you want to handle it, that maybe if you decided to grant it, you could grant it subject to inspection of your planner. And then if there's anything that raises a red flag, then, you know, we could reopen or something to that nature.
All right. Do you have is there a closing scheduled or a timeline under which the applicant is?
We're trying to get through the process to a point where the buyers are comfortable to close and know that they're not going to have an issue with the legality of the structures and its use. So I'm sure you could understand that.
Very good. I do. Mr. Lindsay, go ahead.
I think we're going to close and hold under my suggestion, but I feel Diane has given us more than adequate enough testimony going back to 1720. Mr. Hopkins from 1951. I'm sure if these houses are from 1720, they're not disturbing the houses and doing anything that would go against what the code or the zoning board would disagree with. I feel pending sale of this house. I just feel it was a great testimony given by Diane and Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Doyle.
I know there was an offer to have the house inspected. You could hold it over just for that inspection, but not have them come back and close it like in a period of time, and then submit those into the record and close the record down. You do that, so then they know to come back.
I think alternatively, the point is I can close subject to the inspection, and if the inspection was done within the next several days, this board could issue a decision prior to December 9. I'm good with whatever the board wants to do. I'm hearing that from the applicant. I also know that could work within the way the board operates. I am not a voting member on this application, though I do have 5 board members. So I don't want to waste too much time here, but I guess who was the initial questioner on this application? Mr. Wisdom?
Mr. Lindsay.
Yes.
Mr. Lindsay.
Oh, Mr. Lindsay.
All right. Before we go there, Mr. Reed, was there any further comment that you had?
Yeah, with regard to this inspection, my inspection is more of a personal reason because I'm sort of a history buff. I don't have necessarily the building department background to really make a determination on whether or not these apartments, in terms of building materials and the like, would meet code requirements. So I just want to put that for the record.
I just should also add, Diane, if I could, I think that the age of the structures has been established. It's their use, and I don't know that that an inspection by the planner would hurt, and to the extent that it could identify the living areas, so that when the board elected to make a decision, it could be very specific about what it was.
That's fine. It's not going to meet
Planting.
today's code anyway. We're talking about structures that pre-exist any of the building codes and whatnot anyway, which, you know, quite frankly, they're probably built better than anything else. You know, they've lasted this long, so.
I will also say, and Ms. Recordi just reminded me that the building department has conducted several inspections of the structure, which led to, I guess, the application before us, so that we have those inspection reports, and we can certainly provide them to board members.
Right. And there's an accessory structure we have to permit. So they have been to the house, and also when they listed on the National Register, they do inspect the house as
All
well.
right. Let me then just do this. If there's nothing, Mr. Lindsay, did you have anything quick to add? I don't want to cut anyone off.
Yes, Mr. Chair, with the inspections, was there anything alarming that went up on this? I don't understand it.
No, I don't know that there is. I don't know that, and I believe that's not the case. However, we have those reports. We'll provide them to board members. I'm going to ask the board for a motion to close on the application, subject to any inspection, the reasonable inspection of the structure that the board may ask for through Ms. Moshe's office. And all of the documents that we have will be provided to everyone, so that we can, if we have a decision, we can move on it. All right. So can I have that motion, please? A motion to close, subject to the potential inspection.
So we're going to have inspection go out, Mr. Chair, on top of the motion?
That would be based upon the board's determination once deliberating. Motion, I think Mr. Wisdom was making that motion. Mr. Lindsay, did you want to second it?
Yes.
I seconded it.
Oh, Mr. Bergson, I'm sorry. So then, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay.
Case number 23, Turnkey Inc., 248 Route 25A, East Setauket. Properties located on the south side of Long Island Expressway, South Service Road, 50 feet west of the Plaza, Ronkonkoma. Applicant requests lot area, front yard setback, and rear yard variances for proposed one-family dwelling.
Mr. Chair, I have John Zolo for the applicant.
Mr. Zolo is back.
I also have Paul Solsi for the applicant. And I have somebody under the name of Turnkey.
All right, then, Mr. Zolo, there are a number of individuals, someone under the name of Turnkey and the individual that Mr. Vega just named. Do you want them up with you, or are you the only one presenting?
I'm the only one presenting. Paul Solsi, I work together on, he files the applications, and Turnkey is the contract vendee, the applicant.
All right, then welcome back. Let's take your appearance as attorney for the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Zolo, 12 Manor Road, Smithtown, New York. On behalf of the applicant, Turnkey, on this application.
Thank you. Mr. Zolo, we have Mr. Reed with us, and he will testify as to his findings on the application.
Thank you.
Parcel is located on the south side of Express Drive, 50 feet west of the plaza in the hamlet of Ronkonkoma. The applicant proposes to erect a single-family dwelling on the 7,167 square foot parcel with access intended via the Long Island Expressway Service Road. And the property is located in the C Residence District, requiring minimum lot size of 9,000 square feet, and the lot does not conform to the underlying zoning requirement. There are a total of 52 improved residential lots within the 500-foot radius. 2% or one lot enjoys lot area conformance, which does not conform to the surrounding development pattern. Turnkey appears to be a contract vendee of the subject parcel. With regard to the request for the front yard setback variance, same is associated with a roof over porch. and the dwelling conforms to the 30-foot requirement. The rear yard request, however, is significant, a 43% deviation of code requirement. While it is noted that number 11 Eileen Drive enjoys a 19.4-foot rear yard, according to building department records, same is associated with a residence addition. An analysis of the lots in the 500-foot radius finds that 17-foot rear yards do not appear to be common in the locale, largely due to the fact that the majority of the lots enjoy between 90 feet and 100 feet of depth, wherein the subject parcel enjoys 70.5 feet. Staff further notes the subject parcel would be the only parcel on Dougbeth Drive which fronts on the Expressway Drive. The adjacent parcel to the south appears to be in family ownership, according to assessment records. And although the aerial photograph reveals an improvement, same has since been removed with the exception of the foundation. And the survey with the current endeavor reveals a proposed residence on this adjacent lot. As per SEQA, the application is a type 2 action, and should the board look favorably, it is recommended that it be subject to a New York State DOT highway work permit for improvements within the Long Island Expressway Service Road, as well as standard residential mitigation.
For the comment, then those are for the record, then those are the comments of the board's planner, Mr. Zolo. What presentation did you have for the board?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, and once again, Mr. Reed's report really covers everything. This is, I represent Turnkey Inc., which is contract vendee. The property fronts on the South Service Road of the LIE, and we're looking for the three variances for the lot area, for the front yard setback and the rear yard setback. We're proposing to get approval to construct a modest two-story house on the first floor will be 768 square feet. On the second floor will be 492 square feet. The property just to this south is currently there's a foundation there. There had been a home there that would be 19 Dougbeth. That was a model home that was by Emmy Homes. And this is a separate tax lot. Interestingly enough, we already have health department approval for this. We got that on August 12, 2020. It's a difficult area and it's a strange area because you have the plaza to the east, which has that cul-de-sac and some open parcels of open space over there to the east. And then you have the lot immediately to the west has a looks like a large backyard. But we have two separate parcels. My client's in contract to buy the front parcel that fronts on Dougbeth and also the back parcel that fronts on the South Service Road. And I just, as I looked at this property, it's a strange area. And since this is a separate lot that in a C zone with 9,000 square feet, as I look around, you try to find conformity, but it's a peculiar layout because of the frontage on the South Service Road. So it's an unusual location. It's C zoning. I don't think the variances that we're asking are that significant. Yes, for the rear yard, we're looking at relaxation of 43%, but because we have the house that fronts on Dougbeth has a house there already. This is the separate parcel in the back that would front on South Service Road. I'm just hoping that the board sees fit to recognize that's not a tremendous amount of relief that we're seeking. And because of the unique location of this property fronting on South Service Road, that a modest home that's proposed would make sense, would fit in with the surrounding properties, and the board would be willing to grant the variance requests.
Thank you, Mr. Zoll. This is an unusual piece of property. I heard the difficulty in your voice trying to present it. In part because I think of its, I guess not in part, mostly because of its location. Just give us an idea. If the house fronting on Dougbeth, which is immediately behind the lot, was the model home. This was the parking lot for the model home. So our area looks like it appears to be an asphalted parcel, a parking lot for something.
The answer, that's what I would be led to believe as well, Mr. Chairman.
And these lots were always single and separate. They were not merged.
Going back, look at the single and separate search, it appears to have merged at one point where MJ Homes had owned both parcels.
1982.
Yes.
It merged. And for how long was it merged?
You take a look at that report.
Oh, just for a couple of weeks, Ms. Ricordi says.
Okay, thank you.
The merger occurred, in essence, they were being used in conjunction with one another. One was the parking lot, one was the model home. I get concerned when I see 2% conformity to lot area when you're seeking a lot area variance, although I will concede and can recognize for the area that your request for relaxation from the lot area requirement is 20%. You have 7,167 square feet where the 9,000 is required. In terms of the front setback of the house from Expressway Drive South, we see that you're showing us 30 feet. The driveway will be less than that, so it's going to fit a car. And when the car actually begins moving backward, it's going to be into the right of way there. I don't, along this area of Doug Beth Drive, I don't see any residential structures with that proximity. I know that you don't either. I will admit to you that if we look just a little bit further, and in the plaza, there's a residence there, but that residence is accessed off of the cul-de-sac, the plaza, and not directly onto Expressway Drive South. I certainly am having some difficulty finding conformity for the request before the board. And I think the timing is kind of interesting because the model house was apparently taken down. Is that what I
Yes,
understand?
I think it was taken down several years ago, and what's there is still the foundation.
So we have a foundation and an opportunity then to join the two together again. They're both small lots, and along Doug Beth, and maybe to create some buffer to Expressway Drive South, they're all through lots, meaning the house is fronting on Doug Beth, and there is distance from the houses to Expressway Drive South, and this would be in conformity with them if these lots were developed as one. Would you agree with that?
I understand what you're saying, and I can't say I disagree. The sellers are selling this as two separate parcels. That's how they bought it, under a husband and wife's two separate names.
One of the problems is when they sell it, and after they want to sell it. Obviously, you have a contract vendee, and as a result, that you're here before the board. My guess is that there would be because of the C zone, there may be no variance required if they were utilizing both lots.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, there's no, I have no magic to give you on this. It's a difficult location, and I think it's, I always, you can't really massage this too much. It's a difficult location, unique location where the property is. But again, as what I was saying is that it was sold, the seller has it as two separate lots. We got health department approval for the lot fronting on South Service Road, and there's an existing house that was demolished with the foundation fronting on Doug Beth. So I think the county has recognized this as being two separate parcels by giving health department approval, and that's really, I think, what my strength is. I recognize the board's concern of having a driveway going onto South Service Road, but again, not in this general area, but other places along the South Service Road, there are driveways that go onto the service road. But so that's the case that I have presented to you. There's nothing else that I can really use to sway you on this. I don't think that because of the size of the lot, I don't think it's a dramatic request for the variance. And again, I'm looking at the health department recognizing this as a single tax lot because if they didn't, they would not have issued health department approval. And I have that right here on my desk.
And they issued it because the tax lot existed in the filed map.
Right. Yes.
All right. All right, thank you, Mr. Zolo. Mr. Vega, do we have speakers?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any speakers at this time.
Very good. Ms. Ricardi, do we have any communication from anyone?
No.
Very good then. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Close and hold.
That is from Mr. Wisdom to close and hold. Chair will second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Zolo. Good to see
Thank you
you.
for your time. Good night, everybody. Be well. Bye-bye.
Case number 24, Jeffrey Campo, 47 Old Saddle Road Ridge, located on the northeast corner, Madeline Road and Old Saddle Road Ridge. Applicant requests permission for proposed 966 square foot detached garage.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any speaker or representative for this case.
All right. May I speak to persons just sitting as attendees? If you are the applicant or someone that was presenting case number 24 to us, could you please raise your hand, use the chat feature, and I see a raised hand. Commissioner 92.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I promoted Commissioner 92.
Thank you. And for all of you waiting as attendees, first of all, thank you for your patience and waiting to be heard. But secondly, it would be a very good idea if you could please rename yourself with your name and the case number so that we can identify you when the case, when we're ready to call the case. If you could do that now, we appreciate it. And I'm waiting for the commissioner.
Mr. Chair, they can also use the chat feature or the question and answer feature.
Thank you. All right, then it appears as though you've unmuted yourself. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Very good. Could you start your video, please?
Sir, let me see it about.
Very good. I think you've done it.
Okay.
Um,
I'm on.
yes, and I'm looking for the box. There's a number of participants here now, and sir, I can see you. Very good. You're able to hear us?
Yes, sir, I am.
Very good. Can I ask you to give your attention, please, to the board's attorney to be sworn?
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, sir.
Very good. Can we please start with your name and address?
It's Jeffrey R. Campo, 47 Old Saddle Road in Ridge.
Thank you, sir. You are here for permission for an oversized garage. What would you like to tell us specifically?
Yes, what I'm looking to do is put up a garage, as you stated, 966 square feet. I understand that's over the normal size, and I'm looking for a variance to do that on the back portion of my property. It's detached, obviously.
Yes, thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha.
Good evening. How are you, Mr. Campo?
Very good, sir. Thank you.
Okay, let's start with first, how large is your parcel?
1 acre.
1 acre. It's pretty rare in Ridge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, and I see that where you're proposing the garage is 21 feet from your neighbor, but that is a vacant lot. Is that correct?
No, sir, it's not. That's the rear portion of number 45, which is also an acre parcel.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just don't see the structure on our aerial. Okay. Secondly, the other question is why so far and why behind the fence?
Well, I put it 21 feet off the property line because I thought that was what was required. That's up to discretion or whatever you can recommend. It can be less, it can be more.
I'm sorry. I meant I misspoke, or I didn't speak clearly. I meant why so far back in the property?
Oh, well, I have the that backyard where you see that post and rail fence that's going across.
Yes.
That was there when I purchased the property. This was a 3 acre lot before, which was a horse property. They had several horses on the property. So that fence was there, which is going to be moved after I put the garage in. It's used now. My dogs stay in that back area, but I'm going to put the fence back a little further.
Okay, and how do you plan on accessing the garage?
I can access it off of Madeline Road, which was, if the variance was granted, I have to request permission from the highway department then for another entrance, to drop down a apron.
Yeah, because you have two as of now, correct?
I do, sir, yes.
Okay, and and you wouldn't be in the back of that. The aerial showed it was pretty vegetated. You would just be clearing enough just to access the garage, correct?
Yes,
to
sir.
build the garage.
Currently, where I have it displayed where I drew it in on the survey where we're talking about, there's direct access from Madeline without moving trees. There's already a vacant, basically
Clear
like
area.
a driveway from Madeline to the entrance of that garage that I proposed. So the only
Okay.
thing that would have to come down is just a couple trees to put the garage up itself.
Okay, so we're not clearing the whole entire back portion of the property.
Oh, no, sir. I'm a lifelong resident of Ridge. No. We
Okay,
like the woods.
you'd make enemies of some of your neighbors, I guess.
Oh, yeah, no.
Okay, now to the big question. Why so large?
So I do not have a basement in this residence, and all I have is this very small attic. So I have two antique vehicles, as well as I'm looking for some additional storage.
Okay, are you proposing any attic space in the garage?
I'm not, sir. I'm going to stay within the 14 feet.
Okay, fantastic. And the house already has a garage, I see on the survey. Is that being used as a garage, or is that just storage right now?
It's just storage right now. I just have, tractors and lawn equipment and, tools and stuff.
Okay, and are there other garages in your neighborhood similar to what you're proposing?
I do, but from what I read and following the instructions, I did this whole process on my own. They only wanted they only wanted pictures of them or reference to them if they were within the 200-foot radius, and they're just outside of that. There's a few in the area.
Okay, so there's a few in the area that just outside the 200-foot radius?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? Sir, may I ask you, I'm looking at your survey and it appears as though your lot is a lot was previously part of a land division of 3 lots. And I do see under covenants in the mitigation measures of that land division that there was a 53% clearing placed on lots 2 and 3. Your lot appears to be lot 1. And it says existing natural vegetation shall not exceed 70%. It doesn't look like to me that your lot is over cleared. I'm looking at your clearing calculations and above that, and the clearing calculations say existing 17,387 square feet, 39.91%, and then proposed using the same numbers and percentage, which leads me to believe that your garage was drawn on the survey after it was prepared. Did you make a determination as to whether or not the addition of the driveway and a garage side will affect that clearing covenant?
I don't believe it will, sir. As I stated earlier, there was horses on this property. So that area where the garage is going, right now it looks like there's maybe 7 trees that would have to come down, and a few of them are already dead. But access to that is already wide open.
All right. So you're saying the post and rail fence was not because there was clearing limitations placed on the parcel, but rather because there was previously used as a horse parcel?
There was, yes, the post and rail fence was throughout the whole piece of property as
We
well.
see
as,
it continues, yes.
Yeah, as well as the next 2 lots, because that was all, they had horses and barns and fence.
All right. So I just want to point out to you only that there is a clearing limitation on this parcel, and that ultimately you can clear more than it without either seeking relief first or resolving it once the clearing has occurred, but that would not be the recommendation. So I guess my suggestion to you is to confirm that you will not be exceeding the clearing covenant prior to any alteration
Yeah, about
that you're doing.
13,000.
Yeah, it looks like enough, but with the removal of dead trees, with the removal of some dead trees that or underbrush, we know what happens with these calculations, and to deal with an under vegetated parcel, is difficult. In terms of getting back to Mr. Cunha's question, the reason why it's 21 feet off the property line is, sir, you thought it should be there. You're saying you're going to access it off of Madeline Road?
That's correct.
All right, so that you'll need highway work permit. Well, it looks like you have more than one curb cut, but are you going to add another curb cut off of Madeline Road?
I was going to ask for permission to do that, yes.
All right, and you would do that through the highway department. That would be a condition. But getting specifically back to Mr. Cunha's question, is there any reason why it couldn't be, the garage couldn't be closer to Madeline Road?
No, it could come closer if needed be. I was under the impression that 21 feet was significant off of that line, so I was leaving myself room in front of it.
Right, the
'cause obviously when
the home appears to hold about 32.5 feet from Madeline Road. Is a setback approximately that acceptable to you if the board was moving in that direction?
That would actually cause a problem only because then it would be in the center of my backyard. And once I take that post and rail fence down, then the garage would be dead center, so it would take away from the backyard then.
It would be kind of similar to what you have now, apart from 10 feet, meaning it's either going to be toward one end or the other.
Right.
You have it toward the far end now. It would appear to me less disturbance to the parcel if it was toward the opposite property line.
Yes, yes, you're correct. It's just that it would allow me then, this way I could be able to pull into it and I'd have room in front of the garage rather than come directly right off the road, and it would be right close to that point. You know what I mean? It'd be nothing
Understood.
in front of it, you know?
Understood. Yes. Is there anything further from the board on the application?
Yes, Mr. Chair, one further question.
Yes, Mr. Cunha.
Mr. Campo, do you plan on putting a single driveway and then opening it up to a double at the garage? Or do you plan on doing a double driveway all the way through, 24 feet wide?
No, I'm not doing 24-foot wide. I just want to keep it. I actually am looking to do just gravel or not at all. I have wood chips down now in that area because again, it was a horse farm. So I don't want to put a blacktop driveway or cement or anything like that. I'm just going to have a straight run to it.
And you're saying that the most of that area was cleared as of since you bought the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. All right, no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Cunha, is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
I have some letters.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Recording.
I have 2 emails. I have one from Christine DiBattista of 12 Comoy Drive Ridge. I am a neighbor and we really don't want a large garage in the neighborhood that is supposed to be built on preserved land. They are using the preserved land as a junkyard now and it looks terrible. And then I have another email from Francis Johnson, 45 Old Saddle Road Ridge. I have no objection to the proposed detached garage. Totally support Jeff and Jacqueline Campo. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything further? If not, does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, close and hold.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman and the board, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good night.
Thank you, you too.
Sorry about the hot mic, Paul.
No, it's fine.
Case number 26, Lori Rosenzweig, 301 Parkside Avenue, Miller Place. Property is located on the east side of Parkside Avenue, 450 feet south of Pine Street, Miller Place. Applicant requests rear yard variance for proposed above ground swimming pool.
Mr. Chair, Peter Booth for the applicant.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Booth, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
I'm just going to ask you to give your attention to Mr. Doyle so we can swear you in.
Okay,
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very good, Mr. Booth. You, this is one of those shallow parcels on Parkside Avenue. You're seeking a rear yard setback for the proposed pool. Is that correct?
That's correct. 11 foot instead of the required 15. As you can see, there's really no place where the pool can actually be moved to. It's not going to have any adverse effect on the surrounding properties. The property is flat. There's no problem with drainage or anything. And all the neighbors, there are no objections to any of the surrounding neighbors. So I put it before the board. Should you have any question?
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr.
Mr. Lindsay?
Good evening, everyone. Are you removing the deck?
No, the deck is staying there. The pool is actually going to be incorporated into the deck.
Pool is going to be incorporated into the deck. I'm looking on here. I don't see any wires in the vicinity, do I?
No, there's no overhead wires at all.
Okay, it's gonna be a above ground pool?
Yes, semi-in-ground pool, yes.
Semi in-ground pool. So how high off the ground is the deck? Will it be making about 2 feet then, or?
Yeah,
Okay. All right, and you're looking for 11 feet,
that's correct.
correct? And I'm looking here because I know some of our board members like to reconfigure a lot with these pools. I really don't see another place where the pool could actually go on the property, correct?
That's correct.
Front yard pool?
I'm sorry?
No, never mind, there's nothing. Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Is there anything further from the board? I'm assuming we have no speakers and no communication.
No speakers, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, sure, I'd like to grant the application type 2 as presented. Thank you.
Motion by Mr. Lindsay, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Number 27, Edward Phillips, 119 Patchogue Avenue, Patchogue, located on the northeast corner, Patchogue Avenue and Rollins Street, Patchogue. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing detached garage, not built in conformance with permit number 20B129462. The BZA granted an 11-foot side yard on June 5th, 2019, case number 12.
Mr. Chair, I have a Frank Beta
Thank you.
for the applicant.
Sir, I don't believe that we have video or audio. If you can put those on, we'll be able to proceed.
There you go.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Sir, I can hear you. I'm just looking for your
Yes,
video.
we should have video also any minute. Do we have video?
Yep, you should be on.
They have
Can you-
video.
You have video?
Yes.
What I do is I look across 15 people. Yes, sir, I found you. You're in my third row, third row of persons. Very, very good. Thank you for waiting to be heard. Can I ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney, please?
Okay.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
All right, sir, your name and address, please.
Frank Beta, 20 Seaford Avenue, Mastic, New York. Agent and contractor for the Edward Phillips.
Thank you, sir. We do see that this detached garage was built with a setback of 9.5, where the board previously granted an 11-foot setback. Talk to us about the application.
Okay, when I originally submitted it, I had the original survey from the homeowner, and I assumed he told me he had 40 foot on that side. So we had a 24-foot garage, and I was more in the mindset of 10 foot, actually the 11 foot that you granted, so which would have gave me 35 feet, and we were going to keep it 5 foot from the house, which gave us 40 feet. But to my surprise, because on none of the surveys, we didn't have an exact measurement on that side yard, and we lost 6 inches there. And now when they measure the buildings, not like years ago, they would measure the foundation. You measure the vinyl corners, you're going to grow a couple of more inches. So what happened was we lost, we wound up with 9 foot 6 inches. And like you said, we were granted the 11. Had I picked this up and didn't have the old survey with me in my truck, I probably would have been right there. So again, we're just asking for that relief.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lazaro.
How long has that garage been in place?
About a year now. We went for variance last year.
And how many feet did you say you assumed from
40
the 40
lot.
feet from 40 feet from the side of the building to the lot line?
Correct.
Okay, and this garage is 24.3 inches wide. And the space, the access to the backyard between the two buildings is how much?
The access is 5 foot 6 inches from between the house and the garage.
And the garage, right,
The access.
right.
There's a gate there also.
I see. So bottom line is it was incorrectly placed. And you say,
Yes, I made the error.
okay. Is it just strictly a garage? There's nothing else in there? There's no workshop or
No, because
heating?
we had to go through, after that was done, we went through all the covenants and,
Yes.
which was filed with Suffolk County. And then all the paperwork went through. We had the final inspections and everything. And, it got caught up in the certificate of occupancy department. And they picked up on, we were supposed to have 11, but everything else was done.
I see. There's no heat or anything else in that? No,
No, absolutely not.
nothing that would indicate that somebody wants to live in there?
No, absolutely. Again, not, definitely not.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaru. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
I say grant the application as presented.
Motion is by Mr. Lazaru, seconded by,
Second.
I think it was Mr. Mazzarella. I'm not sure, though. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Case number 28, Joy Nazarian, care of Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Property is located on the north side of Locust Drive, 561 feet east of Clio Road, Rocky Point. Applicant requests rear yard variances for existing above-ground swimming pool and existing pool deck. Also side yard variance for existing shed located in the required side yard.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Maguanera for the applicant.
Thank you. We see Mr. Malguanera. Can you hear us?
Again.
All right, let's get you sworn. Mr. Doyle.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's start with your appearance for the record.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us here?
What we have here is just your, almost your typical Rocky Point lot, small. Pool has been there for about four to 5 years, shed as well. As you can see from the aerial, there are a lot of small setbacks in the surrounding neighborhood. Has no adverse effects. I don't believe any neighbors have any issues with it. And if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
So Andrew, the survey shows the pool. The calendar talks about a deck, pool deck, an existing pool deck. Am I missing something in terms of the survey? It says
we're asking for the above ground pool and the existing pool deck.
I see the words pool deck, comp deck, but it's not clear to me where it is in terms of.
It's around the pool. It's around the pool. It surrounds the pool. It's 34 inches off the ground. It's surrounding the pool.
But the deck itself is holding the 8 foot?
No, the pool itself is holding the 8 foot.
Okay. So the deck is another almost.
Deck is 3 feet.
So it's just over 5 feet that the setback for the deck. Is that correct?
The deck, I believe, is 3 feet from the property line.
Yeah, let me clarify. The building department denial has it as 2 feet.
2 feet. Yeah.
2 foot rear yard for the deck.
Oh, all right.
And 8 foot for the pool.
Yeah, it's tight.
Okay. All right. Then that's fine.
Yeah.
I understand that. And let's just turn to the shed then. The shed is how high? Do you know?
8 feet.
And do you know how long it's been in that side yard?
About,
Oh, it's right there,
I would say
okay.
3 to 4 years. It's standard storage shed, nothing special about it. It's
And
on
there's been no input from the neighbor, correct? I see the height on the survey now, yes.
yeah. No objections to neighbors as far as I'm aware.
I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Move to approve the application is submitted type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Case number 29, Dr. George and Jane Ruley, care of Michelle Catrali, 100 Colonial Drive, East Patchogue, located on the southwest corner, Robert Drive and Holbrook Road, Center Reach. Applicant requests front yard setback variance from Holbrook Road for existing awning over handicap ramp, height variance for existing 3.5 foot to 5 foot high fencing located within the required 30-foot radius of the apex of the intersection, Holbrook Road and Robert Drive.
Ms. Cutrelli, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Let me ask you to just give your attention to the board's attorney.
Honest, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Cutrelli. Let's start with your appearance and your presentation, please.
Michelle Quattrali, agent for the applicant, 100 Colonial Drive, East Patchogue, New York, 11772.
Thank you, Ms. Cutrelli. We are looking at the aerial at this moment. What would you like to tell us specifically about the application?
Well, I'm here requesting to maintain a 5 foot by 5 foot canvas awning, which is located over part of a handicap concrete ramp in the front yard on Holbrook Road. This property is a corner parcel. The property has a chiropractic office located on that east side of the dwelling. And this awning is basically necessary for Dr. Ruley's clients who have some physical limitations to enter and exit his office in all types of weather conditions. The awning is maintaining a 36-foot front yard setback where 40 feet is required. We believe it's a minimal request for this board to grant. We're also here for a 3.5 to 5 foot high white PVC fence within the 30-foot radius of the corner. The fence does not interfere with the traffic flow in and out on Roberts and Holbrook Road, as there are about an 8 to 10 foot grass area between the fence and the concrete road curb. There's only one 6 linear foot section that is at the 5 foot height, and it is in the middle. It's approximately 11 feet from the corner apex. The remaining 35 linear feet of fence is at the 3.5 foot height where 2.5 is required. I submitted photos for the subject parcel and to make part of the record of other parcels with similar structures. And right across the street on Holbrook Road, your lot number 3 on your aerial has the same fencing in the corner. And down the road or on south on Holbrook Road, there was another few corner parcels that I saw these on as I was strolling around. And there is also on the south side of south on Holbrook Road, you're going to see some awnings with similar setbacks. So if the board has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cutrelli. Questions from the board? And for board members, I've asked Mr. Cordy just to hold up sections of the fence. Yeah, the corner fence is basically, it just has one raised portion in the center with the chiropractic sign on it. Ms. Ricordi is going to hold it up. That may be the best view. I would bring it. Yeah. So you can see it comes from a lower to a raised section, and while you can't read the sign at this point, that's where the chiropractic sign is. I guess I should state for those of you who are still on us, photographs should come to the Board of Appeals office. Ms. Cutrelli, you didn't know this before, but I'm saying it now in PDF form via email to Ms. Ricordi and Mr. Vega, or and hard copies, so that we will then be able to put them up during the hearing for the board's consideration. We were attempting to make that change now, but since we started with the photograph, I thought I would mention it. So I apologize, I just interrupted, but I'll ask for questions from the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mazzarella.
good evening, Ms. Quattrali.
How are you?
Good. So that fence is purely I guess more of a decorative type of landscape thing, because it's just it's not really connected anywhere, right?
Correct. Yes, it's, and the parking area for the chiropractic office is behind that fence. So it's make
I
it
see.
visually pleasing.
Maybe to give some, so to give some cover to the cars off the road, so it gives you a little bit, it's more pleasing. I understand. Okay, so and the awning, do you know if that's retractable at all, or is that a permanent awning?
I believe it's a permanent awning. This is a replacement of one that was there. I believe the initial one was been there since 1996. And periodically a new one has been installed. And this is the newest one, which is a few years old.
Okay, and the fence, do you know how long that's been there?
Probably about the same time.
Which would be, I'm sorry.
Around 1996, approximately that year when the chiropractic office started.
All right, so evidently it's there long enough that if there were any type of complaints due to site or anything else on that corner as far as traffic flow, we would have found that out by now.
Definitely.
Okay, I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzarella. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, grant the application as submitted, type 2.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 30, Kuldip and Gurdip Singh, care of Andrew Malguanera. Property is located on the northwest corner, Hawkins Road and Magnolia Drive, Selden. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing shed located in the required side yard.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Maguire for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Malguanera, you've previously been sworn. Let's start with your appearance and presentation then.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent for the applicant.
Yes, sir. And what did you want to tell us here?
Just have a small shed. Unfortunately, I recommended, the expense to do this wasn't worth it. Unfortunately, it's on a concrete slab. It according to the applicant, the type of, the way the property is sloped, it would be a hardship to move it. So he chose to go for a variance, and here we are. It has no adverse effects, and is your standard storage shed. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wisdom.
So this is not out of character with anything on the ground now in the neighborhood right now?
No, not for a shed, no.
And this shed is what? It's just lawnmowers? garden
Yeah,
tools,
just, that's it. Nothing special.
Side of it?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Have you had a moment to look inside of it or anything?
Yeah, it's basic as they come.
And I could see that there are others in the neighborhood. As a matter of fact, there's a bunch of them.
Right.
So it conforms to the neighborhood.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I do see some chat regarding the grid strategies application, which the board has not reached yet. We'll have someone respond to that chat.
Case number 32, Andrew Norman, care of Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Property is located on the north side of Colross Drive, 1,339 feet west of Halleck Landing Road, Rocky Point. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing second-story deck.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Thank you. Ms. DeVito, it looks like we have promoted you and we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
I can hear you and I can see you.
Very, very good. If you can give your attention, please, to the board's attorney.
Sure,
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, then your appearance for the record.
Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
Very good. Mr. Vito, you have a soundfront home on Culrose Drive in Sound Beach, I'm sorry, Rocky Point, second story deck, and there's a variance there for it. What would you like to tell us?
That's right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. So this is actually really a one-story dwelling. It just has a lower level that the grade of the property, there's topography on the property. And basically, we're calling this a second story deck because of that. But realistically, it really is a one-story deck and goes directly to the main level, which is the first story. So this deck is maintaining a 7.1 foot side yard setback where 15 is required because of its categorization as a second story deck. The deck was built in 2000. It's been there a while, not creating any type of obstruction or privacy issue to the neighboring property. It's really pretty straightforward, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. So you're saying that the foundation is exposed, or the basement? We see the photograph of it now. So that's a single family dwelling. It appears to be raised off of the ground in part due to topography.
That's right.
All right. And in terms of the setback suggested, is that compare favorably to the area?
That's correct. All these lots in this area are very long and narrow, and all of them, if you look at the aerial, do have encroachments into the side yard just because of how this neighborhood is configured.
And in terms of, I see where the parcel is. In terms of access, are we seeing a common driveway that's accessible by the three properties together?
That's correct.
All right. So it comes in on the parcel to the west, but it also accesses the parcel to the east of it.
That's correct. Yep. It's actually a cluster of properties that at one time functioned as like a family compound. And this is actually my client, Andrew Nauman, is I think the fourth or fifth generation to inherit this home.
All right. Thank you. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented type 2.
Second.
Motion is to grant type 2 by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Case number 33, Stephen and Judith O'Bratis, care of Andrew Malgonera, located on the west side of Gateway Lane, 753 feet west of Chapman Boulevard, Manorville. Applicant requests rear yard variance for existing pool house.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Maguire for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Malgonara, you're coming and going. Why don't you give us an appearance on case 33? Am I on mute? Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, my fault.
That's all good.
Andrew Malguinera, 713 Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you, Mr. Malgonara. What would you like to tell us here?
So we got a pool house 18 feet from the property line. Any zone but A2 would be okay, but here we are in A2. It's not a big pool house, just standard pool equipment. And if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Malgonara. Do you have photographs?
I do. What?
Are you able to display any of them for the board members?
Yes. Yes.
And after doing that, you need to submit them to us.
Sure. It's more or less a shed, but it's classified as a pool house. Is that good?
Yes, you held it up. Questions from the board.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha.
Mr. Malguinera, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Okay, so I saw the exterior of the pool house. Have you seen the interior of the pool house?
Yes, it's more or less a shed. You know, it's nothing. It's not tremendously big, especially for a pool house considered. And again, it is 18 feet from the property line. I thought it was gonna was meeting setbacks, but as we know, A2 it is not.
Now, it looks like the parcel is 44,000 square feet. So I'm assuming that this subdivision was either a cluster or it was an actual acre zoned lot at one time. Is that correct?
Yes, you're most likely correct. Yes.
Okay, so and now it has been upzoned, and that's where you have the issue with the A2 on the 18 feet.
Correct.
Okay, interior, what's in there? Do you know? Bathroom, showers?
No bathroom, just standard storage. Yeah.
Storage.
Changes. Correct. Correct.
Okay, no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 34, Kelly Munnelly, care of Woodhull Expediting. Property is located on the west side of Fredello Street, 100 feet south of Canal Street, Port Jefferson. Applicant requests rear yard and side yard variances for proposed in-ground swimming pool.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. DeVito?
Amy DeVito for the applicant, Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
Thank you. Talk to us about the variance for pool.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we were before the board on September 23rd for a clearing limit wherein there was a 90% clearing limit on the property and we were requesting 100%, which was granted. The purpose of that application was to then follow that up by applying for a proposed pool in the rear yard. The rear yard is only 34 feet wide. It does not leave much room to put a pool really anywhere. We placed it where it is in an effort to keep it away from the exterior staircase that leads out of the home into the backyard. You can see that on the survey. And, while we do realize that this is a close encroachment for a pool, the entire block behind this particular home is undeveloped. And not to say that it can't one day be developed, but at the current moment it is undeveloped. The road is actually not even open. So we don't feel that this would create any type of impact on the neighboring properties. As part of the clearing limit grant, it was stipulated that the fence would be moved onto the property line, which will be taken care of as part of the pool permit if the board is so moved to grant the application. We would be installing the fence onto the property line and make sure it's to code for the purposes of the pool. I did submit to Ms. Ricciardi some similar grants in the neighborhood for pool encroachments, if the board wanted to take a look at those, and there are the pictures there. You can see the staircase I was talking about and the patio. So we were trying to keep the pool shifted away from that so that it didn't obstruct exiting the home and basically falling right into a pool. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lindsay?
Good evening, Amy. How are you today?
I'm good, Mr. Lindsay. How are you?
Very good, very good. So we gave you the clearing limits, correct?
Correct.
And you have not moved the fence back yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Is that property owned by them in the back there, or what is that?
No, it's owned by a corporation. It seems that the lots behind the property are owned by several different corporations. I don't know what the intention is, if there's any intention at all with them.
I find it kind of weird that it's just a little sliver right there.
Yeah, I think that when the fence was put up, they just kind of missed the mark on on where the property line was, to be honest with you. I don't believe it was intentional, but they do know, and I told them from the very beginning that if they are going to be installing a pool, the building department will, and in addition to you guys, require that the fence is on their property line, because it has to be, it has to be there to protect the pool from the neighboring properties.
Okay, so before I go any further, do the neighbors next door have an issue with the pool being 10 foot off the property line?
Not that I know of. I haven't been contacted by any of the neighbors at all, and neither has the homeowner.
All right, and the sign has been up, obviously, we have the information on that.
That's correct.
Because I know other board members will ask about moving it to the center or whatnot, but as far as I'm concerned, with the property the way it sits, will they be removing pavers off the patio, I guess, would?
Yeah, they're going to kind of mold the paver patio around that area of the pool, and that paver patio is going to act as the pool patio, really.
Okay, and I also understand them wanting to keep it a little bit off to the side, that way they have some kind of yard with a little area there to do what
That's
they
right.
have.
And also, Mr. Lindsay, for safety purposes, because if they center it any more onto the property, that staircase that you see, the one that's further in the picture that you have up right now,
Yes.
they want to try to keep that clear for exiting the house. They have small children, and obviously the children are begging them for a pool, but at the same time, the homeowner has to be cognizant of the safety of having the pool in the backyard.
Okay, I get the whole situation. Okay, I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anything further from the board? Mr. Vito, you've had a pool put in on the survey with a bump out to the rear.
Yes.
That's 2 feet. The pool could hold 6 feet and be exactly where it is. With the confines that you're dealing with, why did the applicant do that?
I think that's actually a staircase into the pool.
Well, the staircase could be on either end of the pool where we normally find them.
It could, and I don't think that my client would be opposed to straightening that edge out to
All right,
maintain.
so can we amend the application to a 6-foot rear?
Yes, we can.
All right, does the board have that motion?
So moved.
All right. Motion second has been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries on the amended application, which requests 6-foot rear, 10-foot side. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to recommend, I'm looking for, I'm at a loss of words, believe it or not. I'd like to grant the application. Type 2 is presented with a 10-foot side and a 6-foot rear amended application.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. That is, motion is by Mr. Lindsay, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Case number 35, Richard and Susan Blake, 35 Flamingo Road, Rocky Point, located on the north side of Flamingo Road, 200 feet west of Peacock Road, Rocky Point. Applicant requests front yard setback variance for existing 4.2 foot by 9.75 foot porch.
Mr. Chair, I have Diane Laspisa for the applicant.
Thank you. Ms. Laspisa, can you hear us? All right. Dan, we can see you now. Are you able to hear us?
Yes,
Very good. Can you please give your attention to the board's attorney?
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very good. Your appearance for the record, please.
Diana Laspisa with Morano Expediting Services, 28 Edward Street, Bethpage, New York, 11714, here on behalf of the property owners, Richard and Susan Blake.
Thank you. And what would you like to tell us here?
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board, Diana Laspisa. I'm here on behalf of the property owners requesting permission to maintain an existing front wood porch. It's not roofed over. It is encroaching into the front yard setback. We are proposing to maintain a 14.8 foot front yard setback, whereas 24 feet is required. The porch is 4.3 feet by 9.75 feet, which is just slightly over the permitted encroachment. If it was 4 by 8, it would be acceptable and allowed to remain. It is consistent with the neighboring properties, both lot 31 on the screen right now. Lot 31 has a larger porch. Lot 43 has a very similar size porch. It's just small. It barely even has room for a seat, to be honest. I did submit pictures when we dropped off the proof of mailings. It's what has been in existence since 1990. It was constructed, and the homeowner did have a contractor build the porch, and he just was under the assumption that all the proper permits were obtained at the time. The reason this is coming up now is we put in an application with the building department to apply for a pool, and it came up on the survey that he has this porch and there was no permit on file for it.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lazaru.
Yes, good evening. Would
Good
you,
evening.
would you reiterate when this was built?
1990?
1990. That was in addition, the house was in existence and this was added to it.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
There was steps that went into the house, but they were like rounded steps. It was slightly different.
I see. And this is a open porch or a covered?
No, it's open.
It's all open porch. Okay. And
Yes.
from the aerials that I just viewed before, that seems like there are some similar situations along the Flamingo Road, especially in the front of each one of those two houses that you mentioned.
Correct.
Okay, I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaru. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Grant the application as presented, type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Lazaru. Seconded by, I heard something by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Case number 36, Kevin Brathel, care of Michelle Quattrelli, located on the west side of Ozone Walk, 50 feet south of Fire Island Boulevard, Fire Island Pines, Fire Island National Seashore. Applicant requests front yard setback and total side yard variances for reconstruction of existing pool deck. Total side yard variances for proposed second-story deck addition with stairs, proposed laundry shed, and reconstruction of existing first-story deck. Also permission for proposed 6-foot-high privacy fence and existing 6-foot-high wood and wire fence located in front yard forward of principal structure.
Ms.
Hello,
Quattrelli, I can see you. Yes, you've previously been sworn. Let's start with your appearance for the record, please.
Michelle Quattrelli, agent for the applicant, 100 Colonial Drive, East Patchogue, New York, 11772.
Thank you, Ms. Quattrelli. What would you like to present here?
My client, Mr. Brett Holt, purchased this property this year in 2020, as you see it today. He would like to construct a second-story deck addition on the north side of his property with a set of stairs down to the existing first-story deck, where there will be a proposed shed on the first story. After reviewing his certificates and the old surveys, I noticed that the previous owner rebuilt the north and east decks, and by doing so, he also enlarged them just slightly, which brings us before you today requesting a 15-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required, and a 14.9 total side yard setback where 24 feet is required. And these setbacks aren't uncommon, as you know, for Fire Island. And they've been granted numerous times by this board over the years. And I did submit for the record photos of the property and a 2004 survey showing the decks prior to my client purchasing it and prior to the reconstruction done by the previous owner before he sold it. And as you can see in the 2004 survey, the front deck was a non-conforming 19.7 foot, and the north side deck maintained a 10.5 foot and an 11.5 foot setback. So the north side really didn't change too much. They basically straightened it out because it was slightly indented by about a foot. We believe that this is a minimal change from what exists today, but a change that required us to come before this board for relief. We're also requesting to maintain a 6-foot fence forward of the principal structure and to install a 6-foot fence along the south side of the access walk. In the photos that I did submit, the fence is barely visible, all right, due to the heavy vegetation that's in the front. And I did get a no objection letter from Fire Island National Seashore, and if the board has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cucciarelli. We did, in fact, also receive the same no objection letter from Fire Island National Seashore. I'll ask the board for questions.
Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
Good evening, Michelle. The front yard setback for the first floor wood deck is going to be how much?
15 feet.
Okay. And is that consistent with front yard setbacks for structures other than the principal structure in Fire Island or in and around Ozone Walk?
There is no difference between principal and accessory structure in the Fire Island Code. So this is very typical for either a house and or an accessory structure. It is not
Okay.
out of.
All right. So along the, starting from about where the pool is, along the northern boundary line, running towards Ozone Walk, and then south along the boundary line parallel to Ozone Walk. Is that where the 6-foot fence is that you're looking for? One of them anyway?
Yes, the existing 6-foot fence is on the northern property boundary line, about 24 feet, linear feet, and then it goes across the 60-foot span of Ozone Walk property, front property. And then I believe, let me just see, I think it stops basically in the middle of the 60-foot frontage of Ozone Walk. It does not go all the way to the end of the property.
Right.
It doesn't wrap around, but this particular proposed fence is just going along the southern side of the access walk where that dark line is on the survey.
Right. So it's sort of opposite the pool, creating a privacy wall, essentially?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And is that kind of privacy wall consistent with the area in common Fire Island?
Definitely.
Okay. And I see that from the survey, you've actually reduced the lot coverage from 37.5 to 34.98. Are you sure about that 34.98? It couldn't possibly be 35.1?
The surveyor says it will be 34.
Okay, all right. I guess we're gonna have to accept that exact number then. All right. Have there been, other than the Fire Island Pines, has there been any input or comments from any of the neighbors with respect to any of this?
No, I have not heard anything.
Okay.
And I do put my phone number on the notice as well as the poster. But I have not heard anything from a neighbor.
And these other uses, the proposed laundry shed, and the stairs, those are common structures for this type of use in Fire Island?
Yes.
Okay, I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Okay, then the application is subject to Chapter 81 of the code. Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the application is submitted, type 2, subject to Chapter 81.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson. I hear Mr. Lindsay seconding. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries.
Case number 37, John and Charlotte Kenny, care of Michelle Cucciarelli, located on the north side of New York Avenue, 120 feet south of Ridge Avenue, Point of Woods, Fire Island National Seashore. Applicant requests front yard setback variance for proposed deck addition. Permission to exceed the 35% lot occupancy permitted, 38.5%.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Vega.
I also have the applicant, John Kinney, and I also have a speaker on this case.
All right, Ms. Cutrale, did Mr. Kenny intend to participate with you?
I will be
Is he here to
presenting.
view? Would you like us to promote him?
You can promote him.
Okay.
I will be presenting, and if he has any input, that would be fine.
Very good. So, Mr. Vega, if you could promote Mr. Kenny, and Ms. Cutrale will take your appearance again for the record.
Michelle Quattrali, agent for the applicant, 100 Colonial Drive, East Patchogue, New York, 11772.
All right, then, Ms. Cutrale, I will state that we have some communication for the record. Fire Island National Seashore has an objection because of your lot occupancy proposed to exceed the 35% maximum allowed. Point of Woods indicates that they've reviewed the application. Actually, this is a letter from Point of Woods Architectural Advisory Board to Mr. David Bent of Bent Architecture, indicating the proposal has been reviewed by a Point of Woods committee and subsequently approved, along with the approval to apply for a variance that will be needed in order to maintain a building permit for the Point of Woods Board of Directors on August 23. And then letter from Dr. Eleanor Resnick, MD, describing the reasons why wheelchair mobility is required. We've made those part of the record.
Thank you.
And then Ms. Cutrale, I guess you've given us your appearance. Please let us know what you want on behalf of this application.
I'm here on behalf of John and Charlotte Kenny, who are the leaseholders of the subject parcel. This is located in Point of Woods, Fire Island, private community. We're requesting a front yard setback variance for a proposed deck addition on the south side of the dwelling and a permission to exceed the 35% lot coverage with a 38.5% requested. The Kennys have been Point of Woods summer residents since 1978, but acquired the subject property in about 1994. In 2011, Ms. Kenny was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. And as this board knows, this is a progressive illness. And as a result, she is unable to walk any distances and regularly uses an electric wheelchair. Part of their permit description is to construct a conforming handicap ramp from the main access walk that would extend along the western side of the dwelling, which would lead up to the front entrance, which is on the south elevated deck. This handicap ramp is not part of the variance, but makes the lot coverage over the allowable 35%. The existing access points to the house since 1994 have been on the south side and the north side of the dwellings. The entry on the south side faces a sand truck path with no sidewalk or boardwalk. All right. The entry on the north side is by way of a 221 linear foot long wood walk, which leads to elevated decks with steps. And at the present moment, if there were an emergency event, Mrs. Kenny would not be able to get out of the house without any assistance. Which is why we are proposing to construct the handicap ramp. If you look at the survey and the photos that I submitted on the south side deck, you'll see that they installed a wheelchair lift. And Charlotte uses this lift to go to and from the vehicles that pick her up on an occasion to take her to and from the ferry, along with her baggages. She's not able to enter or exit the house on her own in any way at the present time. The small deck addition is being requested so Mrs. Kenny can safely maneuver that wheelchair while en route to and from the lift. The handicap ramp is being requested so Mrs. Kenny can have the ability to leave and return to the house on her own in her wheelchair without assistance from others. I emailed a letter which you read from Mrs. Kenny's doctor, reiterating her illness, as well as the letter from the Point of Woods Advisory Building and Grounds Committee. So if the board has any questions I'd like to entertain.
Thank you, Ms. Cutrale. You've made this one difficult, obviously. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mazzarella.
Hello again, Mr. Crowley.
How are you?
So we could have just done a trade, right? So last case you had, you went from 38 and change, but down to 35, and now you want to do the reverse.
Correct.
Anyway, I completely understand your client's situation. And I have a question in regard to, because I guess I can't really see the exact heights and entrances and exits that clearly. But in regard to the lift and the location, so you had said that that is, I guess, presently where she enters and exits the dwelling?
That's right now, the truck takes the New York Avenue, the truck path,
Right.
drops and brings her to the south deck there. And then she can get the lift that's there to take her up to the elevated portion where the front door is.
Okay, so when she comes off out of the truck there, so is there just once she's on the premises, is there sand or is there, so in other words, I see some steps, near the lift. How does she actually get from the sand path to the lift?
Okay, from the sand road, there's about a 15-foot of sand. All right. Well, actually, there's more. There's about 20 feet of sand right now. They're requesting to square it off basically. So it'll be a 15-foot span that she has to be basically maneuvered to get to the low-lying level of the deck there, which is about, I'm going to say it's like one step off grade. And then there's the lift that takes her up to the elevated portion of the deck, which is about 4 feet above grade. As you can see, there's steps going up to the
Right.
side of the lift. So it's a maneuver to get her from A to B. And with this deck addition on that south side, when she does use the lift, she'd be able to maneuver a little bit better. Right now, it's very difficult to turn around and maneuver safely. As you can see, down there is the shower, and she could actually get to use that if she can utilize a little bit more turning space down there. The actual handicap ramp, though, is on the west side, and that's going to go up to that 4-foot high elevated deck.
Yeah, that I see. Okay, my question still, and not to belabor it, because I see where and why you're requesting the addition, but again, paint the picture for me. When that lift drops down to pick her up, what is it dropping to?
Well, the lift basically is on the lower deck right now, so it's lifting her up basically to the upper deck to get to inside the house.
So, okay, so all right, let me rephrase the question. So when she comes in on the truck, and so in order to get her onto the lower deck to get to the lift, she has to be wheeled up a step?
I think Mr. Kenny could probably answer exactly how they do that. I don't know if she gets carried, wheeled, I don't know how they do it from A to B, but that's how she enters at the moment. And then she's got to be lifted up on the lift to get to the front door. So if we want to see if Mr. Kenny can answer that.
Are you hearing me?
Oh, sir, we are. Just give us a moment. We're looking for your video, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that on.
We definitely are hearing you, and there you go, sir. I'm going to ask you just please, if you can give your attention to the board's attorney to swear you in.
Yeah, sure.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. And your name and address, please.
My name is John Kenny, and my resident address is 25 Sutton Place in Manhattan.
Thank you, sir. So that you've been following us, what comment did you have?
Yes. The south side of the house is Charlotte would only be coming and going from the south side of the house if she was coming in what is really a four-wheel drive kind of jitney. And she would have her wheelchair in the back, and that's how she gets from the ferry, or she goes to the club for dinner, or goes out at night. We now have put that lift in a year ago. So she comes out of the house and she's on the south deck looking over the ocean and in her wheelchair, and she takes the wheelchair and it goes right into the lift. Close the gate and she goes down to the lower deck, which is what Mrs. Quattrell is talking about, where there's a shower, trash under the house, and all that sort of thing. And that is almost even with the sand. She takes she goes across, it's a few, maybe 10 feet across, and the jitney backs into there's a little path there that comes up to the lower deck. It comes up to the lower deck. I and usually somebody else help Charlotte out of the wheelchair, and she goes down that one step and sits in the jitney. We then pick up the wheelchair, which is electric and folds, and we put it in the back and off we go. And she returns the same way.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, so, all right, I guess that's the piece I was missing, because you explained that she actually gets out of the chair and into the jitney. So I was just trying to, figure out that whole transfer. And, okay, so the addition technically is just to give her more space up top to really maneuver in the chair.
That's correct, yeah. No, that addition is at the lower deck. It gives her more space at the lower deck.
The lower deck.
Yeah.
Okay. And then she's into the lift on the lower deck. All right. And then once she's up on that upper deck, there's a lot more space up top. All right, I see.
Oh, yes, right. Yes, there is.
Okay. All right, thanks very much. And I have no further questions then, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzarella. Is there anything further from the board? Mr. Kenny, I'm going to surmise that the addition of the ramp on the northwest side of the home will allow your wife then to exit the front entrance and actually on her own with a motorized wheelchair go down the access walk onto a concrete walk that's along Ridge Avenue, and maybe give her some freedom to move around that way. Is that why you're proposing it?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Cuccioli, was there anything further?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to grant the application as submitted.
Second.
Okay, I have that motion by Mr. Mazzarella. It is seconded by Mr. Lindsay. This is in proximity to water. Is it subject to anything? Nothing. All right, then. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Case number 39, People First Home Solutions, care of Andrew Malguanera, located on the east side of Panamoka Trail, 410 feet south of Patchogue Trail Ridge. Applicant requests minimum and total side yard variances for existing conversion of carport to habitable space.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Thank you.
Back.
Malguanera, we see that you're back. Can we have your appearance for the record, please?
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us here?
So my client was rehabbing his house, and unbeknownst to him, didn't realize that there was a carport here that was converted. It blends in with the house. It's not out of characteristics with the neighborhood at all. There's a den and I believe a laundry area in the conversion. We don't know the exact year, but definitely over 10 years built. And the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yeah.
Mr. Wisdom.
So, that just uses, it's a garage?
It was a carport that was converted to living space.
Oh, it's living space, okay. All right,
Um,
so on the aerial, can you see the aerial? On the, in the neighborhood, does this conform with all the rest of the houses in the neighborhood?
100%. As you can see, a lot of the houses have small side yards, at least to one side. Same as this. This has the one side as well.
Yeah, 9.8, and it's actually 10 feet wide and 20 feet long, just like the side of the house on the other side.
Correct.
So it's not out of character with the neighborhood at all.
No, it is not.
And I can see that the house at 35 has a little similar bump out on the other side of their house. I guess they must have did something like that. But we're all looking at them almost the same out there.
Correct.
Okay, so most of those houses, when they were built, did they have garages or were these add-ons?
Carports, and probably there's probably numerous houses on this block that did the similar.
And I could see that on the aerial.
Yep.
And I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Chair, I'll make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Case number 40, Richard LaDuca, care of Andrew Malguanera. Property is located on the northeast corner, Middle Road and Nelson Avenue, Blue Point. Applicant requests permission for proposed addition to existing detached garage, creating entire garage area exceeding the 600 square feet permitted, 908 square feet.
Mr. Chair, I also have the applicant, Mr. LaDuca, raise his hand.
Thank you. You
I
can
brought him
promote
in as a
Mr. LaDuca. That's fine. Okay, then, Mr. Malguanera, your appearance for the record, please.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you, Mr. Malguanera. I asked to look at the building department denial because this appeared to be something that we saw previously, and in fact, I see the letter to you from the board dated August 20 saying a new application can be filed. Can you remind the board of the history? I don't actually quite remember it
Yes,
myself.
absolutely. So we propose to attach this garage and extend it as well. The board felt that was too large of a garage area for application. So we scaled it back, we removed the attachment, and we are just asking for a small addition done to the garage so that he could store his vehicles. And as you can see, the pictures of said vehicles.
Yes, Mr. Vega, can you go back to what you just were showing us? I'm trying to get a feel for the height of the garage existing is 2 stories. I see there's a CEU for the garage itself. Is the addition going to be single story or will it be the same height?
It will be it won't exceed 14 feet. So we're not asking for height for it. We're just asking for size.
Thank you. And Mr. Vega, if you can get to it's the elevations or it's the blue structures. But there we go. So
Mr. Chair, this is for a different case.
Okay, that's not for this one.
No.
I guess that's why I was questioning it. But okay, so that the addition is 14 feet and it's was reduced in size from the previous application.
Correct. And it's holding, pretty significant setbacks, pretty big lot. There are a couple detached garages in the area of similar size as well.
So the size of the addition previously before us, it looked like it was almost 2 times the size.
It was
pretty. Proposing here.
Yeah, it was pretty large.
Right. And in terms of the requirement that it be maintained in for garage use, does the applicant have an issue with covenanting that?
No, the intention is 100% to be using it as a garage for his car, so that's not a problem.
All right, I believe that Mr. Wisdom may have some questions about the cars.
Absolutely.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wisdom.
So I'm looking at a Mustang. Looks like two Mustangs. Is that a 65 back there?
I'll let Reg answer that. Reg, you want to unmute yourself?
Oh, I'm not, okay. Is there a,
There he is. Yeah.
are they all registered? I see they have plates. Each one of them have plates. So he must drive these around constantly.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so, oh wow, look at this. That's really sharp.
Yeah, I thought we'd get some comment from Mr. Wisdom. But with regard to the application itself, is there anything further from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
I'm
Bergson?
sorry.
Mr. Bergson.
Andrew, what's the CO? How's the CO read for the two-story frame garage and loft?
I was just looking at it. It's a CEU. I have it
Yes.
before me, unless you have it there.
Well, you can read it if you want. I have it as well.
Why don't you go ahead? Because I've already given it back to Ms. Ricordi.
Sure. It's a 21 by 25 regular detached garage. That's the way it reads.
And so what is the current use to the second story?
It's a storage, but Rich can, yeah.
It's an attic, and on the previous application, you actually sent the building department to take a look at it.
Correct.
Okay. And a grant here limiting the height of the addition to 14 feet is specifically acceptable?
That's fine.
Okay. Well, nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there anything further from the board? All right, then. Does the board have a motion?
Okay, I'll make a motion to grant the application as presented.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, could we have a limitation specifically on the 14-foot height?
Yes, we'll limit it to a 14-foot height, and we'll ask we'll impose a covenant that it not be utilized for anything other than garage use. The specific language will be on the decision letter. Motion is by Mr. Wisdom. Mr. Bergson, are you seconding?
Yes.
All right, second by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, hello. Okay, I'm going to ask the board for a motion for a brief recess. We have a quick holdover calendar to get through.
So moved.
It's 7:19. Can we do 7:35?
So move.
Motion second made. All in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, then. We at least have a quorum. Is there a motion to resume the hearing?
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Turning to the holdover calendar.
Case number 14 of November 4th, 2020, Lisa Sanchez, 156 Howard Street, Port Jefferson Station. Property is located on the south side of Howard Street, 520 feet east of Broadway, Port Jefferson Station. Applicant requests rear yard variance for proposed one-story attached garage addition.
Oh, hold on.
All right, while we're waiting for the applicant to be promoted, the board will recall.
I have Paul Solsay for the applicant.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Can I ask you just to give your attention to the board's attorney, please?
You got it.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. And your name and address, sir.
Sure. Paul Sulsey, 2701 Middle Country Road, Suite 3, Lake Grove, New York.
Thank you, sir. The board will recall that this matter was previously went to public hearing on November 4, 2020. The board inquired as to the use of the garage addition, which was a rear addition to the garage. There was a discussion concerning the applicant's use of the area as an exercise room, as I recall, and the matter was held for plans at the request of some of the board members. So, Mr. Solsey, what did you have for us tonight?
So hopefully that you can see it here. So the architect drew up a plan here. Hopefully it's big enough, gentlemen. I apologize. Showing the garage in the front with basically the back wall will come out and it will just, and there's a rendering of it. The back wall will come out and just be one continuous room, with the roof line not going above the initial garage.
All right, and then what I recall from the questions of the board members at the
Yes.
time of the public hearing was that this appeared to be more of an addition to the home rather than a garage addition. To the extent that it was being used not as a garage, but as an exercise area, potentially.
Yeah, it's going to be used as additional storage and whatchamacallit, and for her physical fitness equipment. But we also stated in the previous hearing that there will not be any plumbing in the addition, so there's no chance of it being used as habitable living space.
Well, you say plumbing, but talk to us about heating or air conditioning.
That's what I meant. No, I'm sorry, Sarah. That's what I meant. I meant no heating in there. So there is not going to be heating in there. So that I mentioned in the previous meeting, so we don't have to worry about habitable living space. Also said that, one of the board members said about putting a covenant on it. And I spoke with my client, and she's got no problem with that. So just to let you know, if we need to put that on there saying that it's not going to be used for living space, that's not a problem.
Thank you. Questions from board members. You will recall that we heard this, a number of you had questions at a previous hearing. Does anyone have anything further this evening?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Ms. Lindsay.
So how, you might have said, I'm sorry if I missed it. How are they going to be entering it?
It's going to be entered through the actual, through the garage itself. Because what they're going to do is taking out the wall, it's going to be one continuous space.
Okay, it's going to be one continuous space.
Yes.
The only rendering you have, you don't have anything showing the inside, like a sketch?
No, I don't.
That I think that was what we were asking for.
No, I think, sir, what you had mentioned is how is it going to be attached to the existing garage? That's what you wanted to see, because I kind of like hedged if it was going to be a door with a header, or it was going to be opened up.
Okay, so that's the question we had. So what is it going to be? Is it going to be a header? Is it going to be opened up? You're not showing us anything on the inside of the house, as I think Mr. Bergson requested. How are they going to get into there? I'm not seeing anything on that. Maybe that shows.
No, when it says here, it says wall to be removed. So what she's going to do is, the entrance from the house into the existing garage, that's how she's going to make any entrance. It's going to be from the garage itself. I'm sorry here. The garage itself into the back area through there. It's not going to be any door or anything like that. Whatever from the house to the existing garage. And then there's going to be, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So it's just going to be one huge area now?
Yes, that's the intent.
Well, okay, so that's okay. That's all I have.
Thank you. Is there anything further from the board?
Sure.
Mr. Solsi, our covenants utilize the language no plumbing, nor heating, no habitable space. That language is acceptable. Just wanted to be sure.
Totally acceptable, Chairman.
All right, and again, we talked about it. Once it's turned into habitable space, you're dealing with an issue that is not connected to the residents directly, which it would need to be. So I understand what you're asking for, and then what your obstacles are if you ever want a conversion.
Right.
All right, Mr.
Chair?
Cunha. Yes, of course.
I just need to ask, the existing garage, it did not have an access to the house an interior access before? I know this is a sketch, so I don't know if the architect just eliminated it, or, I can't even see if it's annotated in any way.
That's the thing. He didn't put it on here. So, to be honest with you, I don't know, but she said there was a door from the house from the garage to the house, but he didn't indicate that. He should have.
Yeah, because now you have an interior access, and
right.
At that point, as the chairman was saying, that may be an issue for you later on.
I understand that.
Well, as a condition to the decision of this board, we can state that the garage area to maintain access directly into the dwelling. I think it's there, so that's fine. If it happens not to be there, it would have to be created. Do you understand that?
Yes, understand. Totally.
All right. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Mr. Vega, do we have speakers on this application?
Mr. Chair, I have no other speakers on this.
This is, okay. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to grant the application type 2 as presented with the covenant of heating or plumbing in the garage area, covenant of the garage area.
Very good. The motion is by Mr. Lindsay to grant with a covenant of no habitable space, no plumbing or heating in the garage and garage addition. And in addition, we will state that the garage must maintain access directly into the dwelling.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Cunha.
Second.
Very good. Motion is by Mr. Lindsay, second by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too.
Case number 1 of October 7, 2020, Nunzio Falzone, care of Michelle Quattrelli, located on the south side of Bayview Avenue, 11 feet west of Cayuga Street, Ocean Bay Park, Fire Island National Seashore. Applicant requests side yard variance for proposed swimming pool, minimum and total side yard variances for proposed irregular deck addition, rear yard and total side yard variances for proposed shed with deck.
All right. For those participants wishing to speak on the application, we do see that you're there, and we will promote you as soon as the applicant's presentation is finished.
Mr. Chair, I
And
believe I have the applicant. It's herself.
Ms. Quattrelli. Yes, I see Ms. Quattrelli here. You've previously been sworn, Ms. Quattrelli. Let's take your appearance for the record.
Michelle Quattrelli, agent for the applicant, 100 Colonial Drive, East Patchogue, New York, 11772.
Thank you, Ms. Quattrelli. The record should reflect that this matter went to public hearing on October 7, when the setbacks of both the proposed deck and the proposed dry storage shed were discussed, and as a result, there was an opportunity an offer to provide a revised survey and reconsider setbacks. So tell us what's happened since then, please.
Well, I don't see the revised survey up.
Well,
This
this is the one that we're looking at now. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is the survey that was originally submitted, and this is the revised survey that was given to me.
So talk to us about the difference between the two, if you could, Ms. Quattrelli.
It's still the incorrect survey. There is another survey that shows a 10-foot rear yard to the shed. The shed was moved.
All right, I have a shed with I have the shed showing a 12.4 foot and yeah, no, they both say 12.4.
Can you see this shed, this survey? Does anybody see that one in their notes?
No.
Okay.
We do have your latest submittal though, and we're looking through the file again now.
All right, I'm going to read through my program presentation and then go from there.
All
So
right.
then you'll understand. Okay?
Well, just before, will you go through the setbacks with us?
Yes, I will.
Before.
That's
All
part
right.
of the
Thank you.
First off, before I even begin, I want to clarify that the proposal before you is definitely different. All right. After conversing with my clients, the proposed deck extension and pool will be located on the first story deck, which is approximately 7.5 feet above grade. In the last hearing, I had stated it was on the second story. I was incorrect. The new surveys, which you should have gotten, that I dropped off and scanned over to Ms. Riccardi, show a more detailed proposal. And it shows that it is a first story deck, and where the second story decks stop, it shows the 1 story deck addition at a 3.2 foot from the western property boundary. The proposed first story pool would be 4.6 feet from the western property boundary. And the proposed storage shed has been moved north to increase the rear yard setback to a 10-foot where 20 feet is required. And I'd also like to state on the record that the gentleman who opposed last hearing, I believe. his
Mr.
name
Charlie,
was-
let me ask you to stop there for a moment. What Mr. Vega has up now appears to be what you're referencing.
That's exactly correct.
Okay.
Perfect.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Vega.
all right, so go ahead.
Okay, so the gentleman who opposed it last time, I believe his name was Paul Brinkett. He opposed the requested setbacks and implied that he was speaking from the Ocean Bay Park Fire Department, and is actually, I found out, is the owner of the property to the east of my clients. And I did scan over an aerial of basically Mr. Brinkett's compound that I sent to Ms. Riccardi. And as you can see, the west side decks are approximately 2 feet from my client's conforming side yard setback between those two properties. And I believe he was opposing to my client, asking for a 3.2-foot side yard, which is more than he actually has. And I've also been told that these decks were reconstructed when Mr. Brinkett raised his house recently. And I don't believe that he was before this board for a setback variance for the reconstruction, but you can tell me if I'm misinformed or not. But he would have been asking for a 2-foot setback or approximately that. As I stated in the previous hearing, my client purchased this parcel in July 2019 and barely used it when the bayfront parcel across the boardwalk burnt, and during a windy storm on October 17th, 2019, basically 3 months after his owning the property. The previous house was a 2-story dwelling with a 2.2-foot rear yard. We're requesting 10 feet now. And this previous house had a 6-foot front yard setback, and due to this new IA sanitary system takes up the whole front field, is we are now crunched into getting some decking and a pool that is necessary basically for an Ocean Bay Park property. There's really no other space, usable space on this proposal. That they need the additional, it's a small 167 square foot deck that they're requesting. Anything that they do on this property would have to come in front of this board because it's so irregular in shape. And at the last hearing, I did tell you, I did speak with the west side neighbor. He had no issues with the proposal. And that is where our variance is basically asking for is relief on his side. We believe there's minimal impact to the neighbor to the south as well. And if this board has any questions, I'd like to entertain them.
Thank you, Ms. Cucciarelli. Questions from the board? All right, I'm not hearing any. Was there anything further, Ms. Cucciarelli?
Not yet.
All right, do we have anyone wishing to speak?
I have had 3, now I have 2 speakers.
All right, then I have, yeah, I see 2 people raising their hand.
Oh,
You
now I
can
have 3
promote them
again.
both. Very good.
I think I also have the applicant himself, Nunzio.
Nunzio Falzone? Okay.
Just identify
Why don't you
themselves
promote
and-
everyone? We'll see who would like to speak.
Okay. Okay, I have a James DeBro, a Paul Brinkat, Steve, and a Nunzio.
All right, so we're promoting 4 individuals.
Correct.
Okay. I see.
I just entered Steve Plusillo. I'm on the Board of Fire Commissioners. Ocean
All
Bay
right,
Park.
sir. If you could just bear with me for a second, I want to promote everyone at the same time. Swear you all in. I'll take you one at a time.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. I do.
All right, I see the two people with video on. I see that you did respond. I have two blank boxes, one with video on, audio on, but no video, and one with nothing on. Gentlemen, if either of you wish to speak on this application, please take the time now.
Go ahead, Steve.
May I put your video and audio on?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I believe James Disbro can hear us, and they
Yes,
did turn on their camera.
All right.
I do hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Very good, sir. Now we can hear you. Are you able to put your video on? I see that
There
you've
you
done that.
go.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yes, very good. So we're just waiting for one.
You're waiting for Nunzio, who I believe is the applicant.
All right.
I'm actually, I don't know if Nunzio is going to be joining. I am James Disbrow. I'm also the owner with Nunzio.
All right. So that he may be just observing. Gentlemen, if you could all just now, please give your attention to the board's, actually, no, just, and I'm sorry, I missed your name, the person we just took on.
James.
Yes, James Disbrow. How are you
Mr.
today?
Disbrow, yes, just please give your attention to the board's attorney. You're the
Absolutely.
last person I have to swear in. Mr. Doyle.
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Yes, I do.
Very good. Mr. Disbrow, I'll take you last.
No problem.
The other two gentlemen, who'd like to speak first?
I'll speak first.
All right, let's start with your name and address, please.
Steve Lasula, 6 Ontario Street, Ocean Bay Park.
Yes, sir. What comment did you have?
The Board of Fire Commissioners have made a decision that they would be very worried about these setbacks starting a precedent, especially after we fought the huge fire down there at the beginning of the year. The 3.2 or 3.7 rear yard setbacks. I don't know if you guys have ever carried a ladder that you have to drag up if you have to get to the second story of this house. Trying to drag fire ladders with a 3-foot clearance on either side to get to the back of that property would be almost impossible. So that's one of our problems. And then looking at all the denials from the setback differences, I mean, there's like 16 feet in one instance they're asking for below what it's supposed to be. I mean, the setbacks are a little crazy here on this request. So the Board of Fire Commissioners is against, putting these setbacks in place.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for those comments and for your patience and waiting to be heard.
That should become a livable property too. We might need something to say that they're not going to put a living area in that.
And that would be fine.
All right, then. Thank you. Sorry, I can only see your first name is Paul. You have to excuse me. If you could just start with your spell your last name for us too. I'm having a little bit of difficulty hearing.
Okay, Paul Brincat, BRINCAT, 3 Nova Court, Brooklyn, New York.
Thank you, Mr.
119.
Brincat.
I just want to address something Michelle said. Yes, I am the neighbor to the east, but I am not here in that. I'm here as a fire commissioner, and that is why I am here. I just want to also give you a little bit of background on me. I'm a 32-year member of the fire department of the city of New York. I'm a battalion chief, and my job for the past 2 years has been reviewing plans and issuing variances and denying variances. That's what I do. The variances that were initial on this were aggressive and excessive. They were egregious. They're much better now. 10 feet is decent. 10 from a 20-foot setback to a 10-foot setback is not bad. And also on the other side, I don't really know what that is right now, where the pool was, but they're much better than they were. And also with my house, Michelle, that house was there. I didn't build it. I bought it like that. Okay. So, you're getting a little crazy with yourself over there. But the setbacks are much better now. I just don't understand why, if you have setbacks, they're there for a reason. Don't give too much. If it's a 20-foot setback, obviously you can't give a 3-foot setback. It's got to be, 18, 17, 15, when you start getting into 10, half of what it's supposed to be is it's excessive. But, you're the board, you make your decision.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments from board members? All right, then. We have one additional speaker. Sir, I'm looking for you on the list of, oh, here we go. All right then. It's James, help me with your last name again.
Disbrow, how are you today?
Disbrow. Go ahead, Mr. Disbrow. What additional comment did you have?
I really don't have a comment, just here if you have any questions. I do understand. I'm just trying to do everything the right way. Unfortunately, my house did burn down. I tried to build a home in the same, I guess, aspect or the way it was and wasn't able to. And fortunately, this is the way, I put in for. I'm not trying to do anything, unfortunately, Paul, I have no problem. His house, I mean, he just rebuilt his decks in March of this year. I have, there's pictures as well that were sent. And he just built his decks. There you go. And he just built those decks, like I said, in March of this year. And, Paul is a foot, I believe, 1 foot 9 inches off my property on one side and about 3.5 feet on the left side, as you can tell, off of my property. I mean, I understand that he's a firefighter. I do, with all due respect, then when he was building his property, he would have brought the setbacks to where he can ladder the home or vent the home, as he stated.
I just put them back where they were.
All
These
right.
are new.
Thank you. Mr. Disbrow, thank you very much for those comments.
No problem. Thank you.
Questions or comments from board members? All right, Ms. Cutrelli, did you have anything final for the board?
Well, I do want to let just go over some of the previous zoning board hearings that this board did grant. In Ocean Bay Park, we have a 0 side yard, RMR Laurel, that was in Seaview, which was February 25th, 2015, case number 29. I'd just like to put a few of them on the record, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Judy Ellis in Ocean Bay Park, July 2019, case number 8, 4.9 front yard, and a 4.9 side yard, 6.9 side yard. A 5-foot side yard for Cahill, January 14, 2015, case 45, with a total side yard of 10.3. 5-foot rear yard, October 23rd, 2013, case 8 for Cloutier, granted. And we have Lancer granted at amended 40% lot coverage, 0.2% side yard with a 2.3 total side yard. And that was on March 14th, 2018.
You couldn't help yourself with that lot coverage, huh?
Yes, I have to put that in there every now and then, that.
These are the precedents we're worried about.
So the precedence is already there, as I just showed. This is not out of character for Ocean Bay Park or Fire Island as a whole. There is more than enough room for, God forbid, there's another fire and you need to get some equipment out there. The whole front of this Bayview Avenue will be cleared. The southeast is a conforming 12 feet. Unfortunately, Mr. Brickett's got a close proximity to his deck of 2 feet. So normally you would have maybe, 24 feet between everything, but not in this.
That was existing.
Okay, Mr. Brinkout, I'm sorry. I'm just taking final comments and then we're going to close. I know that you want to say things. It's just they become out of order.
Sure, I agree.
And then going around to the 10-foot setback in the rear yard. So basically there is enough maneuverability on this property to facilitate any disaster, to nip it in the butt.
Thank you,
As
Mr.
a fire
Cutrelli.
commissioner, I disagree with that. Never.
Are there any final comments, questions from board members?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha.
Ms. Cutrali,
Yes.
the septic system facing Bayview,
Yes.
what is the elevation of that? I think I asked you this the last time, but I don't remember, and I don't have a survey in front of me. What is the elevation of that leaching field? Is it ground level? Has it been elevated?
I do not believe it needed to be elevated. I do see, it's very hard to read myself, I'm sorry. It's in the corners, you're going from 2 feet on the west, northwest to 3.1 on the northeast. And it looks like it's starting at Bayview, property boundary, 3 feet going up to 4.8. So it's a slight incline, but not much. It's nothing that's drastic.
So there are no retaining walls around this leaching field that you have to maneuver or walk over?
Yes, there is.
There is an, excuse me?
Yes, there is a retaining wall. It
There's an
says right
18-inch.
at the opposite of the stair, you have a top of wall 3.5.
And for the record, that is Mr. Lazaru.
And that's an
Yes.
18, that's an
Who has
18.
better eyes than I do because I can't see it on this survey.
And I'm older.
18 inches
There we
high.
go. There we go. Thank you. That helps. Okay, that's what I wanted to get to. So there's a 3.5 foot top of wall from the walk. Is that correct?
The top of the wall is at 3.5, but like I said, the elevations on to the west is 2 foot, so it's a 1.5 foot difference there. And all the way to the east is a 3.1, so it's not much of an elevation difference.
And we don't have the walk height at this point, I don't think, do we?
The access walk
Yeah, Bay Walk,
or Bayview.
Bayview, yes.
Bayview is is concrete, elevation of 1.87.
There we go. Okay, so approximately 2 feet or just under 2 feet from the step up.
Right.
Okay,
Exactly, minimum.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? All right, then, hearing no further questions, does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to close and hold.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Cutrelli. Gentlemen, we will have a decision on this in the near future. Thank you.
You have a
Thank you.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 18 of November 4th, 2020, Lisa Forsyth, 47 Holiday Boulevard, Center Moriches, located on the east side of Holiday Boulevard, 67 feet north of Drew Lane, Center Moriches. Applicant requests permission for proposed second-story residence addition, front yard setback variance for existing 11.6 foot by 13 foot deck.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a speaker on this case.
This is an original application, as I understand it also. Do we have Mr. Matola as an attendee?
It might be under a different name, maybe under Sweeney. I don't know.
It should be Mr. Matola. Can I ask anyone sitting as an attendee at this hearing, if you are the applicant or the person that is bringing this application or is presenting, can you raise your hand or alert us so that we don't adjourn it? All right, I don't see anyone now. What I'm going to do is just call it one final time when we're finished and we can move on to the next case.
Case number 17 of May 6, 2020, Carol Manel, care of Andrew Malguanera, properties located on the west side of Sun Valley Drive, 110 feet north of Acadia Place, Quorum. Applicant requests height and side yard variances for existing 22-foot high, 675 square foot detached garage.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Thank you.
I also have a speaker on this.
Thank you. Mr. Malguanera, we see you're back. You've been sworn. Can we have your appearance for the record?
Yes, Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. The record should reflect that this matter went a modified public hearing in May, on May 6, 2020. The board held it for an inspection of the garage. Mr. Malganera, how's that inspection taken place?
It has.
All right, and I see that Ms. Ricordi has a report. We'll read that for the record.
This is from Anthony Bremner, Senior Building Inspector. On September 15th, the inspector inspected the subject premises. Present at the inspection was Carol Manel, the homeowner. The scope of the inspection included the detached garage located, excuse me, on the subject premises. Access to the garage was through 2 steel roll-up garage doors or a side entry door located on the south side of the garage. While inspecting the interior, I observed it to be filled with typical household storage items, wood materials, and tools. No vehicles were stored in the garage. Above was an unfinished storage area, approximately 20 by 16, with a plywood floor, which was accessed by a fixed set of stairs. Mrs. Manel stated that the structure has only been used as a garage/storage. I also have an email from a neighbor. Would you like me to read that now?
Yes.
Okay, I have an email from Eduardo Corpos, 27 Sharon Drive, Quorum. Please consider my opposition to this variance and maintain a 14-foot as permitted. The 22-foot height is excessive and is an obstruction.
All right, then, Mr. Vega, do we have a speaker to promote?
I do. I believe it is Mr. Corpus.
Okay.
I believe we can hear Mr. Corpus.
I seem to have some sort of picture there. Sir, are you able to hear us?
Yeah.
All right, sir. I'm looking at a still picture, and it doesn't appear that your video is on. Is that correct? Are you able to put your video on?
We can see him.
Mr. Vega, is he still with us?
Yes, he's here. I can see him.
I can hear you, sir. I'm not seeing you.
I can see and hear him, Mr. Chair.
I turned on the video.
Thank you, sir. I please apologize. I haven't been unable to locate you yet, but I think I've done that now. Very good. All right, sir. We can see you. You're able to hear us. Let me ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And your response is you do?
Yes.
All right. Let's start with your name and address, please.
Eduardo Corpus, 27 Sharon Drive, Quorum, New York, 11737.
Thank you, sir. Could you spell your last name for the record?
C-O-R-P as in Peter, U, Z as in zebra.
Okay, sir. And we just read you sent us an email. We've read on the record. You've heard that. Did you want to add anything to that?
No, that's very sufficient. Thank you.
All right. Well, we thank you for your patience in waiting to be heard tonight. You said in your written comments that it was an obstruction, or I think you used that term or some other term. What did you mean by that?
Well, it's the height. Obviously, if you look up through my window, or you can hardly see anything anymore because the height of the skin from that direction.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for coming out. Mr. Malganera, you heard the comments that we have on the application. You heard the inspection report. Did you have any final comment for the board?
Yes, obviously I can't deny the height is what it is. The garage has been there for going on 30 years, to my knowledge. It was built by my client's late husband, and the fact of the matter is, it's just be a severe hardship to have to take this down. I mean, I don't think she'd be able to afford to even to do so. Again, it has been there for a considerable amount of time, and although it is high, the square footage is not unreasonable at 675 square feet. And if you have any other questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion? I will take
Mr.
that as a
Chair,
motion to close and hold.
Yeah.
By, well, who's that, by Mr. Cunha?
Yes, sir.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Yes.
Case numbers 10 through 13 of August 26, 2020, Grid Strategies, Inc., care of Gary Wertheim, 6 Alloy Court, Holtzville. Property is located on the north side of Sunrise Highway, 175 feet east of Hewlett Avenue, Patchogue. Applicant requests division of a parcel into 4 plots, 1, 2, 3, and 4, requiring lot area and lot frontage variances for proposed one-family dwelling on lot 1, lot area and lot frontage variances for proposed one-family dwelling on lot 2, lot area, lot frontage variances for proposed one-family dwelling on lot 3, and lot frontage variance for proposed one-family dwelling on lot 4.
Mr. Chair, I have 3 speakers and I do not know who is the representative.
All right, I'm going to ask for the person that is presenting this application, please indicate so in the chat or Q&A function of the program while we're waiting. The Ron Wright. All right, is there any? Let me look.
No, I have a Ted Miller and a Kevin. I don't have a Ron Wright. Oh, here we go.
Board
I
members.
do. Yep, I have him.
Well, then if you could promote him, that would be great. While we're waiting, board members, this application was previously scheduled to go to public hearing on August 26, 2020. At that time, based upon a recommendation of the board's planner, a revised survey has been submitted to the board showing a clustered subdivision with a dedication of land to as open space to the town. So that was the original application before us that you're seeing now, and this is the application. If we could reduce that in size, that is the application now going to public hearing with the houses and the lots closer to the road and a dedication of almost half of the parcel to the rear, which is adjacent to other town-owned land. So do we have the applicant's representative yet? Okay, Mr. Wright, I see you being promoted. You are still muted and without video. If you can just adjust that, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. And we can see you also. If you could just please give your attention to the board's attorney.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
All right, sir, let's just start with your name and address, please, or your appearance for the record.
My name is Ron Wright, 63 Giant Oak Road, Ridge, for the applicant.
Very good, sir. As you are aware, that the revised survey, the revised plan was submitted for review by the board's planner, Christopher Reed. Mr. Reed is here. We'll have him testify as to his findings.
Property is located on the north side of Sunrise Highway, 175 feet east of Hewlett Avenue in the hamlet of Patchogue. Parcel was formerly improved with a commercial building which succumbed to fire damage in 2003 and was demolished by the town in 2015. And staff further notes a train car and minor debris on the parcel, which are recommended to be removed. And the applicant is proposing to divide the 6.4 acre parcel into 4 lots with lot sizes ranging from 31,363 square feet to 4.23 acres with access to the proposed lots intended via a 16-foot common driveway from the Sunrise Highway Service Road. And the property is located within both the A1 district and hydrogeological zone 6, requiring a minimum lot size of 40,000 square feet. And the proposal does not conform to said requirement. However, at 6.4 acres, there is adequate lot area for 4 lots meeting the requisite 40,000 square foot requirement. Based upon previous conversations with the applicant, a cluster plan was encouraged in order to not have the lots equalized, which may have provided for 4 1.6 acre lots encumbering the entire 6.4 acre parcel and no open space dedication. It is noted that a similar clustering endeavor was provided for the lots to the east, wherein 6 acres of open space was dedicated to the town of Brookhaven, stemming from a clustered 10-lot land division known as Assumable Homes at East Patchogue, which was approved by the Planning Board in 2007. This approval provided for lot sizes of approximately 30,000 square feet in the A1 district, resulting in the open space dedication. As previously noted, lots 1 through 3 range in size from 31,488 square feet to 36,486 square feet. And staff further finds the location of the access driveway on the east side is appropriate, which is opposite from the improved lots on Hewitt and adjacent to the open space belonging to the town of Brookhaven. There are a total of 64 improved residential lots within the 500-foot radius. 6% or 4 lots have lot frontage conformance with the application, and the proposal does not conform to the surrounding development pattern. Acknowledging the lack of conformance, it is noted that there are flag lots within the 500-foot radius, having been approved by the Board of Appeals. Lots 3, 12, and 13 on the radius map were approved by board action in 1989, stemming from an application known as Carlson. And lots 73, 66, and 42 were approved by a board action known as Trustees of Southside Lodge Number 7, case number 21 through 23 of June 4, 2003. As per SEQA, the application is an unlisted action with a negative declaration recommended.
Thank you. For the record, then, that is the testimony of the board's planner, Christopher Reed. Mr. Wright, what comment did you have?
My comment is that with the flag lots that are in the area, we have some compliance. And with other houses in the area having similar land sizes, we conform with that. So we're looking for the relief of the A1 requirement of size and of frontage for the dedication.
Thank you, sir. And let me thank you on behalf of the board and convincing the applicant to submit the revised plan that you've submitted. We do know that your prior plan did not require lot area variances as a result of our request to cluster. You're now here for those variances where you previously were here for frontage only. Let me hear what the people wishing to comment on the application have to say. And we'll take further testimony from you. So, Mr. Vega, how many speakers do we have on this application?
As of this moment, 2.
All right, then can we promote them, please? All right, I do see one individual.
I have Ted Miller.
Good evening.
Very good, Mr. Miller. And who else?
I have someone named Kevin.
All right. Mr. Miller, just bear with us until we get the second speaker up at the same time, please. Kevin, okay, we see you, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, gentlemen, if you can just please give your attention to the board's attorney, we can have you sworn.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very good. Was it Mr. Miller? Yes, Mr. Miller, we saw you first, so why don't we start with your name and address, please?
Theodore Miller, 353 Hewlett Avenue, directly affected.
You're right on the corner there, yes, sir.
Yes.
Your service, Sunrise Service Road North and Hewlett Avenue, that corner?
Yep,
All
that
right,
is
sir.
I.
What corner, what comment did you have?
Well, I have a couple. First off, what about the water table and the quality of the water? A lot of us on this block do not have access to public water. It's never been brought down that far. You're adding new detergents, new chemicals, new lawn chemicals. And that should be something that should be thought of first thing.
Yes, sir.
A way to do a water table study first before they go ahead with this and prove that it will not do any damage.
Well, we do have the testimony of the board's planner indicating that the parcel lies within the hydrogeological zone 6, which requires a lot size of 40,000 square feet. The applicant can show compliance with the 40,000 square feet. In this instance, rather than showing per lot, is showing us an area of preservation. So in terms of the minimum required lot size for that hydrogeological zone, the applicant has shown that they've met that requirement.
Okay, and there's going to be no study to show that what the effects will be on the water table.
That is correct.
That is the board's planner.
Goes through.
Sir, the function of water, whether it's well water or a water main, in addition to a town approval, this endeavor needs Suffolk County Health Department approval, and those issues are going to be addressed by those folks.
Okay, so that's not at this part of it yet.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And my second comment is, from what I understand, they're proposing putting a cut into the Sunrise Service Highway for the.
Yes, for a shared driveway. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that within regulations and everything? Because I don't know that one. I was looking it up and I couldn't find anything.
So similarly, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, of course, Mr. Reed.
So the zoning board is focused on the variance relief associated with the proposed lots. Again, as I mentioned, the health department is going to look at this application, and New York State DOT, not the town of Brookhaven, is going to address access for the proposed lots.
Okay. A few years back when they built the houses on Robinson, this same thing, they were going to put a cul-de-sac in the exact same spot with the same houses, and it was defeated because of the water table issue and the salamander issue, the spotted salamander, which I don't know anything about. I just heard about it. That's how it was defeated. Is that going to be taken into account too?
I'm not aware of any tiger salamander habitat. They're typically found next to wetland pond areas, and I'm not aware of any wetlands anywhere near this property.
That's true.
Correct.
But there are spotted salamanders all over the place.
Not to my knowledge, but if you have something to provide the board, we'd be happy to look at it.
Okay. I am done.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Questions or comments from board members? All right, we have one other speaker, sir. I'm just looking to find you again. You're listed as Kevin. Could you just state your full name and address for the record?
Kevin Bartoli, and I'm on 418. I'm on the corner lot as well.
418. All right, so you're in the corner of it's Robinson Avenue.
Correct.
Correct. So so there is a lot, as you know, between your, well, you're looking at what we're looking at now. You see that swath of land.
Yes.
That's not part of this application. What additional comment did you have for us, sir?
My only concern is the driveway going up, going up in towards the properties. there's already a lot of people that dump like debris along the service road and stuff like that.
Yes.
Can there be a proposal of some sort of maybe a fence that there's not, construction debris and everything thrown up, into the woods? Because along the service road, there's a ton of stuff that's being thrown into the woods over there. I constantly go over there and grab it and throw it out. Just some sort of fence of some sort, to be put up on the right side of the driveway, the path going up. That way it stops from dumping.
Sir, I will certainly take that point during deliberation. I do recognize the fact that your property doesn't go up to Sunrise Service Road North. There's that piece that goes in front of you. That whole area is not part of this applicant's parcel. It's only the frontage that you see that's bordered in blue right now, or now it's red. And the driveway or the access for the construction on the parcels will come in only in that area, nor are the parties permitted to violate the code in any manner, including disposing debris of any type at any location other than proper receptacles or taking it away from the parcel. So I'm not sure, you're asking for fencing to be put up, but specifically where? Along the property lines?
No, well, along where that.
You want it along Sunrise Highway?
Yeah, no, not along Sunrise Highway, but along where the private driveway, the road would be going up to go into each one of those houses. So in between the buffer, like it's going to be running along the red line, the private driveways to go left into each driveway, correct?
Yeah. So you're saying and if I'm looking at that correctly, that would be the eastern property line of the parcel?
Yeah.
All
So
right,
some sort of fence going up, like to protect the buffer of the, things being dumped into the buffer.
Yeah, so I understand your request. It's certainly something, since you've brought it up, that the board is going to consider. I will tell you that we customarily do not either vegetate between residential parcels or impose that type of condition. Obviously, dumping at any location is going to be a violation, so that concern should be alleviated by code enforcement. I'm not sure what else we can do here other than certainly consider what you said.
Well, I know when they built the houses along the whole on Robinson, they were instructed they had to put a fence up bordering the properties.
So you're saying the rear yards of every house on your block on your side has a fence up
Correct.
between it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that. That appears to have been probably a planning board subdivision. If you'd like, I can ask this board's planner to look at that to see whether that was one of the conditions. And if this board finds that reasonable, certainly we would act accordingly.
Okay.
All right.
That's all.
Thanks for coming out tonight. Questions or comments from board members? We do have some written comment. Is it from these individuals or is there additional items we have to read?
Mr. Chair, I have somebody raising their hand.
All right, why don't we promote the person raising their hand, and let me see what Ms. Riccardi has. going.
The letters I had are from Theodore Miller and Richard and Joan Sweeney. I think Mr. Miller spoke, and I think maybe Anthony has
The
the
Sweeneys?
Sweeneys.
I have Joan Sweeney as well.
Very good. Then we'll just keep those as part of the record, and we'll wait for Ms. Sweeney to be promoted. All right, Ms. Sweeney, we do see that you have been promoted. I don't have your video or audio on.
Do you have me now?
Very good, sir. Yes, we can see and hear you.
Oh, you can. Oh, that's good.
We
I
can.
a little
Thank
better
you.
than I thought.
All right, let me ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn, please.
Okay.
Yes. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very good, sir. Could you just state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Richard Sweeney, 355 Hewlett Avenue, East Patchogue.
All right, 355, you live next door to Mr. Miller.
Yes, sir.
Very good. So the board is aware of the location that you reside. What additional comment did you have for the board?
So I'm just wondering, you know, in the red rectangle where the homes are going to go,
Yes, sir.
where will they, where will they begin actually? Will the first home be on the border of 353 and 355?
That's going to be hard to figure out, but let me see whether or not we can find a setback here.
In terms of acreage.
Oh, okay.
I may, Mr. Chairman, look at page 2.
Page 2. Okay. All right. So I have Mr. Miller's lot.
Okay.
Oh boy. The numbers are quite small. We'll go to page 2. I can't read the numbers. It appears to be what I have on my overall surveys is
Okay.
the acreage, not the not the
Mr.
numbers.
Chair?
Yes.
Mr.
It
Chair, if I
looks like from
may,
the screen, the first house starts approximately 100 feet from the western corner, I guess, of the property. So probably about 125 to 130 feet from the east, I'm sorry, from the easterly corner, probably 135, 140 feet from the westerly corner.
I mean, it's, I guess the short answer to that is it's very difficult to tell.
Well, they won't be congruent, I guess.
They're not going to be congruent because if you look at if we brought up the radius, Mr. Vega, do you have the radius? This one. Okay, that's fine. As you see, we're dealing with an angle here. So the entry on would indicate to me that the first house will be someplace between both of you gentlemen, Mr. Miller and Mr. Sweeney.
Right.
I'm not looking at this and because I don't have one on top of the other. I apologize for not being able to tell you definitively, but based upon that angle, I don't see, and the lot sizes themselves, if I was to look at this for a moment, 355. Mr. Sweeney, your lot size is 0.53 of an acre. This first lot is 0.82. So it's a larger lot. House would be centered on the lot, and we're dealing with an angle. So I would think that it's not going to be directly behind.
Okay, and my understanding is that one of the homes will have a lot more acreage than 3 of the homes. Is that correct?
I'll have Mr. Reed comment on that if he can.
that is correct. The lot 4 is 1.31 acres, and the first lot is approximately 3/4 of an acre.
And so they're not all 1/2 acre plots. Are there some that are 1/2 acre, one a little bit more than an acre, and then 3/4 of an acre?
So I'll tell you from looking at it, the proposal Lot 1, the lot area 35,523 square feet, where an acre would be 40,000. Lot 2, 31,488. Lot 3, 36,486. And lot 4 is the larger, the 1.3 acres, I believe Mr. Reed indicated.
Okay, all right. I did have a question about the water as well, so that it will be tested, that's a good thing. And our well water has been subjected to carcinogens. So we're getting bottled water as a result of that. So that would be concerning in the end result of the water testing. If I could just add that.
Thank you, sir. I believe Mr. Reed's testimony was that Suffolk County Department of Health will review this
Right.
application, and in terms of the access on New York State DOT.
Okay, this is going to be my last question. So
Yes,
I've been
sir.
in the house, I've been here for 43 years, and now they're going to do the Hospital Road Bridge. And many times over, there's been talk of our service road going all the way through to Sunrise Highway. So I just didn't know if that's still a consideration in terms of traffic as this whole proposal is being put together.
You've got me there. Certainly with the approval of that project you just indicated, if there is an approval, there'll be certain conditions that will have to be made. Mr. Reed appears to be willing to contribute here.
I'm not certain what's going on in that endeavor either. The state is only going to focus on the access driveway here, but I don't have any information in that regard.
Okay, I just, it's been an issue over the years, so I just thought maybe this was part of it. Okay. I guess that's it, guys.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments from board members?
Thank you, by the way.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your patience in waiting to be heard this evening.
Okay.
If there's nothing further on the application, I'll ask the board for a motion.
Actually, I have one other question.
Yes.
Who ends up paying for that like the well water to go into that development?
At this stage, I don't know what type of water is proposed for this development, whether it be access to city water or well water. So in any event, whatever the case is, it's paid for by the developer and initially, at least.
Okay.
All right. If there's nothing further, I'll ask for a motion. I'll just ask for a motion to close and hold on the application.
Mr. Chair, I move to close. and hold.
Motion by Mr. Cunha, second by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And I think that would conclude our holdover calendar. Oh, let me recall.
I do not have Frankie Matola.
Yes. Let me ask for a motion then to adjourn that application to December 9.
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion for executive session?
Second.
Before anyone leaves, start executive session 8:50, 10 minutes, or you want longer?
10 minutes is fine.
8:50, very good. See you
I
then.
need time to set up.
All right, 8:55.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion
Aye.
carries. Thank you. Is there a motion to resume the hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board members, turning to today's worksheet, page number 1. Cases 1 through 4 in the name of Kogel Brothers LLC. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to grant as presented, subject to mitigation measures of the BZA planner, unlisted action.
Abstain.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Record should reflect the motion passes 6 in favor with 1 abstention. I'm sorry, 5 in favor with 6 in favor with 1 abstention. Turning to page 3. Case number 6 in the name of Woodpecker Realty LLC. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We are granting the motion with a type 2 action with amended requirements for surface foot candles 1.1 on Portion Road and 1.5 foot candles on Hawkins Avenue.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Lazaru, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries to page 7. Cases 11 and 12 in the name of Modern Age Home Builders LLC. Does the board have a motion?
Chairman, I move to grant the application unlisted action, subject to all the mitigation measures of the BZA planner.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Recused.
opposed? The record will reflect that Mr. Cunha is recused. Motion carries 6 in favor with 1 recusal. Turning to page 8. Case 21, the name of Ashley Holmes of LI Incorporated. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to grant as presented. Type 2.
Motion by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Recused.
Any opposed? Record should reflect that Mr. Cunha is recused. Motion carries 6 in favor with 1 recusal. Turning to page 9. Case number 23 in the name of Turnkey Incorporated. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Grant,
Sorry.
it's all right. Grant subject to New York State Department of Transportation highway work permit for improvements within the Long Island Railroad Service Road and subject to all standard mitigation measures type 2.
Second.
Long Island Expressway.
Motion by Mr. Lindsay, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries to page 10, case 24 in the name of Jeffrey Campo. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Granted with standard garage covenants, subject to highway permit for curb cut on Madeline, type 2 action.
Motion by Mr. Cunha,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries to page 18. Case number 1 of October 7, 2020 in the name of Nunzio Falzone. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Granted pursuant to revised survey. However, the side yard setback for pool deck should be a minimum of 5 feet. Covenant, no habitable space and shed, subject to chapter 81, type 2 action.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Turning to page 20. Case number 17 of May 6, 2020 in the name of Carol Manel. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Granted with the requirement to lower the column beams in the attic space to be 6 feet from the attic floor, subject to garage covenant and a type 2 action.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lazaru, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries to page 21. Cases 10 through 13 of August 26, 2020 in the name of Grid Strategies Incorporated. Does the board have a motion?
Chairman, move to grant the application as presented, unlisted action, subject to all the mitigation measures of the BZA planner.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries to page 23 under request for grant extension, case 9 of September 5, 2018 in the name of Jessica Keister. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Prior grant of 11/14/2018 is extended for a period of 6 months to expire 5/14/2021.
That motion is by Mr. Lazaru, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries under extension of time to file covenants. Case 31 of September 11, 2019 in the name of David Schatzker. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The time to file the covenants is extended for a period of 3 months from the date of the letter.
Motion is by Mr. Lazaru,
Second.
again seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Case 22 of May 8th, 2019, in the name of Peter Peckage. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The time to file a covenant is extended for a period of 3 months from the date of the letter.
Motion is by Mr. Lazaru. Again, but seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries to page 24 under request to reopen for rehearing. Case 16 of July 1, 2020, in the name of Herb Banyan. Does the board have a motion? The record will reflect that the board previously considered the setback, again requested by the applicant, and as a result, no motion is obtained on this request. In the middle of the page, board to reinstate to calendar case number 2 of December 12, 2018, in the name of Pina Construction Corp, or I'm sorry, Pina Construction Group. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Case to be heard December 9th, 2020, 2 p.m.
That motion is by Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Under board to approve pursuant to stipulation of settlement, cases 10 through 12 of May 20, 2020, in the name of CNS Homes Incorporated. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The hearing date has been changed from 12/2/20 to
All right.
12/20.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Let me just back up from that. We're on page 24. If we can just go back to that. Board to approve pursuant to stipulation of settlement, cases 10 through 12 of May 20, 2020, in the name of CNS Homes Incorporated.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The motion is to grant pursuant to stipulation of settlement dated November 18th, 2020.
Motion is by Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries to the next page, 25. Board to settle or change hearing date in cases 3 through 6A of July 11, 2018, in the name of Landmark Properties of Suffolk LTD. Mr. Lindsay, does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The hearing date has been changed from 12/2/20 to 12/9/20.
A motion is made by Mr. Lindsay.
Second.
I'll take the second by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Cunha was not quick enough for that one.
That's okay.
Turning to page 29. Cases 14 and 15 of September 23, 2020, in the name of CJC Home Builders Corp. Is the board of a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Granted to all mitigation measures of BZA planner, negative declaration, unlisted action.
Motion is by Mr. Mazzarella. Second by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Board member, motion carries. My goodness. Finally, board members to page 30. Cases 8 and 9 of August 26, 2020, in the name of Orlando Lasigno. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Lindsay.
Granted pursuant to revised survey dated 9/16/20 with all mitigation measures of the ZBA planner dated 9/22/20. Except that the mitigation measures number 3B shall be amended as follows. An advisory covenant shall be filed and noted on all surveys stating the subject property is located within compatible growth. I can't read that. I can't see it. I'm sorry. Growth area in the Central Pine Barrens and a violation of town code to be cleared beyond the imposed clearing limit. Negative declaration under SECRA. Unlisted action. Paul votes no.
Second.
I thought that was coming. Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. That motion is by Mr. Lindsay, seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? As in Mr. Lindsay indicated, I'm opposed. Motion carries 6 in favor with 1 opposed. I want to say thanks, happy Thanksgiving to you all. And is there a motion to adjourn at 10:15?
So moved.
So moved.
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all.
Good night, everybody.
Thanksgiving.
Aye.
Good night.
Good night.
Michelle, we're
Happy
done.
Thanksgiving.